Chapter 29 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Ning. Chapter 29 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. The Ceremonies of Yom Arafat, or the Second Day. The morning of the 9th Dhul-Hijjah, Tuesday, 13 September, was ushered in by military sounds. A loud discharge of cannon warned us to arise and to prepare for the ceremonies of this eventful day. After ablution and prayer, I proceeded with the boy Muhammad to inspect the numerous consecrated sites on the Mount of Mercy. In the first place, we repaired to a spot on rising ground to the southeast, and within 100 yards of the hill. It is called Jam' al-Sakhra, or the assembling place of the rock. Footnote: Ali Bey calls it Jam' al-Rahmah, or the assembling place of mercy. End of footnote. From two granite boulders upon which the Prophet stood to perform talbiyat, there is nothing but a small enclosure of dwarf and whitewashed stone walls, divided into halves for men and women by a similar partition, and provided with a niche to direct prayers towards Meccah. Entering by steps, we found crowds of devotees and guardians, who for consideration offered mats and carpets. After a two-bow prayer and a long supplication opposite the niche, we retired to the inner compartment, stood upon a boulder, and shouted the Labbaik. Thence, threading our way through many obstacles of tent and stone, we ascended the broad flight of rugged steps which winds up the southern face of the rocky hill. Even at this early hour it was crowded with pilgrims, principally Bedouin and Wahhabis, who had secured favourable positions for hearing the sermon. Already their green flag was planted upon the summit close to Adam's place of prayer. The wilder Arabs insist that wukuf, or standing, should take place upon the hill. This is not done by the more civilized, who hold that all the plain within the Alamain ranks as Arafat. According to Ali Bey, the Maliki school is not allowed to stand upon the mountain. About halfway up, I counted 66 steps, and remarked that they became narrower and steeper. Crowds of beggars instantly seized the pilgrims' robes, and strove to prevent our entering a second enclosure. This place, which resembles the former except that it has but one compartment and no boulders, is that whence Muhammad used to address his followers, and here to the present day the Khatib, or the preacher, in imitation of the last of the Prophets, sitting upon a dromedary, recites the Arafat sermon. Here also we prayed a two-bow prayer, and gave a small sum to the guardian. Thence, ascending with increased difficulty to the hilltop, we arrived at a large stuccoed platform, with prayer niche and a kind of obelisk, mean and badly built of lime and granite stone, whitewashed and conspicuous from afar. Footnote: here was a small chapel which the Wahhabis were demolishing when Ali Bey was at Meccah. It has not been rebuilt. Upon this spot the Prophet, according to Burckhardt, used to stand during the ceremonies. End of footnote. It is called the Maqam, or Mada Sayyidina Adam. Footnote: Burckhardt gives this name to a place a little way on the left and about 40 steps up the mountain. End of footnote. Here we performed the customary ceremonies amongst a crowd of pilgrims, and then we walked down the little hill. Close to the plain we saw the place where the Egyptian and the Damascus Mahmil stand during the sermon, and descending the wall that surrounds Arafat by a steep and narrow flight of coarse stone steps, we found on our right the fountain which supplies the place with water. It bubbles from the rock, and is exceedingly pure, as such water generally is in Al-Hijaz. Our excursion employed us longer than the description requires. 9 o'clock had struck before we reached the plain. All were in a state of excitement. Guns fired incessantly. Horsemen and camel riders galloped about without apparent object. Even the women and children stood and walked, too restless even to sleep. Arrived at the tent, I was unpleasantly surprised to find a new visitor in an old acquaintance, Ali bin Yasin the Zamzami. He had lost his mule, and wandering in search of its keepers, he unfortunately fell in with our party. I had solid reasons to regret the mishap. He was far too curious and too observant to suit my tastes. On the present occasion, he, being uncomfortable, made us equally so. Accustomed to all the terrible neatness of an elderly damsel in Great Britain, a few specks of dirt upon the rugs and half a dozen bits of cinder upon the ground sufficed to give him attacks of nerves. That day we breakfasted late, for night must come before we could eat again. After midday prayer we performed ablutions, some the greater, others the less, in preparation for the wukuf, or standing. From noon onwards the hum and murmur of the multitude increased, and people were seen swarming about in all directions. A second discharge of cannon, at about 3:15 p.m., announced the approach of Al-Asr, the afternoon prayer, and almost immediately we heard the Nawbat, or band preceding the Sharif's procession, as he wended his way towards the mountain. Fortunately my tent was pitched close to the road, so that without trouble I had a perfect view of the scene. First swept a cloud of mace bearers, who, as usual on such occasions, cleared the path with scant ceremony. They were followed by the horsemen of the desert, wielding long and tufted spears. Immediately behind them came the Sharif's led horses, upon which I fixed a curious eye. All were highly bred, and one, a brown Najdi with black points, struck me as the perfection of an Arab. They were all small, and all apparently of the northern race. [Footnote: In Solomon's time the Egyptian horse cost 150 silver shekels, which, if the greater shekel be meant, would still be about the average price, £18. Abbas, the late Pasha, did his best to buy first-rate Arab stallions. On one occasion he sent a mission to Al-Madinah for the sole purpose of fetching a rare work on farriery. Yet it is doubt whether he had ever a first-rate Najdi. A Badawi sent to Cairo by one of the chiefs of Najd, being shown by the viceroy over the stables, on being asked his opinion of the blood, replied bluntly to the great man's disgust, that they did not contain a single thoroughbred. He added an apology on the part of his laird for the animals he had brought from Arabia, saying that neither Sultan nor Shaykh could procure colts of the best strain. For none of these horses would the staunch admirer of the long-legged monster called in England a thoroughbred give £20. They were mere rats, short and stunted, ragged and fleshless, with rough coats and a slouching walk. But the experienced glance notes at once the fine snake-like head, ears like reeds, wide and projecting nostrils, large eyes, fiery and soft alternately, broad brow, deep base of skull, wide chest, crooked tail, limbs padded with muscle, and long elastic pasterns. And the animal put out to speed soon displayed the wondrous force of the blood. In fact, when buying Arabs, there are only three things to be considered: blood, blood, and again blood. In Marco Polo's time, Aden supplied the Indian market. The state of the tribes round the Eye of Yemen has effectually closed the road against the horse caravans for many years past. It is said that Dhu Muhammad and Dhu Hussein sub-families of the Banu Yam, a large tribe living around north of Sana'a in Al-Yaman, have a fine large breed called Al-Jofi, and the clan Al-Awlaki rears animals celebrated for swiftness and endurance. The other races are stunted, and some Arabs declare that the air of Al-Yaman causes a degeneracy in the first generation. The Badawin, on the contrary, uphold their superiority, and talk with the utmost contempt of the African horse. In India we now depend for Arab blood upon the Persian Gulf, and the consequence of monopoly display themselves in an increased price for inferior animals. Our studs are generally believed to be sinks for rupees. The governments of India now object, it is said, to rearing at a great cost animals distinguished by nothing but ferocity. It is evident that Al-Hijaz can never stock the Indian market. Whether Najd will supply us when the transit becomes safe is a consideration which only time can decide. Meanwhile, it would be highly advisable to take steps for restoring the Aden trade by entering into closer relations with the Imam of Sana'a and the Badawi chiefs of the north of Al-Yaman. Of their old crimson velvet caparisons, the less said the better. No little Indian Nawab would show aught so shabby on state occasions. After the chargers paraded a band of black slaves on foot, bearing huge matchlocks, and immediately preceded by 3 green and 2 red flags, came the Sharif, riding in front of his family and courtiers. The prince, habited in a simple white ihram, and bareheaded, mounted a mule. The only sign of his rank was a large green and gold embroidered umbrella held over him by a slave. The rear was brought up by another troop of Bedouin on horses and camels. Behind this procession were the tents, whose doors and walls were scarcely visible for the crowd, and the picturesque background was the granite hill, covered wherever standing room was to be found, with white-robed pilgrims shouting Labbaik, and waving the skirts of their glistening garments violently over their heads. Slowly and solemnly the procession advanced towards the hill. Exactly at the hour of Al-Asr, the 2 Mahmils had taken their stations side by side on a platform in the lower slope. That of Damascus could be distinguished as the narrower and the more ornamented of the pair. The Sharif placed himself with his standard bearers and his retinue a little above the Mahmils, while hearing the preacher. The pilgrims crowded up to the foot of the mountain. The loud Labbaik of the Bedouin and the Wahhabis fell to a solemn silence, and the waving of the white robe ceased, a sign that the preacher had begun the Khutbat al-Waqfah, or sermon of the standing upon Arafat. Footnote: I obtained the following note upon the ceremonies of Wahhabi pilgrimage from one of their princes, Khalid Bey. The Wahhabi, who, it must be borne in mind, calls himself a Muwahhid, or Unitarian, in opposition to a Mushrik, or Polytheist, any other sect but his own, at Mecca follows out his 2 principal tenets: public prayer for men daily, for women on Fridays, and rejection of the Prophet's mediation. Imitating Muhammad, he spends the first night of pilgrimage at Mina, stands upon the hill Arafat, and returning to Mina passes 3 whole days there. He derides other Moslems, abridges and simplifies the Kaaba ceremonies, and if possible is guided in his devotions by one of his own sect. From my tent I could distinguish the form of the old man upon his camel, but the distance was too great for ear to reach. But how came I to be at the tent? A short confession will explain. They will shrive me who believe in inspired Spenser's lines, and every spirit, as it is more pure, and hath in it the more of heavenly light, so it the fairer body doth procure to habit in. The evil came of a fairer body. I had prepared en cachette a slip of paper, and had hid in my ihram a pencil destined to put down the heads of this rarely heard discourse. But unhappily that red cashmere shawl was upon my shoulders. Close to us sat a party of fair Meccans, apparently belonging to the higher classes, and one of these I had already several times remarked. She was a tall girl about 18 years old, with regular features, a skin somewhat citron coloured, but soft and clear, symmetrical eyebrows, the most beautiful eyes, and a figure all grace. There was no head thrown back, no straightened neck, no flat shoulders, nor toes turned out, in fact no elegant barbarism. The shape was what the Arabs love, soft, bending, and relaxed, as a woman's figure ought to be. Unhappily she wore, instead of the usual veil, a yashmak, or transparent muslin, bound around the face, and the chaperon, mother or duenna, by whose side she stood, was apparently a very unsuspicious or complacent old person. Flirtilla fixed a glance of admiration upon my cashmere. I directed a reply with interest at her eyes. She then, by the usual coquettish gesture, threw back an inch or 2 of head veil, disclosing broad bands of jetty hair, crowning a lovely oval. My palpable admiration of the new charm was rewarded by a partial removal of the yashmak, when a dimpled mouth and a rounded chin stood out from the envious muslin. Seeing that my companions were safely employed, I entered upon the dangerous ground of raising hand to forehead. She smiled almost imperceptibly, and turned away. The pilgrim was in ecstasy. The sermon was then half over. I was resolved to stay upon the plain and see what Flirtilla would do. Grace to the cashmere, we came to a good understanding. The next page will record my disappointment. That evening the pilgrim resumed his soiled cotton cloth, and testily returned the red shawl to the boy Mohammed. The sermon always lasts till near sunset, or about 3 hours. At first it was spoken amid profound silence, then loud scattered amins and volleys of labbaik exploded at uncertain intervals. At last the breeze brought to our ears a purgatorial chorus of cries, sobs, and shrieks. Even my party thought proper to be affected. Old Ali rubbed his eyes, which in no case unconnected with dollars could by any amount of straining be made to shed even crocodiles' tears, and the boy Mohammed wisely hid his face in the skirt of his rida. Presently the people, exhausted by emotion, began to descend the hill in small parties, and those below struck their tents and commenced loading their camels, although at least an hour's sermon remained. On this occasion, however, all hurried to be foremost, as the race from Arafat is enjoyed by none but the Badawin. Although we worked with a will, our animals were not ready to move before sunset, when the preacher gave the signal of Israf, or permission to depart. The pilgrims, swaying to and fro like waves of a great sea that in mid-shock confound each other white with foam and fear, rushed down the hill with the labbaik sounding like a blast, and took the road to Mina. Then I saw the scene which has given to this part of the ceremonies the name of Ad-Daf min Arafat, the hurry from Arafat. Every man urged his beast with might and main. It was sunset. The plain bristled with tent pegs, litters were crushed, pedestrians were trampled, camels were overthrown, single combats with sticks and other weapons took place. Here a woman, there a child, and there an animal were lost. Briefly, it was a chaotic confusion. To my disgust, old Ali insisted upon bestowing his company upon me. He gave his newly found mule to the boy Mohammed, bidding him to take care of the beast, and mounted with me in the shukduf. I had persuaded Shaykh Masud with $1 to keep close in rear of the pretty Meccan, and I wanted to sketch the holy hill. The senior began to give orders about the camel. I counter orders. The camel was halted. I urged it on. Old Ali directed it to be stopped. Meanwhile, the charming face that smiled at me from the litter grew dimmer and dimmer. The more I stormed, the less I was listened to. A string of camels crossed our path. I lost sight of the beauty. Then we began to advance. Again my determination to sketch seemed likely to fail before the Zemzami's little snake eyes. After a few minutes' angry search for expedients, one suggested itself. Effendi, said old Ali, sit quiet, there is danger here. I tossed about like one suffering from evil conscience or from the colic. Effendi, shrieked the senior, what art thou doing? Thou wilt be the death of us. Wallah, I replied with a violent plunge, it is all thy fault. There! Another plunge. Put thy beard out of the other opening, and Allah will make it easy to us. In the ecstasy of fear my tormentor turned his face, as he was hidden, towards the camel's head. A second halt ensued, when I looked out at the aperture in rear, and made a rough drawing of the mountain of mercy. At the Akhshabain, double lines of camels bristling with litters clashed with a shock more noisy than the meeting of torrents. It was already dark. No man knew what he was doing. The guns roared like their brazen notes, re-echoed far and wide by the harsh voices of the stony hills. A shower of rockets bursting in the air threw into still greater confusion the timorous mob of women and children. At the same time, martial music rose from the masses of Nizam, and the stouter hearted pilgrims were not sparing of their labbaik and Eidkum Mubarak. May your festival be happy. Footnote: Labbaik is repeated until the pilgrims reach Mina, and not afterwards. Another phrase is Antum min al-Aidin, or may you be the keepers of festival. End of footnote. After the pass of the two rugged hills, the road widened, and old Ali, who during the bumping had been in a silent convulsion of terror, recovered speech and spirits. This change he evidenced by beginning to be troublesome once more. Again I resolved to be his equal. Exclaiming, my eyes are yellow with hunger, I seized a pot full of savoury meat, which the old man had previously stored for supper, and without further preamble began to eat it greedily, at the same time ready to shout with laughter at the mumbling and grumbling sounds that proceeded from the darkness of the litter. We were at least 3 hours on the road before reaching Muzdalifah, and being fatigued, we resolved to pass the night there. Footnote: Hanafis usually follow the Prophet's example in nighting at Muzdalifah. In the evening, after the prayers, they attend the mosque. listened to the discourse, and shed plentiful tears. Most Shafi'is spend only a few hours at Muzdalifah. End of footnote. The mosque was brilliantly illuminated. Footnote. Some sects consider the prayer at Muzdalifah a matter of vital importance. End of footnote. But my hungry companions apparently thought more of supper and sleep than of devotion. Footnote. We failed to buy meat at Arafat afternoon. Although the bazaar was large and well stocked, it is usual to eat flesh there, consequently it is greedily bought up at an exorbitant price. End of footnote. Whilst the tent was being raised, the Indians prepared our food, boiled our coffee, filled our pipes, and spread our rugs. Before sleeping, each man collected for himself 7 jamrah, bits of granite at the size of a small bean. Footnote. Jamrah is a small pebble. It is also called hasa, in the plural hasayat. End of footnote. Then, weary with emotion and exertion, all lay down except the boy Mohammed, who preceded us to find a camping ground at Mina. Old Ali, in lending his mule, made the most stringent arrangements with the youth about the exact place and the exact hour of meeting, an act of simplicity at which I could not but smile. The time was by no means peaceful or silent. Lines of camels passed us every 10 minutes, and the shouting of travellers continued till near dawn. Pilgrims ought to have nighted at the mosque, but as Burckhardt's time, so in mine, baggage was considered to be in danger thereabouts, and consequently most of the devotees spent the sermon hours in brooding over their boxes. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 30. The Ceremonies of the Yawm al-Nahr, or the Third Day. At dawn on the Eid al-Qurban, 10th of Dhul Hijjah, Wednesday, September 14th, a gun warned us to lose no time. We arose hurriedly and started up the Batan Muhassar to Mina. By this means we lost at Muzdalifah the Salat al-Eid, or festival prayers, the great solemnity of the Moslem year, performed by all the community at daybreak. My companion was so anxious to reach Meccah that he would not hear of devotions. About 8 a.m. we entered the village, and looked for the boy Mohammed in vain. Old Ali was dreadfully perplexed. A host of high-born Turkish pilgrims were, he said, expecting him. His mule was missing, could never appear, he must be late, should probably never reach Meccah. What would become of him? I began by administering admonition to the mind diseased, but signally failing in a cure, I amused myself with contemplating the world from my shugduf, leaving the office of directing it to the old Zemzemi. Now he stopped, then he pressed forward. Here he thought he saw Mohammed, there he discovered our tent. At one time he would knock the camel to wait, in patience, his supreme hour. At another, half mad with nervousness, he would urge the excellent Mas'ud to hopeless inquiries. Finally, by good fortune, we found one of the boy Mohammed's cousins, who led us to an enclosure called Hosh al-Uzam, in the southern portion of the Muna basin, at the base of Mount Sabir. Footnote. Even pitching ground here is charged to pilgrims. End of footnote. There we pitched the tent, refreshed ourselves, and awaited the truant's return. Old Ali, failing to disturb my equanimity, attempted, as those who consort with philosophers often do, to quarrel with me. But finding no material wherewith to build a dispute in such fragment as Wallah, he hinted desperate intentions against the boy Mohammed. When, however, the youth appeared with even more jauntiness of mien than usual, Ali bin Yasin lost heart, brushed by him, mounted his mule, and doubtless cursing us under the tongue, rode away frowning viciously, with his heels playing upon the beast's ribs. Mohammed had been delayed, he said, by the difficulty of finding asses. We were now to mount for the throwing, as a preliminary to which we washed with 7 waters the 7 pebbles brought from Muzdalifah, and bound them in our ihrams. Footnote. Some authorities advise that this rite of Rami be performed on foot. End of footnote. Our first destination was the entrance to the western end of the long line which composes the Muna village. we found a swarming crowd in the narrow road opposite the Jamrat al-Aqaba, or as it is vulgarly called, the Shaitan al-Kabir, or the Great Devil. [Footnote: The word Jamra is applied to the place of stoning as well as to the stones. End of footnote. These names distinguish it from another pillar, the Wusta, or central place of stoning, built in the middle of Muna, and a third at the eastern end, Al-Ula, or the first place. [Footnote: These numbers mark the successive spots where the devil, in the shape of an old Shaykh, appeared to Adam, Abraham, and Ismail, and was driven back by the simple process taught by Gabriel of throwing stones at about the size of a bean. End of footnote. The Shaitan al-Kabir is a dwarf buttress of rude masonry, about 8 feet high by 2½ broad, placed against a rough wall of stones at the Meccan entrance to Mina. As the ceremony of Rami, or lapidation, must be performed on the first day by all pilgrims between sunrise and sunset, and as the fiend was malicious enough to appear in a rugged pass, the crowd makes the place dangerous. [Footnote: I borrow this phrase from Ali Bey, who, however, speaks more like an ignorant Catalonian than a learned Abbasid, when he calls the pillar La Maison du Diable, and facetiously asserts that le diable a eu le malice de placer sa maison dans un lieu fort étroit qui n'a peut-être pas 34 pieds de large. End of footnote. On one side of the road, which is not 40 feet broad, stood a row of shops belonging principally to barbers. On the other side is the rugged wall against which the pillar stands, with a chevaux de frise of Bedouin and naked boys. The narrow place was crowded with pilgrims, all struggling like drowning men to approach as near as possible to the devil. It would have been easy to run over the heads of the mass. Amongst them were horsemen with rearing chargers, Bedouin on wild camels, and grandees on mules and asses, with outrunners, were breaking away by assault and battery. I had read Ali Bey's self-felicitations upon escaping this place with only 2 wounds in the left leg, and I had duly provided myself with a hidden dagger. The precaution was not useless. Scarcely had my donkey entered the crowd, than he was overthrown by a dromedary, and I found myself under the stamping and roaring beast's stomach. Avoiding being trampled upon by a judicious use of the knife, I lost no time in escaping from a place so ignobly dangerous. Some Moslem travellers assert, in proof of the sanctity of the spot, that no Moslem is ever killed there. Meccans assured me that accidents are by no means rare. Presently the boy Mohammed fought his way out of the crowd with a bleeding nose. We both sat down upon a bench before a barber's booth, and, schooled by adversity, awaited with patience an opportunity. Finding an opening, we approached within about 5 cubits of the place, and holding each stone between the thumb and the forefinger of the right hand, we cast it at the pillar. [Footnote: Some hold the pebble as a schoolboy does a marble, others between the thumb and the forefinger extended. Others shoot them from the thumb knuckle, and most men consult their convenience. End of footnote. Exclaiming, In the name of Allah, and Allah is Almighty, I do this in hatred of the fiend and to his shame. After which came the Tahleel and the Thana, or praise to Allah. The 7 stones being duly thrown, we retired, and entering the barber's booth, took our places upon one of the earthen benches around it. This was the time to remove the Ihram, or the pilgrim's garb, and return to Ihlal, the normal state of Al-Islam. The barber shaved our heads, and after trimming our beards and cutting our nails, made us repeat these words: I purpose loosening my Ihram according to the practice of the Prophet, whom may Allah bless and preserve. O Allah, make unto me in every hair a light, a purity, and a generous reward. In the name of Allah, and Allah is Almighty. At the conclusion of his labour, the barber politely addressed us to Na'iman, pleasure to you. To which we as ceremoniously replied, Allah give thee pleasure. [Footnote: The barber removed all my hair. Hanafis shave at least a quarter of the head, Shafi'is a few hairs on the right side. The prayer is, as usual, differently worded. some saying, O Allah, this is my forelock is in thy hand, then grant me for every hair a light on resurrection day, by thy mercy, O most merciful of the merciful. I remarked that the hair was allowed to lie upon the ground, whereas strict Muslims, with that reverence for man's body, the temple of the Supreme, which characterizes their creed, carefully bury it in the earth. End of footnote. We had no clothes with us, but we could use our cloths to cover our heads, and slippers to defend our feet from the fiery sun, and we now could safely twirl our mustachios and stroke our beards, placid enjoyments of which we had been deprived by the laws of pilgrimage. After resting about an hour in the booth, which, though crowded with sitting customers, was delightfully cool compared with the burning glare of the road, we mounted our asses, and at 11 a.m. we started Mecca-wards. This return from Mina to Mecca is called the Nafr, or the flight. Footnote. This word is confounded with Dafa by many Muslim authors. Some speak of the Nafr from Arafah to Muzdalifah, and the Daf from Muzdalifah to Mina. I have used the words as my Mutawif used them. End of footnote. We did not fail to keep our asses at speed, with a few halts to refresh ourselves with guglets of water. There was nothing remarkable in the scene. Our ride in was a repetition of our ride out. In about half an hour we entered the city, passing through that classical locality called Batan Quraysh, which was crowded with people, and then we repaired to the boy Mohammed's house for the purpose of bathing and preparing to visit the Kaabah. Shortly after our arrival, the youth returned home in a state of excitement, exclaiming, Rise, Effendi, dress and follow me. The Kaabah, though open, would for a time be empty, so that we should escape the crowd. My pilgrim's garb, which had not been removed, was made to look neat and somewhat Indian, and we sallied forth together without loss of time. The crowd had gathered around the Kaabah. I had no wish to stand bareheaded and barefooted in midday September sun. At the cry of Open the path for the Haji who would enter the house, the gazers made way. Two stout Meccans who stood below the door raised me in their arms, whilst a third drew me from above into the building. At the entrance I was accosted by several officials, dark-looking Meccans, of whom the blackest and plainest was a youth of the Banu Shayba family. Footnote. They keep the keys of the house. In my day the head of the family was Shaykh Ahmed. End of footnote. The Sanq Azul of Al-Hijaz. He held in his hand the huge silver gilt padlock of the Kaabah. Footnote. In Ibn Jubayr's time this large padlock was of gold. It is said popularly that none but the Banu Shayba can open it, a minor miracle doubtless proceeding from the art of some Eastern Hobbs or Barama. End of footnote. And presently taking his seat upon a kind of wooden press in the left corner of the hall, he officially inquired my name, nation, and other particulars. The replies were satisfactory, and the boy Mohammed was authoritatively ordered to conduct me around the building and to recite the prayers. I will not deny that, looking at the windowless walls, the officials at the door, and the crowd of excited fanatics below, and the place death, considering who I was. Footnote. However safe a Christian might be at Mecca, nothing could preserve him from the ready knives of enraged fanatics if detected in the house. The very idea is pollution to a Muslim. End of footnote. My feelings were of a trapped rat description, acknowledged by the immortal nephew of his uncle Perez. This did not, however, prevent my carefully observing the scene during our long prayers, and making a rough plan with a pencil upon my white ihram. Nothing is more simple than the interior of this celebrated building. The pavement, which is level with the ground, is composed of slabs of fine and various coloured marbles, mostly, however, white, disposed checkerwise. The walls, as far as they can be seen, are of the same material, but the pieces are irregularly shaped, and many of them are engraved with long inscriptions in the sulls and other modern characters. The upper part of the walls, together with the ceiling, at which it is considered disrespectful to look, are covered with handsome red damask. Footnote. I do not know the origin of this superstition, but it would be unsafe for a pilgrim to look fixedly at the Kaabah ceiling. Under the arras, I was told, is a strong planking of Saj or Indian teak, and above it a stuccoed sath or flat roof, flowered over with gold, and tucked up about 6 feet high, so as to be removed from pilgrims' hands. Exactly realizing the description of our English bard. Goodly arras of great majesty, woven with gold and silk so close and near, that the rich metal lurked privily, as feigning to be hid from envious eye. The flat roof is upheld by 3 cross beams, whose shapes appear under the arras. They rest upon the eastern and western walls, and are supported in the centre by 3 columns. Ibn Jubayr mentions 3 columns of teak. Burckhardt and Ali Bey 2. In Al-Fasi's day there were 4. The Quraysh erected 6 columns in double row. Generally the pillars have been 3 in number. Covered with carved and ornamented aloes wood. This wood, which has been used of old to ornament sacred buildings in the East, is brought to Meccah in great quantities by the Malay and Java pilgrims. The best kind is known by its oily appearance and a fizzing sound and fire. The cunning vendors easily supply it with desiderata. At the Iraqi corner there is a dwarf door called Bab al-Tawbah, of repentance. Ibn Jubayr calls it Bab al-Rahmah. It leads into a narrow passage and to the staircase by which the servants ascend to the roof. It is never opened except for working purposes. The Aswad or Asad corner, the Hajar Aswad is also called Al-Asad or the propitious, is occupied by a flat-topped and quadrant-shaped press or safe. Here, in Ibn Jubayr's time, stood 2 boxes full of Qurans, in which at times is placed the key of the Kaabah. The key is sometimes in the hands of a child of the house of Shaybah, who sits in state with black slaves on both sides. Both door and safe are of aloes wood. Between the columns, and about 9 feet from the ground, ran bars of a metal which I could not distinguish, and hanging between them were many lamps, said to be gold. Although there were in the Kaabah but a few attendants engaged in preparing it for the entrance of the pilgrims. In Ibn Jubayr's day the Kaabah was opened with more ceremony. The ladder was rolled up to the door, and the chief of the Banu Shaybah, ascending it, was covered by attendants with a black veil from head to foot, whilst he opened the padlock. Then, having kissed the threshold, he entered, shut the door behind him, and prayed 2 rak'ats. After which all the Banu Shaybah and lastly the vulgar were admitted. In these days the veil is obsolete. The Shaykh enters the Kaabah alone, perfumes it, and prays. The pilgrims are then admitted en masse, and the style in which the eunuchs handle their quarter staves form a scene more animated than decorous. The windowless stone walls and the choked up door made it worse than the Piombi of Venice. Perspiration trickled in large drops, and I thought with horror what it must have been when filled with a mass of furiously jostling and crushing fanatics. Our devotions consisted of 2 bow prayer. Some pray 4 instead of 2 bows. Followed by long supplications at the Shami or the west corner, the Iraqi or the northern angle, the Yemeni the south, and lastly opposite the third of the black wall. Burckhardt erroneously says in every corner. These concluded, I returned to the door where payment is made. The boy Mohammed told me that the total expense would be $7. At the same time he had been indulging aloud in his favourite rhodomontade, boasting of my greatness, and had declared me to be an Indian pilgrim, a race still supposed at Meccah to be made of gold. These Indians are ever in extremes, paupers or millionaires, and like all Moslems, the more they pay at Meccah the higher becomes their character and religious titles. A Turkish Pasha seldom squanders as much money as does a Moslem merchant from the far East. Khuda Bakhsh, the Lahore shawl dealer, owned to having spent 800 liras in feasting and presents. He appeared to consider that sum a trifle, although had a debtor carried off 1/10 of it, his health would have been seriously affected. When $7 were tendered, they were rejected with instance. Expecting something of the kind, I had been careful to bring no more than 8. Being pulled and interpellated by half a dozen attendants, my course was to look stupid and to pretend ignorance of the language. Presently the Shayba youth bethought him of a contrivance. Drawing forth from the press the key of the Kaabah, he partly bared it of its green silk gold letter étui, and rubbed a golden knob quarter-foil shaped upon my eyes in order to brighten them. The cover of the key is made like Abraham's veil, of 3 colours, red, black, and green. It is of silk, embroidered with golden letters, and upon it are written the Bismillah, the name of the reigning Sultan, back of the key of the Holy Kaabah, and a verselet from the family of Al-Imran. Quran, chapter 3. It is made like the Kiswa at Khurunfish, a place that will be noticed below. I submitted to the operation with a good grace, and added $1, my last, to the former offering. The Sharif received it with a hopeless glance, and to my satisfaction would not put forth his hand to be kissed. Then the attendants began to demand veils. I replied by opening my empty pouch. When let down from the door by the 2 brawny Meccans, I was expected to pay them, and accordingly appointed to meet them at the boy Mohammed's house, an arrangement to which they grumblingly assented. When delivered from these troubles, I was congratulated by my sharp companion thus: Wallah, Effendi, thou hast escaped well; some men have left their skins behind. Écorché or Pilati, the idea is common to most imaginative nations. All pilgrims do not enter the Kaabah, and many refuse to do so for religious reasons. The same is the case at Al-Madinah. Many religious men object on conscientious grounds to enter the Prophet's mosque. The poet quoted below many visitations to Al-Madinah, but never would persuade himself to approach the tomb. The Esquire Carver saw 2 young Turks who had voluntarily had their eyes thrust out at Meccah as soon as they had seen the glory and visible sanctity of the tomb of Mohammed. I doubt the fact which thus appears ushered in by a fiction. Umar Effendi, for instance, who had never missed a pilgrimage, had never seen the interior of the Kaabah. I have not thought it necessary to go deep into the list of Muharramat, or actions forbidden to the pilgrim who has entered the Kaabah. They are numerous and meaningless. Those who tread the hallowed floor are bound, among other things, never again to walk barefooted, to take up fire with fingers, or to tell lies. Most really conscientious men cannot afford the luxuries of slippers, tongues, and truth. So thought Thomas when offered the apple which would have given him the tongue that cannot lie. My tongue is mine ain, true Thomas said. A goodly gift ye wad gie to me. I neither dought to buy nor sell, at fair or tryst, where I may be. I dought neither speak to prince or peer, nor ask of grace from fair lady. Amongst the Hindus I have met with men who have proceeded upon a pilgrimage to Dwarka, and yet who would not receive the brand of the god, because lying would be forbidden to them. A confidential servant of a friend in Bombay naively declared that he had not been marked, as the act would have ruined him. There is a sad truth in what he said. Lying to the Oriental is meat and drink, and the roof that shelters him. The Kaabah had been dressed in her new attire when we entered. The use of the feminine pronoun is explained below. When unclothed, the Kaabah is called Aryana, or naked, in opposition to its normal state, Muharrama, or clad in Ihram. In Burckhardt's time the house remained naked for 15 days. Now the investiture is effected in a few hours. The covering, however, instead of being secured at the bottom of the metal rings in the basement, was tucked up by ropes from the roof, and depended over each face in 2 long tongues. It was of brilliant black, and the hizam, the zone or golden band running around the upper portion of the building, as well as the burqa, were of dazzling brightness. [Footnote: The gold embroidered curtain covering the Kaaba door is called by the learned burqa al-Kaaba, or the Kaaba's face veil, the vulgar burqa Fatima. They connect it in idea with the Prophet's daughter. End of footnote. The origin of this custom must be sought in the ancient practice of typifying the church visible by a virgin or a bride. The poet Abdurrahim al-Bura'i, in one of his Gnostic effusions, has embodied the idea, and Meccah's bride, i.e. the Kaaba, is displayed with miraculous signs. This idea doubtless led to the face veil, the covering, and the guardianship of the eunuchs. The Meccan temple was first dressed as a mark of honor by Tubba the Himyarite when he Judaized. [Footnote: The pyramids, it is said, were covered from base to summit with yellow silk or satin. End of footnote. If we accept this fact, which is vouched for by Oriental history, we are led to the conclusion that the children of Israel settled at Mecca had connected the temple with their own faith, and, as a corollary, that the Prophet of Islam introduced their apocryphal tradition into this creed. The pagan Arabs did not remove the coverings. The old and torn Kiswa was covered with a new cloth, and the weight threatened to crush the building. [Footnote: At present, the Kiswa, it need scarcely be said, does not cover the flat roof. End of footnote. From the time of Qusay, the Kaaba was veiled by subscription, till Abu Rabi'at al-Mughayra bin Abdullah, who, having acquired great wealth by commerce, offered to provide the Kiswa on alternate years, and thereby gained the name of Al-Adil. The Prophet preferred the covering of fine Yemen cloth, and directed the expense to be defrayed by the Bayt al-Mal, or public treasury. Umar chose Egyptian linen, ordering the Kiswa to be renewed every year, and this old covering to be distributed among the pilgrims. In the reign of Uthman, the Kaaba was twice clothed, in winter and summer. For the former season it received a kamis or thobe of brocade, with an izar or veil; for the latter, a suit of fine linen. Muawiyah first supplied linen and brocade. He afterwards exchanged the former for striped Yemen stuff, and ordered Shayban bin Uthman to strip the Kaaba and to perfume the walls with khaluq. Shayba divided the old Kiswa among the pilgrims, and Abdullah bin Abbas did not object to this distribution. [Footnote: When Shayba proposed to bury the old Kiswa, so that it might not be worn by the impure, Aisha also directed him to sell it, and to distribute the proceeds to the poor. The Meccans still follow the first half, but neglect the other part of the order given by the mother of the Moslems. Qadi Khan advises the proceeds of the sale being devoted to the repairs of the temple. The Siraj al-Wahhaj positively forbids as a sin the cutting, transporting, selling, buying, and placing it between the leaves of the Quran. Qutb al-Din, from whom I borrow these particulars, introduces some fine and casuistic distinctions. In his day, however, the Banu Shayba claimed the old after the arrival of the new Kiswa, and their right to it was admitted. To the present day they continue to sell it. End of footnote. The Caliph Ma'mun of the 9th century ordered the dress to be changed 3 times a year. In his day it was red brocade on the 10th of Muharram, fine linen on the 1st of Rajab, and white brocade on the 1st of Shawwal. At last he was informed that the veil applied on the 10th of Muharram was too closely followed by the red brocade in the next month, and that it required renewing on the 1st of Shawwal. This he ordered to be done. Al-Mutawakkil of the 9th century, when informed that the dress was spoiled by pilgrims, at first ordered 2 to be given, and the brocade shirt to be let down as far as the pavement. At last he sent a new veil every 2 months. During the Caliphate of the Abbasids, this investiture came to signify sovereignty in Al-Hijaz, which passed alternately from Baghdad to Egypt and Al-Yaman. In Al-Idrisi's time, 12th century A.D., the Kiswa was composed of black silk, and renewed every year by the Caliph of Baghdad. Ibn Jubayr writes that it was green and gold. The Kiswa remained with Egypt and Sultan Qalawun of the 19th century. [Footnote: Some authors also mention a green kiswa applied by this monarch. Embroidered on it were certain verselets of the Quran, and the formula of the Muslim faith, and the names of the Prophet's companions. Conveyed the rents of two villages, Baysus and Sinbus. Burckhardt says Baysus and Sandebir. To the expense of providing an outer black and an inner red curtain to the Kaabah, with hangings for the Prophet's tomb at Al-Madinah. When the Holy Land fell under the power of Uthmani, Sultan Salim ordered the kiswa to be black, and his son Sultan Sulayman the Magnificent, of the 16th century A.D., devoted considerable sums to the purpose. The kiswa was afterwards renewed at the accession of each Sultan, and the Wahhabis, during the first year of their conquest, covered the Kaabah with a red kiswa of the same stuff as the fine Arabian Aba, or cloak, and made it at Al-Hasa. The kiswa is now worked at a current factory called Al-Khurunfush, of the Tumbab Shairiyah in Cairo. It is made by a hereditary family called the Bayt al-Sadi, and as the specimen in my possession proves, it is a coarse tissue of silk and cotton mixed. The kiswa is composed of 8 pieces, 2 of each face of the Kaabah, the seams being concealed by the hizam, a broad band which at a distance looks like gold. It is lined with a white calico, and it is supplied with cotton ropes. Anciently, it is said, all the Quran was interwoven into it. Now it is inscribed, Verily, the first of houses founded for mankind to worship is that at Meccah, blessed and a direction to all creatures. From the family of Al-Imran, chapter 3. Meccah is a place of crowding, hence applied to Meccah generally. Some writers, however, limit it to the part of the city around the Haram. Together with the 7 chapters, namely the cave, Maryam, the family of Al-Imran, repentance, Taha and Yasin and Tabarak. The characters that is called Tummar, the largest style of Eastern calligraphy, legible from a considerable distance. It is larger than the Suls. Admirers of Eastern calligraphy may see a Bismillah beautifully written in Tummar on the wall of Sultan Mu'ayyad's mosque at Cairo. The hizam is a band about 2 feet broad, and surrounding the Kaabah at 2/3 of its height. It is divided into 4 pieces, which are sewn together. On the first and second is inscribed the throne verselet, and on the third and fourth the titles of the reigning Sultan. These inscriptions, like the burqa or the door curtain, are gold worked into red silk by the Bayt al-Sadi. When the kiswa is ready at Khurunfush, it is carried in procession to the Mosque Al-Hasanain, where it is lined, sewn, and prepared for the journey. Mr. Lane was given an ample and accurate description of the kiswa. I have added a few details derived from Khalil Effendi of Cairo, a professor of Arabic and an excellent French scholar. After quitting the Kaabah, I returned home exhausted, and washed with henna and warm water to mitigate the pain of the sun's scalds upon my arms, shoulders, and breast. The house was empty, all the Turkish pilgrims being still at Mina, and the Kabira, the old lady, received me with peculiar attention. I was ushered into a room whose teak wainscotings, covered with Kufic and other inscriptions, large carpets, and ample diwans, still showed a sort of ragged splendour. The family had seen better days, the Sharif Ghalib having confiscated 3 of its houses, but it is still proud and cannot merge the past into the present. In the drawing room, where the Turkish colonel occupied when at Meccah, the Kabira supplied me with a pipe, coffee, cold water, and breakfast. I won her heart by praising the graceless boy Mohammed, and like all mothers, she dearly loved the scamp of the family. When he entered, and saw his maternal parent standing near me, with only the end of her veil drawn over her mouth, he began to scold her with divers insinuations. Soon thou wilt sit amongst the men in the hall, he exclaimed. O my son, rejoined the Kabira, Fear Allah, thy mother is in years. And truly she was so, being at least 50. Ah, sneered the youth, who had formed, as boys of the world must do, or appear to do, a very low estimate of the sex. The old lady understood the drift of the exclamation, and departed with a half laughing "May Allah disappoint thee!" She soon, however, returned, bringing me water for ablution, and having heard that I had not yet sacrificed a sheep at Mina, enjoined me to return and perform without delay the important rite. After resuming our laical toilette, and dressing gaily for the great festival, we mounted our asses about the cool of the afternoon, and returning to Muna, we found the tent full of visitors. Ali bin Yasin, the Zemzemi, had sent me an amphora of holy water, and the carrier was awaiting the customary dollar. With him were several Meccans, one of whom spoke excellent Persian. We sat down and chatted together for an hour, and afterwards I learned from the boy Mohammed that all had pronounced me to be an Ajami. After their departure we debated about the victim, which is only a Sunnah or practice of the Prophet. Those who omit the rite fast 10 days, 3 during the pilgrimage season, and the remaining 7 at some other time. It is generally sacrificed immediately after the first lapidation, and we had already been guilty of delay. Under these circumstances, and considering the meagre condition of my purse, I would not buy a sheep, but contented myself with watching my neighbours. They gave themselves great trouble, especially a large party of Indians pitched near us to buy the victim cheap. But the Badawin were not less acute, and he was happy who paid less than $1.25. Some preferred contributing to buy a lean ox. None but the Sharif and the principal dignitaries slaughtered camels. The pilgrims dragged their victims to a smooth rock near the Aqaba, above which stands a small open pavilion, whose sides, red with fresh blood, showed that the prince and his attendants had been busy at sacrifice. The camel is sacrificed by thrusting a pointed instrument into the interval between the sternum and the neck. This anomaly may be accounted for by the thickness and the hardness of the muscles of the camel's throat. Others stood before their tents, and directing the victim's face towards the Kaabah, cut its throat, ejaculating Bismillahi Allahu Akbar. It is strange that the accurate Burckhardt should make the Moslem say, when slaughtering or sacrificing, in the name of the most merciful God. As Mr. Lane justly observes, the attribute of mercy is omitted on these occasions. The boy Mohammed sneeringly directed my attention to the Indians, who, being a mild race, had hired an Arab butcher to do the deed of blood, and he aroused all Shaykh Nur's ire by his taunting comments upon the chicken-heartedness of the men of Hind. It is considered a meritorious act to give away the victim without eating any portion of its flesh. Parties of Takruri might be seen sitting vulture-like, contemplating the sheep and goats, and no sooner was the signal given than they fell upon the bodies and cut them up without removing them. The surface of the valley soon came to resemble the dirtiest slaughter-house, and my prescient soul drew bad auguries for the future. We had spent a sultry afternoon in the basin of Muna, which is not unlike a volcanic crater, and Aden closed up at the seaside. Towards night the occasional puffs of Samum ceased, and through the air of deadly stillness a mass of purple nimbus, bisected by a thin grey line of mist cloud, rolled down upon us from the Taif hills. When the darkness gave the signal, most of the pilgrims pressed towards the square in front of the Muna Mosque to enjoy the pyrotechnics and the discharge of cannon. But during the spectacle came on a windy storm, whose lightnings, flashing their fire from pole to pole, paled the rockets, and whose thunderings, re-echoed by the rocky hills, dumbed the puny artillery of men. We were disappointed in our hopes of rain. A few huge drops pattered upon the plain and sank into its thirsty entrails. All the rest was thunder and lightning, dust clouds and whirlwind. Chapter 30
Chapter 31 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thelma Meyer. Chapter 31 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca by Richard Francis Burton. The 3 days of drying flesh. All was dull after the excitement of the great festival. The heat of the succeeding night rendered every effort to sleep abortive, and as our little camp required a guard in a place so celebrated for plunderers, I spent the greater part of the time sitting in the clear, pure moonlight. Footnote 1. It is not safe to perform this ceremony at an early hour, although the ritual forbids it being deferred after sunset. A crowd of women, however, assembled at the Devil's in the earlier part of the 11th night, our 10th, and these dames, despite the oriental modesty of face veils, attack a stranger with hands and stones as heartily as English hop-gatherers hastened to duck the Actaeon who falls in their way. Hence, popular usage allows stones to be thrown by men until the morning prayers of the 11th Zul-Hijjah. End of footnote. After midnight, we again repaired to the Devil's, and beginning with the Ula, or first pillar, at the eastern extremity of Muna, threw at each 7 stones, making a total of 21, with the ceremonies before described. On Thursday, September 15th, 1853, we arose before dawn and prepared with a light breakfast for the fatigues of a climbing walk. After half an hour spent in hopping from boulder to boulder, we arrived at a place situated on the lower declivity of the Jabal Sabir, the northern wall of the Muna basin. Here is the Majar al-Kabsh, the dragging place of the ram, a small whitewashed square divided into 2 compartments. The first is entered by a few ragged steps in the southeast angle, which lead to an enclosure 30 feet by 15. In the northeast corner is a block of granite, A, in which a huge gash, several inches broad, some feet deep, and completely splitting the stone in knife shape, notes the spot where Ibrahim's blade fell when the archangel Gabriel forbade him to slay Ismail his son. The second compartment contains a diminutive hypogeum, B. In this cave, the patriarch sacrificed the victim, which gives the place a name. We descended by a flight of steps, and under the stifling ledge of rock found mats and praying rugs, which at this early hour were not overcrowded. We followed the example of the patriarchs and prayed a 2-bow prayer in each of the enclosures. After distributing the usual gratification, we left the place and proceeded to mount the hill, in hope of seeing some of the apes said still to haunt the heights. These animals are supposed by the Meccans to have been Jews, thus transformed for having broken the Sabbath by hunting. Footnote 2. Traditions about these animals vary in the different parts of Arabia. At Aden, for instance, they are supposed to be a remnant of the rebellious tribe of Ad. It is curious that the popular Arabic, like the Persian names Sa'adan, Maimun, Shadi, etc., etc., are all expressive of a probably euphuistic propitiousness. End of footnote. They abound in the elevated regions about Arafat and Taif, where they are caught by mixing the juice of the Asclepias and narcotics with dates and other sweet bait. Footnote 3. The Egyptians generally catch, train, and take them to the banks of the Nile, where the Kurayeti, ape leader, is a popular character. End of footnote. The Hijazi ape is a hideous cynocephalus with small eyes placed close together and almost hidden by a disproportionate snout, a greenish-brown coat, long arms, and a stern of lively pink, like fresh meat. They are docile and are said to be fond of spirituous liquors and to display an inordinate affection for women. Al-Masudi tells about them a variety of anecdotes. According to him, their principal use in Hind and Chin was to protect kings from poison by eating suspected dishes. The Bedouin have many tales concerning them. It is universally believed that they catch and kill kites by exposing the rosy portion of their persons and concealing the rest. The bird pounces upon what appears to be raw meat and presently finds himself viciously plucked alive. Throughout Arabia, an old story is told of them. A merchant was once plundered during his absence by a troop of these apes. They tore open his bales, and charmed with the scarlet hue of the tarbushes, began applying these articles of dress to uses quite opposite to their normal purpose. The merchant was in despair when his slave offered for a consideration to recover the goods. Placing himself in the front like a fugleman to the ape company, he went through a variety of maneuvers with a tarbush, and concluded with throwing it far away. The recruits carefully imitated him, and the drill concluded with his firing a shot. The plunderers decamped, and the caps were recovered. Failing to see any apes, we retired to the tent ere the sun waxed hot, in anticipation of a terrible day. Nor were we far wrong. In addition to the heat, we had swarms of flies, and the blood-stained earth began to reek with noisome vapors. Naught moved in the air except kites and vultures, speckling the deep blue sky. The denizens of earth seemed paralyzed by the fire from above. I spent the time between breakfast and nightfall, lying half-dressed upon a mat, moving round the tent-pole to escape the glare, and watching my numerous neighbors, male and female. The Indians were particularly kind, filling my pipe, offering cooled water, and performing similar little offices. I repaid them with a supply of provisions, which at the Muna market prices these unfortunates could ill afford. When the moon arose, the boy Mohammed and I walked into the town, performed our second lapidation. Footnote 4. The ceremony, as the reader will have perceived, is performed by the Shafis on the 10th, the 11th, and the 12th of Zul-Hijjah. The Hanafis conclude their stoning on the 13th. The times vary with each day and differ considerably in religious efficacy. On the night of the 10th, our 9th, for instance, lapidation according to some authorities cannot take place. Others permit it with a sufficient reason. Between the dawn and sunrise it is makruh, or disapproved of. Between sunrise and the declination is the sunnat time, and therefore the best. From noon to sunset it is mubah, or permissible. The same is the case with the night, if a cause exist. On the 11th and 12th of Zul-Hijjah, lapidation is disapproved of from sunset to sunrise. The sunnat is from noon to sunset, and it is permissible at all other hours. The number of stones thrown by the Shafis is 49, viz. 7 on the 10th day, 7 at each pillar, total 21 on the 11th day, and the same on the 12th Zul-Hijjah. The Hanafis also throw 21 stones on the 13th, which raises their number to 70. The first 7 bits of granite must be collected at Muzdalifah. The rest may be taken from the Muna Valley, and all must be washed 7 times before being thrown. In throwing, the Hanafis attempt to approach the pillar, if possible, standing within reach of it. Shafis may stand at a greater distance, which should not, however, pass the limit of 5 cubits. End of footnote. And visited the coffee houses. The shops were closed early, but business was transacted in places of public resort till midnight. We entered the houses of numerous acquaintances, who accosted my companion and were hospitably welcomed with pipes and coffee. The first question always was, "Who is this pilgrim?" And more than once the reply, "An Afghan," elicited the language of my own country, which I could no longer speak. Of this phenomenon, however, nothing was thought. Many Afghans settled in India know not a word of Pushtu, and even above the passes many of the townspeople are imperfectly acquainted with it. The Meccans, in consequence of their extensive intercourse with strangers and habits of traveling, are admirable conversational linguists. They speak Arabic remarkably well, and with a volubility surpassing the most lively of our continental nations. Persian, Turkish, and Hindustani are generally known, and the Mutawifs, who devote themselves to various races of pilgrims, soon become masters of many languages. Returning homewards, we were called to a spot by the clapping of hands. Footnote 5. Here called Safk. It is mentioned by Herodotus and known to almost every Oriental people. The Badawin sometimes, though rarely, use a table or kettle drum. Yet amongst the Parda, or musical modes of the East, we find the Hijazi ranking with the Isfahani and the Iraqi. Southern Arabia has never been celebrated for producing musicians like the banks of the Tigris, to which we owe, besides castanets and cymbals, the guitar, the drum, and the lute, father of the modern harp. The name of this instrument is a corruption of the Arabic al-oud, Arabic text, through liutu and luth into lute. End of footnote. And the loud sound of song. We found a crowd of Bedouin surrounding a group engaged in their favorite occupation of dancing. The performance is wild in the extreme, resembling rather the hopping of bears than the inspirations of Terpsichore. The bystanders joined in the song, an interminable recitative as usual in the minor key, and Orientals are admirable timeists. It sounded like one voice. The refrain appeared to be la yaha, la yaha, to which no one could assign a meaning. At other times they sang something intelligible, for instance, Arabic, that is to say, "On the great festival day at Muna, I saw my Lord. I am a stranger amongst you, therefore pity me." This couplet may have, like the puerilities of certain modern and European poets, an abstruse and mystical meaning, to be discovered when the Arabs learn to write erudite essays upon nursery rhymes. The style of saltation, called rufaya, rivaled the song. The dancers raised both arms above their heads, brandishing a dagger, pistol, or some other small weapon. They followed each other by hops on one or both feet, sometimes indulging in the most demented leaps, whilst the bystanders clapped with their palms, a more enlivening measure. This, I was told, is especially their war dance. They have other forms which my eyes were not fated to see. Amongst the Badawin of Al-Hijaz, unlike the Somali and other African races, the sexes never mingle. The girls may dance together, but it would be disgraceful to perform in the company of men. After so much excitement, we retired to rest and slept soundly. On Friday the 12th, Zul-Hijjah, the camels appeared, according to order, at early dawn, and they were loaded with little delay. We were anxious to enter Mecca in time for the sermon, and I, for one, was eager to escape the now pestilential air of Muna. Literally, the land stank. 5,000 or 6,000 animals had been slain and cut up in this devil's punch bowl. I leave the reader to imagine the rest. The evil might be avoided by building abattoirs, or more easily still, by digging long trenches, and by ordering all pilgrims under pain of mulkt to sacrifice in the same place. Unhappily, the spirit of Al-Islam is opposed to these precautions of common sense. Inshallah and Kismat must take the place of prevention and of cure, and at Mecca, the headquarters of the faith, a desolating attack of cholera is preferred to the impiety of flying in the face of Providence, and the folly of endeavoring to avert inevitable decrees. Footnote 6. Note to third edition. Since this was written, there have been 2 deadly epidemics, which began, it is reported, at Muna. The victims, however, have never numbered 700,000, nor is each pilgrim required to sacrifice one animal at the shrine of Mohammed, as we find it in, quote, Cholera Prospects by Tilbury Fox, M.D., Hardwick. End of footnote. Mounting our camels, and led by Masud, we entered Muna by the eastern end, and from the litter through the remaining 21 stones. I could now see the principal lines of shops, and having been led to expect a grand display of merchandise, was surprised to find only mat booths and sheds stocked chiefly with provisions. The exit from Muna was crowded, for many, like ourselves, were flying from the revolting scene. I could not think without pity of those whom religious scruples detained another day and a half in this foul spot. After entering Mecca, we bathed, and when the noon drew nigh, we repaired to the harem for the purpose of hearing the sermon. Descending to the cloisters below the Bab al-Ziyada, I stood wonderstruck by the scene before me. The vast quadrangle was crowded with worshippers sitting in long rows, and everywhere facing the central black tower. The showy colors of their dresses were not to be surpassed by a garden of the most brilliant flowers, and such diversity of detail would probably not be seen massed together in any other building upon earth. The women, a dull and sombre-looking group, sat apart in their peculiar place. The Pasha stood on the roof of Zemzem, surrounded by guards in Nizam uniform, where the principal ulema stationed themselves. The crowd was thicker, and in the more auspicious spots naught was to be seen but a pavement of heads and shoulders. Nothing seemed to move but a few darweshis who, censer in hand, sidled through the rows and received the unsolicited alms of the faithful. Apparently in the midst, and raised above the crowd by the tall pointed pulpit whose gilt spire flamed in the sun, sat the preacher, an old man with snowy beard, the style of headdress called taylasan, footnote 7, a scarf thrown over the head, with one end brought round under the chin and passed over the left shoulder, composes the taylasan. End of footnote. Covered his turban, which was as white as his robes. Footnote 8. As late as Ibn Jaber's time, the preacher was habited from head to foot in black, and 2 muezzins held black flags fixed in rings on both sides of the pulpit, with the staves propped upon the first step. End of footnote. And a short staff supported his left hand. Footnote 9. Mr. Lane remarks that the wooden sword is never held by the preacher but in a country that has been won from infidels by the Muslims. Burckhardt more correctly traces the origin of the custom to the early days of Al-Islam, when the preachers found it necessary to be prepared for surprises. And all authors who, like Ibn Jaber, described the Meccan ceremonies mention the sword or staff. The curious reader will consult this most accurate of Muslim travelers, and a perusal of the pages will show that anciently the sermon differed considerably from and was far more ceremonious than the present khutbah. End of footnote. Presently he arose, took the staff in his right hand, pronounced a few inaudible words. Footnote 10. The words were, "Peace be upon ye, and the mercy of Allah and his blessings." End of footnote. And sat down again on one of the lower steps, while a muezzin at the foot of the pulpit recited the call to sermon. Then the old man stood up and began to preach. As the majestic figure began to exert itself, there was a deep silence. Presently a general Amin was intoned by the crowd at the conclusion of some long sentence, and at last, toward the end of the sermon, every third or fourth word was followed by the simultaneous rise and fall of thousands of voices. I have seen the religious ceremonies of many lands, but never, nowhere, aught so solemn, so impressive as this. End of chapter 31. Recording by Thelma Meyer, Brooklyn, New York.
Chapter 32 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage from Al-Madinah to Mecca by Richard Francis Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 32 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage from Al-Madinah to Mecca by Richard Francis Burton. Life at Mecca and the Umrah, or the Little Pilgrimage. My few remaining days at Mecca sped pleasantly enough. Umar Effendi visited me regularly, and arranged to accompany me furtively to Cairo. I had already consulted Muhammad Shaklibha, who suddenly appeared at Mina, having dropped down from Suez to Jeddah, and having reached Mecca in time for pilgrimage, about the possibility of proceeding eastward. The honest fellow's eyebrows rose till they almost touched his turban, and he exclaimed in a roaring voice, "Wallah, Effendi, thou art surely mad." Every day he brought me news of the different caravans. The Bedouin of Al-Hijaz were, he said, in a ferment caused by the reports of the holy war, want of money, and rumours of quarrels between the Sharif and the Pasha. Already they spoke of an attack upon Jeddah. Shaykh Masud, the camel-man, for whom I parted on the best of terms, seriously advised my remaining at Meccah for some months, even before proceeding to Sana'a. Others gave the same counsel. Briefly, I saw that my star was not in the ascendant, and resolved to reserve myself for more propitious conjuncture by returning to Egypt. The Turkish colonel and I had become as friendly as two men ignoring each other's speech could be. He had derived benefit from prescription, but like all his countrymen, he was pining to leave Meccah. [Footnote: No more than one quarter of the pilgrims who appear at Arafat go on to Al-Madinah. The expense, the hardships, and the dangers of the journey account for the smallness of the number. In theology it is jaiz, or admissible, to begin with the Prophet's place of burial, but those performing the Hajjat al-Islam are enjoined to commence at Meccah. Whilst the pilgrimage lasted, no malady came to trouble them, but with its excitement over, they could think of nothing but their wives and children. Long-drawn faces and continual sighs evidenced nostalgia. At last the house became a scene of preparation. Blue chinaware, basketed bottles of Zamzam water appeared standing in solid columns, and pilgrims occupied themselves in hunting for mementos of Meccah: ground plants, combs, balm, henna, toothsticks, aloe woods, turquoise, coral, and mother-of-pearl rosaries, shreds of Kiswa cloth, and fine abas, or cloaks of camel's wool. It was not safe to mount the stairs without shouting "Tariq!" out of the way at every step, on peril of meeting face to face some excited fair. [Footnote: When respectable married men live together in the same house, a rare occurrence except on journeys, this most ungallant practice of clearing the way is and must be kept up in the East. The lower floor was crowded with provision vendors, and the staple article of conversation seemed to be the chance of a steamer from Jeddah to Suez. Weary of the wrangling and chaffering of the hall below, I had persuaded my kind hostess, in spite of the surly skeleton that her brother was, partially to clear out a small store room in the first floor, and to abandon it to me between the hours of 10 and 4. During the heat of the day, clothing is unendurable at Meccah. The city is so compacted together by hills that even the Samum can scarcely sweep it. The heat reverberated by the bare rocks is intense, and the normal atmosphere of an Eastern town communicates a faint lassitude to the body and irritability to the mind. The houses, being unusually strong and well built, might by some art of their antidote be rendered cool enough in the hottest weather, but they are now ovens. [Footnote: I offer no lengthy description of the town of Meccah. Ali Bey and Burckhardt have already said all that requires saying. Although the origin of the Baytullah be lost in the glooms of past time, the city is a comparatively modern place, built at about A.D. 450 by Qusay and Quraysh. It contains about 30,000 to 45,000 inhabitants, with lodging rooms for at least treble that number, and the material of the houses is brick, granite, and sandstone from the neighbouring hills. The site is a winding valley on a small plateau half way below the Ghauts. Its utmost length is 2 miles and a half from Ma'daba at the north to the southern Mount Jiyad, and 3/4 of a mile would be the extreme breadth between Abu Qubays eastward, upon whose western slope the most solid mass of the town clusters, and Jabal Hindi westward of the city. In the centre of this line stands the Kaabah. I regret being unable to offer the reader a sketch of Meccah or of the great temple. The stranger who would do this should visit the city out of the pilgrimage season, and hire a room looking into the quadrangle of the Haram. This addition to our knowledge is more required, as our popular sketches, generally taken from Dusson, are utterly incorrect. The Kaabah is always a recognizable building, but the view of Meccah known to Europe is not more like Meccah than like Cairo or Bombay. It was my habit to retire immediately after the late breakfast to the little room upstairs, to sprinkle it with water, and to lie down on a mat. In the few precious moments of privacy, notes were committed to paper, but one eye was ever fixed on the door. Sometimes a patient would interrupt me, but a doctor is far less popular in Al-Hijaz than Egypt. The people, being more healthy, have less faith in physics. Shaykh Masud and his son had never tasted in their lives aught more medicinal than green dates and camel's milk. Occasionally the black slave girls came into the room, asking if the pilgrim wanted a pipe or a cup of coffee. They generally retired in a state of delight, attempting vainly to conceal with a corner of a tattered veil a grand display of ivory consequent upon some small and innocent facetiousness. The most frequent of my visitors was Abdullah, the Kabira's eldest son. This melancholy Jacques had joined our caravan at Al Himra on the Yambu road, accompanied us to Al-Madinah, lived there, and journeyed to Meccah with the Syrian pilgrimage. Yet he had not once come to visit me or his brother the boy Mohammed. When gently reproached for this omission, he declared it to be his way, that he never called upon strangers until sent for. He was the perfect Saudawi, or melancholist, in mind, manners, and personal appearance, and this class of humanity in the East is almost as uncomfortable to the household as the idiot of Europe. I was frequently obliged to share my meals with him, as his mother, though most filially and reverentially entreated, would not supply him with breakfast 2 hours after the proper time, or with a dinner served up 40 minutes before the rest of the household. Often, too, I had to curb by polite deprecation the impetuosity of the fiery old Kabira's tongue. Thus Abdullah and I became friends after a fashion. He purchased several little articles required, and never failed to pass hours in my closet, giving me much information about the country, deploring the laxity of Meccan morals, and lamenting that in these evil days his countrymen had forfeited their name at Cairo and Constantinople. His curiosity about the English in India was great, and I satisfied it by praising, as a Muslim would, their politique, their even-handed justice, and their good star. Then he would inquire into the truth of a fable extensively known on the shores of the Mediterranean and of the Red Sea. The English, it is said, sent a mission to Mohammed, inquiring into his doctrines, and begging that the heroic Khalid bin al-Walid might be sent to proselytize them. Footnote: it is curious that the Afghans should claim this Quraysh noble as their compatriot. On one occasion, when Khalid bin al-Walid was saying something in his native tongue, the Pushtu or Afghani, Muhammad remarked that assuredly that language was the peculiar dialect of the damned. As Khalid appeared to suffer from the observation, and to betray certain symptoms of insubordination, the Prophet condescended to comfort him by graciously pronouncing the words Ghashe linda raora, i.e., bring me my bow and arrows. Remarks on Dr. Dorn's Chrestomati of the Pushtu or Afghan language, translated Bombay Asiatic Society, 1848. End of footnote. Unfortunately, the envoys arrived too late. The Prophet's soul had winged its way to paradise. An abstract of the Moslem scheme was, however, sent to the Ingris, who declined, as the founder of the new faith was no more, to abandon their own religion. But the refusal was accompanied with expressions of regard. For this reason, many Moslems in Barbary and other countries hold the English to be people of the books, and the best inclined towards them. As regards the Prophet's traditions concerning the fall of his birthplace, and the thin calf from the Habash Abyssinian shall destroy the Kaabah, I was informed that towards the end of time a host will pass from Africa in such multitudes that a stone shall be conveyed from hand to hand between Jeddah and Meccah. This latter condition might easily be accomplished by 60,000 men, the distance being only 44 miles, but the citizens consider it to express a countless horde. Some pious Moslems have hoped that in Abdullah bin Zubayr's re-erection of the Kaabah the prophecy was fulfilled. Footnote: see the 9th building of the Kaabah described in chapter 4. End of footnote. The popular belief, however, remains that the fatal event is still in the womb of time. In a previous part of this volume I have alluded to similar evil presentiments which haunt the mind of Al-Islam, and the Christians, zealous for the propagation of his faith, may see in them an earnest of its still wider diffusion in future ages. Footnote: It requires not the ken of a prophet to foresee the day when political necessity will compel us to occupy in force the fountain head of Al Islam. Late in the afternoon I used to rise, perform ablution, and repair to the Haram, or wander about the bazaars till sunset. After this it was necessary to return home and prepare for supper, or dinner it would be called in the West. With the meal concluded, I used to sit for a time outside the street door in great dignity upon a broken backed black wood chair, traditionally said to have been left in the house by one of the princes of Delhi, smoking a shisha and drinking sundry cups of strong green tea, with a slice of lime, a fair substitute for milk. At this hour the seat was as in a theatre, but the words of the actor were of nature somewhat too feminine for a respectable public. After nightfall we either returned to the Haram or retired to rest. Our common dormitory was the flat roof of the house. Under each cot stood a water gugglet, and all slept, as must be done in the torrid lands, on and not in bed. I sojourned at Meccah but a short time, and, as usual with travellers, did not see the best specimens of the population. The citizens appeared to me more civilized and more vicious than those of Al-Madinah. They often leave home where small experience grows, and qui multum peregrinatur raro sanctificatur, or become a worldly wise, God-forgetting, and a mammonish sort of folk. طوف واسعى واعمل السبعة. Circumambulate and run between Safa and Marwa, and commit the 7 deadly sins, is a satire popularly levelled against them. Hence too the proverb, Al-Haram fil Haramain, evil dwelleth in the 2 holy cities. And no wonder, since plenary indulgence is so easily secured. Good acts done at Meccah are rewarded 100,000-fold in heaven. Yet it is not auspicious to dwell there. Umar informs us that an evil deed receives the punishment of 70. The pilgrim is forbidden, or rather dissuaded from abiding at Meccah after the rites, and wisely too. Great emotions must be followed by a reaction, and he who stands struck by the first aspect of Allah's house, after a few months, the marble waxing stale, sweeps past with indifference or something worse. There is, however, little at Meccah to offend the eye. As among certain nations further west, a layer of ashes overspreads the fire, the mine is concealed by a green turf fair to look upon. It is only when wandering by starlight through the northern outskirts of the town that citizens may be seen with light complexions and delicate limbs, coarse turbans and Egyptian woolen robes, speaking disguise and the purpose of disguise. No one within the memory of man has suffered the penalty of immorality. Spirituous liquors are no longer sold in shops as in Burckhardt's day. It must be remembered that my predecessor visited Meccah when the Egyptian army commanded by Muhammad Ali held the town. And some Arnaut officers assured me that they found considerable difficulty in smuggling flasks of Araqi from Jeddah. The Meccan is darker a man than the Medinite. The people explain this by the heat of the climate. I rather believe it to be caused by the number of female slaves that find their way into the market. Gallas, Swahilis, a few Somalis, and the Abyssinians are embarked at Suwakin, Zaila, Tajurra, and Berbera, carried in thousands to Jeddah, and the holy city has the pick of every batch. Thence the stream sets northwards, a small current towards Al-Madinah, and the main line to Egypt and Turkey. In another place I have ventured a few observations concerning the easy suppression of this traffic. Most Meccans have black concubines, and, as has been said, the appearance of the Sharif is almost that of a Negro. I did not see one handsome man in the holy city, although some of the women appeared to me beautiful. The male profile is high and bony, the forehead recedes, and the head rises unpleasantly towards the region of firmness. In most families, male children, when 40 days old, are taken to the Kaaba, prayed over, and carried home, where the barber draws with the razor 3 parallel gashes down the fleshy portion of each cheek, from the exterior angle of the eyes almost to the corners of the mouths. These mashali, as they are called, may be of modern date. Footnote: the art is called tashriq, or gashing. The body is also marked, but with smaller cuts, so that the child is covered with blood. Ali Bey was told by some Meccans that the face gashes served the purpose of phlebotomy, by others that they were signs that the scarred was the servant of Allah's house. He attributes this male gashing, like female tattooing, to coquetry. The citizens told me that the custom arose from the necessity of preserving children from the kidnapping Persians, and that it preserved as mark of the holy city. But its wide diffusion denotes an earlier origin. Muhammad expressly forbade his followers to mark the skin with scars. These beauty marks are common to the nations in the regions to the west of the Red Sea. The Barabara of Upper Egypt adorn their faces with scars exactly like the Meccans. The Abyssinians moxa themselves in hetacombs for fashion's sake. I have seen cheeks gashed, as in the Holy City, among the Gallas. Certain races of the Swahili trace around the head a corona of little cuts, like those of a cupping instrument. And to quote no other instances, some Somalis raise ghastly seams upon their chocolate-coloured skins. The citizens declare that the custom was unknown to their ancestors. I am tempted to assign to it a high antiquity, and cannot but attribute a pagan origin to a custom still prevailing, despite all the interdictions of the ulama. In point of figure, the Meccan is somewhat coarse and lymphatic. The ludicrous leanness of the outward man, as described by Ali Bey, survives only in the remnants of themselves belonging to a bygone century. The young men are rather stout and athletic, but in middle age, when man swills and swells, they are apt to degenerate into corpulence. The Meccan is a covetous spendthrift. His wealth, lightly won, is lightly prized. Pay, pension, stipends, presents, and the ikram here, as at Al-Madinah, supply the citizen with the means of idleness. With him everything is on the most expensive scale: his marriage, his religious ceremonies, and his household expenses. His house is luxuriously furnished, entertainments are frequent, and the junketings of his women make up a heavy bill at the end of the year. It is common practice for the citizen to anticipate the pilgrimage season by falling into the hands of the usurer. If he be in luck, he catches and skins one or more of the richest Hajis. On the other hand, should fortune fail him, he will feel for life the effect of interest running on at the rate of at least 50%, the simple and the compound forms of which are equally familiar to the wily Sarraf. Sayrafi, money changer; Sarraf is banker. The Indian Shroff is banker, money changer, and usurer. The most unpleasant peculiarities of the Meccans are their pride and coarseness of language. When speaking of the Meccans, I allude only to the section of society which fell under my observation, and that more extensive division concerning which I obtained notices that could be depended upon. Looking upon themselves as the cream of earth's sun, they resent with extreme asperity the least slighting word concerning the holy city and its denizens. They plume themselves upon their holy descent, their exclusion of infidels. The editor of Burckhardt's Travel in Arabia supposes that his Althor sect of light extinguishers were probably Parsees from Surat or Bombay. The mistake is truly ludicrous, for no pious Parsee will extinguish a light. Moreover, infidels are not allowed by law to pass the frontiers of the sanctuary. The sect alluded to is an obscure heresy in Central Asia, and concerning it the most improbable scandals have been propagated by the orthodox. Their strict fastings, their learned men, and the purity of their language. It is strange how travellers and linguists differ upon the subject of Arabic and its dialects. Niebuhr compares their relation to that of Provençal, Spanish, and Italian, whereas Lane declares the dialects to resemble each other more than those of some different countries in England. Herbin, or Grammar, draws a broad line between ancient and modern Arabic, but Hawkes, or Nachrichten von Marokos und Fez, asserts that the difference is not so great as is imagined. Perhaps the soundest opinion is that proposed by Clodius in his Arabic grammar, Dialecticus Arabum vulgaris tantum differt ab erudita, quantum Isocratis dictio ab hodierna lingua Graecia. But it must be remembered that the Arabs divide their spoken and even written language into two orders: the kalam wati, or vulgar tongue, sometimes employed in epistolary correspondence, and the nahwi, or grammatical and classical tongue. Every man of education uses the former, and can use the latter, and the Quran is no more a model of Arabic, as it is often assumed to be, than Paradise Lost is of English. Inimitable, but no man imitates them. In fact, their pride shows itself at every moment, but it is not the pride which makes a man too proud to do dirty work. My predecessor did not remark their scurrility. He seems, on the contrary, rather to commend them for respectability in this point. If he be correct, the present generation has degenerated. The Meccans appear to me distinguished, even in this foul-mouthed East, by the superior licentiousness of their language. Abuse was bad enough in the streets, but in the house it became intolerable. The Turkish pilgrims remarked, but they were too proud to notice it. The boy Mohammed and one of his tall cousins at last transgressed the limits of my endurance. They had been reviling each other vilely one day at the house door about dawn, when I administered the most open reprimand. In my country, Afghanistan, we hold this to be the hour of prayer, the season of good thoughts, when men remember Allah. Even the Kafir doth not begin the day with curses and abuse. The people around approved, and the offenders could not refrain from saying, "Thou hast spoken truth, O Effendi." Then the bystanders began as usual to improve the occasion. "See," they exclaimed, "this Sulaymani gentleman, he is not the son of a holy city, and yet he teaches you, ye the children of the Prophet, repent and fear Allah." To which they replied, "Verily we do repent, and Allah is a pardoner and the merciful," were silent for an hour, and then abused each other more foully than before. Yet it is a good point in the Meccan character that it is open to reason, it can confess itself in error, and it displays none of that doggedness of vice which distinguishes the sinner of a more stolid race. Like the people of southern Europe, the Semite is easily managed by jest. Though grave and thoughtful, he is by no means deficient in the sly wit which we call humour, and the solemn gravity of his words contrasts amusingly with his ideas. He particularly excels in the Cervantic art, the spirit of which, says Sterne, is to clothe low subjects in sublime language. In Mohammed's life we find that he by no means disdained a joke, sometimes a little hazard, as in the case of the paradise coveting old woman. The redeeming qualities of the Meccan are his courage, his bonhomie, his manly suavity of manners, his fiery sense of honour, his strong family affections, his near approach to what we call patriotism, and his general knowledge, the reproach of extreme ignorance which Burckhardt directs against the Holy City has long ago sped to the limbo of things that were. The dark half of the picture is formed by pride, bigotry, irreligion, greed of gain, immorality, and prodigal ostentation. Of the pilgrimage ceremonies I cannot speak harshly. It may be true that the rites of the Kaaba, emasculated of every idolatrous tendency, still hang a strange unmeaning shroud around the living theism of Al Islam. But what nation, neither in the West or in the East, has been able to cast out from its ceremonies every suspicion of its old idolatry? What are the English mistletoe, the Irish wake, the pardon of Brittany, the carnival, and the worship at Iserna? Better far to consider the Meccan pilgrimage rites in the light of evil worship turned into lessons of good, than to philosophize about their strangeness, and to blunder in asserting them to be insignificant. Even the Badawi circumambulating the Kaaba fortifies his wild belief by the fond thought that he treads the path of Allah's friend. At Arafat, the good Muslim worships in imitation of the pure Allah, Safiyullah, or Adam. And when hurling stones and curses at three senseless little buttresses which commemorate the appearance of a fiend, the materialism of the action gives to its sentiment all the strength and endurance of reality. The supernatural agencies of pilgrimage are carefully and sparingly distributed. The angels who restore the stones from Muna to Muzdalifah, the heavenly host whose opinions cause the Kaaba's veil to rise and wave, and the mysterious complement of the pilgrims total at the Arafat sermon, all belong to the category of spiritual creatures walking earth unseen, a poetical tenet not condemned by Christianity. The Meccans are, it is true, to be reproached with their open Mammon worship, at times and at places the most sacred and venerable, but this has no other effect upon the pilgrims than to excite disgust and open reprehension. Here, however, we see no such silly frauds as heavenly fire drawn from a phosphorus match, nor do two rival churches fight in the flesh with teeth and nails, requiring the contemptuous interference of an infidel power to keep around order. Here we see no fair dames staring with their glasses bracts at the head of the church, or supporting exhausted nature with the furtive sandwich, or carrying pampered curs, who too often will not be silent, or scrambling and squeezing to hear theatrical music, reckless of the fate of the old lady who on such occasion, there is always one, has been thrown down and cruelly trampled upon by the crowd. If the Meccan citizens are disposed to scoff at the wild Takruri, they do it not so publicly or shamelessly as the Roman jeering with a ribald jest at the fanaticism of strangers from the bogs of Ireland. Finally, at Mecca there is nothing theatrical, nothing that suggests the opera, but all is simple and impressive, filling the mind with a weight of awe not easy to be borne, and tending, I believe, after its own fashion, to good. As regards to the Meccan and Muslim belief that Abraham and his son built the Kaaba, it may be observed the Genetic account of the great patriarch has suggested to learned men the idea of two Abrahams, one the son of Terah, and one the son of Azar, the fire, a Prometheus who imported civilization and knowledge into Arabia from Hiram, the sacred center of Sabbaean learning. The legend that Abraham was the son of fire might have arisen from his birthplace, of the Chaldees. This whence the Latin uro, becomes in Persian hair, or in Arabic ir or ar. It explains the origin of orotalt better than by means of Allah Ta'ala. This word, variously spelled orotalt, orotalt, and orotal, the latter would be the masculine form in Arabic, is Urrat Ilat, or the goddess of fire, most probably the sun, Ash-Shams, which the Semites make a feminine. For begin translated Sonnengot, an error of gender, as the final consonant proves. The other deity of pagan Arabia, Alilat, is clearly Allat. May not definitions have supplied the word which still survives in Erin and in Ireland? Even so, they gave to the world the name of Britain, Britannique, Barrat al-Tanuqi, the land of tin. And I should more readily believe that Iran is the land of fire, and accept its derivation from Ir, or a man. Muslim historians all agree in representing Abraham as the star worshipper in youth, and Eusebius calls the patriarch a son of Athar, his father's name. therefore is no Arab invention. Whether Ishmael or his sire ever visited Mecca to build Kaaba is, in my humble opinion, an open question. The Jewish scripture informs us only that the patriarch dwelt at Beersheba and Gerar in the southwest of Palestine, without any allusion to the annual visit which Muslims declare he paid to their holy city. At the same time, Arab tradition speaks clearly and consistently upon the subject, and generally omits those miraculous and superstitious adjuncts which cast shadows of sore doubt upon the philosophic mind. The amount of risk which a stranger must encounter at the pilgrimage rites is still considerable. A learned orientalist and divine intimated his intention, in a work published a few years ago, of visiting Mecca without disguise. He was assured that the Turkish governor would now offer no obstacle to a European traveller. I would strongly dissuade a friend from making the attempt. It is true that the Frank is no longer, as in Captain Head's day, insulted when he ventures out of the Meccan gate of Jeddah. Footnote: Captain C.F. Head, author of Eastern and Egyptian Scenery, was pelted by the Bedouin as late as 1829 because he passed the eastern gate of Jeddah in Frankish dress. And that our vice consuls and travellers are allowed, on condition that their glands do not pollute the shrine, to visit Taif and the regions lying eastward of the holy city. Neither the Pasha nor the Sharif would, in these days, dare to enforce, in the case of an Englishman, the old law, a choice thrice offered between circumcision and death. But the first Badawi who caught sight of the Frank's hat would not deem himself a man if he did not drive a bullet through the wearer's head. At the pilgrimage season, disguise is easy on the account of the vast and varied multitudes which visit Mecca, exposing the traveller only to stand the buffet with knaves who smell of sweat. But woe to the unfortunate who happens to be recognized in public as an infidel, unless he could throw himself at once upon the protection of the government. Footnote: the best way would be to rush, if possible, into a house, and the owner would then, for his own interest as well as honour, defend the stranger till assistance could be procured. Amidst, however, a crowd of pilgrims whose fanaticism is worked up to the highest pitch, detection would probably ensure his dismissal at once. Al numero di piu. Those who find danger the salt of pleasure may visit Mecca, but if asked whether the result justifies the risk, I should reply in negative. And the vice consul at Jeddah would only do his duty in peremptorily forbidding European travellers to attempt Mecca without disguise, until the day comes when such steps can be taken in the certainty of not causing a mishap. An accident would not redound to our reputation, as we could not in justice revenge it. Footnote: future pilgrims must also remember that the season is gradually receding towards the heart of the hot weather. For the next 15 years, therefore, an additional risk will attend the traveller. On the 14th of Dhul Hijjah we started to perform the rite of Umrah, or little pilgrimage. After performing ablution and resuming the Ihram with the usual ceremonies, I set out accompanied by the boy Mohammed and his brother Abdullah, mounting asses which resembled mules in size and speed. Footnote: Pliny is certainly right about this useful quadruped and its congeners, the zebra and the wild ass, in describing it as animal frigors maxime impatiens. It degenerates in cold regions, unless, as in Afghanistan and Barbary, there be a long, hot and dry summer. Aden, Kutch, and Baghdad have fine breeds, whereas those of India and South Eastern Africa are poor and weak. The best and the highest price come from the Maghrib, and the second to them in ranks is the Egyptian race. At Mecca, careful feeding and kind usage transform the dull slave into an active and symmetrical friend of man. He knows his owner's kind voice, and if one of the two fast, it is generally the biped. The asses of the holy city are tall and plump, with sleek coats, generally ash or grey coloured, the eyes of deer, heads gracefully carried, an ambling gait, and extremely sure-footed. They are equal to great fatigue, and the stallions have been known in their ferocity to kill the groom. The prices varies from $25 to $150. We rode to the Haram and prayed there. Again remounting, we issued through the Bab al Safa towards the open country north east of the city. The way was crowded with pilgrims, on foot as well as mounted, and their loud labbaiks distinguished those engaged in Umrah from those whose business was with the camp of the Damascus caravan. At about half a mile from the city we passed on the left a huge heap of stones, where my companion stood and cursed. This grim looking cairn is popularly believed to note the place of the well where Abu Lahab laid an ambuscade for the Prophet. This wicked uncle stationed there a slave, with orders to throw headlong into the pit the first person who approached him, and privily persuaded his nephew to visit the spot at night. After a time, anxiously hoping to hear that the deed had been done, Abu Lahab incautiously drew nigh, and was precipitated by his own bravo into the place of destruction. [Footnote: Such is the popular version of the tale, which differs in some points from that recorded in books. Others declare that here in days gone by stood the house of another notorious malignant, Abu Jahl. Some again suppose that in this place a tyrannical governor of Meccah was summarily lynched by the indignant populace. The first two traditions, however, are favourites, the vulgar citizens as well as pilgrims loving to connect such places with the events of their early sacred history. Even in the 12th century we read that pilgrims used to cast stones at two cairns covering the remains of Abu Lahab and the beautiful Termagant his wife. Hence the well-known saying in Al-Islam, whoso diggeth a well for his brother shall fall into it himself. We added our quota of stones. Certain credulous authors have contrasted these heaps with the clear ground at Mina, for the purpose of a minor miracle. According to them, this cairn steadily grows, as may believed it would, and that, were it not for the guardian angels, the millions of little stones annually thrown at the devils would soon form a mass of equal magnitude. This custom of lapidation in token of hate is an ancient practice still common in the East, yet in some parts of Arabia stones are thrown at tombs as a compliment to the tenant. And in the Somali country, the places where it is said holy men sat receive the same doubtful homage. And proceeding, we saw the Jeddah road spanning the plain like a white ribbon. In front of us the highway was now lined with coffee tents, before which effeminate dancing boys performed to admiring Syrians. A small whitewashed bungalow, the place of the Emir al Hajj, lay on the left, and all around it clustered the motley encampment of his pilgrims. After cantering about 3 miles from the city, we reached the Alamain, or two pillars that limit the sanctuary, and a little beyond it is the small settlement popularly called Al-Umrah. It is called in books At-Tanim, bestowing plenty, a word which readers must not confound with the district of the same name in the province of Kaulan, made by Niebhur the Tumna or Thumna or Temna, capital of the Katabanites. Other authors apply At-Tanim to the spot where Abu Lahab is supposed to lie. There are two places called Al-Umrah near Meccah. The Kabir, or the Greater, is, I am told, in the Wadi Fatma, and the Prophet ordered Aisha and her sister to begin the ceremonies at that place. It is now visited by picnic parties, and those who would pray at the tomb of Maymuna, one of the Prophet's wives. Modern pilgrims commence always, I am told, at the Umrah al-Saghir, or the Lesser, which is about halfway nearer to the city. Dismounting here, we sat down on rugs outside a coffee tent to enjoy the beauty of the moonlight, and an hour of kayf in the sweet air of the desert. Presently the coffee tent keeper, after receiving payment, brought us water for ablution. This preamble over, we entered the principal chapel, an unpretending building, badly lighted, spread with dirty rugs, full of pilgrims, and offensively close. Here we prayed the Isha, or the night devotions, and then a 2-bow prayer in honour of the Ihram. Some assume the Ihram garb at this place. After which we distribute gratuities to the guardians and alms to the importunate beggars. And now I perceive the object of Abdullah's companionship. The melancholy man assured me that he had ridden out for love of me, and in order to perform as wakil or substitute a vicarious pilgrimage for my parents. Vainly I assured him that they had been strict in the exercise of their faith. He would take no denial, and I perceived that love of me meant love of my dollars. With a surly assent, he was at last permitted to act for the pious pilgrim Yusuf or Joseph bin Ahmad and Fatima bint Yunus, my progenitors. It was impossible to prevent smiling at contrast, as Abdullah, gravely raising his hands and in directing his face to the Kaaba, intoned, I do vow this ihram of Umrah in the name of Yusuf son of Ahmad and Fatima daughter of Yunus, then render it attainable unto them, and accept it of them. Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. Remounting, we galloped towards Meccah, shouting Labbaik, and halting at every half mile to smoke and drink coffee. In short time we entered the city, and repairing to the Haram by the Safa gate, performed the Tawaf or circumambulation of Umrah. After this dull round and necessary repose, we left the temple by the same exit, and mounting once more, we turned towards the Safa, which stands about 100 yards south east of the mosque, and as little deserves its name of mountain as do those that undulate the face of modern Rome. The Safa end is closed by a mean looking building, composed of 3 round arches, with a dwarf flight of stairs leading up to them out of a narrow road. Without dismounting, we wheeled our donkeys around. We had still the pretext of my injured foot. When the Sa'i rite is performed, as it should be, by a pedestrian, he mounts the step to about the height of a man, and then turns towards the temple. Left shoulders forward, no easy task in the crowd, and vainly striving to sight the Kaaba through the Bab al Safa, perform the Niyat or vow of the rite as Sa'i, or the running. I will not trouble the reader with the Niyat, which is the same as that is used in the Tawaf rite. After Tahleel, Takbir, and Talbiyat, we raised our hands in the supplicatory position, and twice repeated, There is no God but Allah alone, without partner. His is the kingdom, unto Him be praise. He giveth life and death. He is alive and perisheth not. In His hand is good, and He over all things is omnipotent. Almost every Mutawif, it must be remembered, has his own set of prayers. Then, with the donkey boys leading our animals, and a stout fellow preceding us with lantern and a quarter staff to keep off the running Badawin, camel men, and the riders of asses, we descended Safa and walked slowly down the street Al Masa towards Marwa. Safa means large hard rock. Marwa means hard white flints full of fire. During our descent we recited aloud, O Allah, cause me to act according to the Sunnat of Thy Prophet, and to die in his faith, and defend me from errors and disobedience by Thy mercy, O most merciful of the merciful. Arrived at what is called the Batn al-Wadi, belly of the valley, a place now denoted by the Alamain al-Akhdarain, or the 2 green pillars, one fixed in the eastern course of the Haram. In former times a devastating torrent used to sweep this place after the rains. The Fimara bed has now disappeared, and the pillars are used as landmarks. Galland observes that these columns are planted upon the place which supported Eve's knees, when, after 300 years of separation, she was found by Adam. The other in a house on the right side. This house is called Rubat al-Abbas. We began the running by urging our beasts. Here the prayer was, O Lord, pardon and pity, and pass over what Thou knowest, for Thou art the most dear, the most gracious. Save us from hell fire safely, and cause us safely to enter Paradise. O Lord, give us happiness here and happiness hereafter, and spare us the torture of the flames. At the end of this supplication we passed the Batn or lowest ground, whose farthest limits were marked by 2 other pillars. Here once stood As'af and Naila, the 2 idols, some say a man and a woman metamorphosed for operation in the temple. Again we began to ascend, repeating as we went, Verily, Safa and Marwa are 2 of the monuments of Allah. Whoso therefore pilgrimeth to the temple of Meccah, or performeth Umrah, it shall be no crime in him to run between them both. And as for him who voluntarily doeth a good deed, verily Allah is graceful and omniscient. Quran chapter 2. At length we reached Marwa, a little rise like Safa in the lower slope of Abu Qubays. The houses cluster in amphitheatre shape above it, and from the Mas'a, or the street below, a short flight of steps to a platform bounded on three sides like a tennis court by three walls without arches. The street, seen from above, was a bowstring curve. It is between 800 and 900 feet long, with high houses on both sides and small lanes branching from it. Ibn Jubayr gives 893 steps. Other authorities make the distance 780 short cubits, the size of an average man's forearm. At the foot of the platform we brought right shoulders forward, so as to face the Kaaba, and raising hands to ears, thrice exclaimed Allahu Akbar. This concluded the first course, and of these 7 composed the ceremonious Sa'i, or the running. There was a startling contrast to the origin of this ceremony, when the poor outcast on the cheerless wild, Arabia's parent, clasped her fainting child, as the Turkish infantry marched in European dress with sloped arms down the Mas'a to relieve guard. By the side of the half-naked running Badawin, they looked as if epochs, disconnected by long centuries, had met. A laxity too there was in the frequent appearances of dogs upon this holy and most memorial ground, which said little in favour of the religious strictness of the administration. The ceremony of running between Safa and Marwa is supposed to represent Hagar seeking water for her son. Usually pilgrims perform this rite in the morning of visiting the Kaaba. Our Sa'i ended at Mount Marwa. There we dismounted and sat outside the barber's shop, on the right hand of the street. He operated upon our heads, causing us to repeat, O Allah, this my forelock is in thy hand, then grant me for every hair a light on the resurrection day, O most merciful of the merciful. This and the paying for it constituted the fourth portion of the Umrah, or little pilgrimage. Throwing the skirt of our garments over our heads to show that our Ihram was now exchanged for the normal state, or the Ihlal, we cantered to the Haram, prayed there 2 bow prayer, and returned home not a little fatigued. Chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 33 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. Places of pious visitation at Meccah. The traveller has little work at the holy city. With exceptions of Jabal Nur and Jabal Thawr, all the places of pious visitation lie inside or close outside the city. Jabal Nur, or Jabal Hira, has been mentioned before. Jabal Thawr rises at some distance to the south of Mecca, and contains the celebrated cave in which Muhammad and Abu Bakr took refuge during the flight. It is well worth the while to ascend Abu Qubays, not so much to inspect the Makan al-Hajar and the Shaq al-Qamar. The tradition of these places is related by every historian. The former is the repository of the Black Stone during the Deluge; the latter, splitting of the moon, is the spot where the Prophet stood when, to convert the idolatrous Quraysh, he caused half the orb of the night to rise from behind Abu Qubays, and the other from Jabal Qayqa'an on the western horizon. This silly legend appears unknown to Muhammad's day. As to obtain an excellent bird's eye view of the Haram and the parts adjacent. The pilgrimage season, strictly speaking, concluded this year on the 17th of September, or 13th of Dhul Hijjah, at which time travellers began to move towards Jeddah. Those who purposed visiting Al-Madinah would start about 3 weeks afterwards, and many who had leisure intended witnessing the Muharram ceremonies at Mecca. The boy Mohammed had applied himself sedulously to commerce after his return home, and had actually been seen by Shaykh Nur sitting at a shop and selling small curiosities. With my plenary consent I was made over to Abdullah, his brother. On the morning of the 15th of Dhul Hijjah, 19th of September, he hired 2 asses and accompanied me as guide to the holy places. Mounting our animals, we followed the road before described to the Jannat al-Ma'la, the sacred cemetery of Mecca. A rough wall with a poor gateway encloses a patch of barren and grim looking ground, at the foot of a chain which bounds the city's western suburb, and below Al-Aqaba, the gap through which Khalid bin al-Walid entered Mecca with the triumphant Prophet. This is the local tradition. It does not agree with authentic history. Muir, in Life of Muhammad, Volume 4, page 126, reminds me that Khalid and his Bedouin attacked the citizens of Mecca without the Prophet's leave, but after the attack he may have followed in his leader's train. Inside are a few ignoble whitewashed domes. All are of modern construction, for here, as at Al-Baqi' further north, the Wahhabis indulged their levelling propensities. The reason of their vandalism has been noticed in a previous volume. The rest of the ground shows some small enclosures belonging to particular houses, equivalent to our family vaults, and the ruins of humble tombs lying in confusion, whilst a few parched alloys spring from between the bricks and stones. The alloy here, as in Egypt, is hung, like the dried crocodile, over houses as talisman against evil spirits. Burckhardt assigns, as a motive for it being planted in graveyards, that its name Sabir denotes the patience with which the believer awaits the last day; and Lane remarks, the alloy thus hung over the door without earth and water will live several years and even blossom, hence it is called Sabir, which signifies patience. In India it is hung up to prevent mosquitoes entering a room. I believe the superstition to be a fragment of African fetishism. The Gallas, to the present day, plant always on graves, and supposes that when the plant sprouts, the deceased has been admitted into the gardens of Waq, the Creator. Ideas breed vocables, but seldom, except among rhymesters, does the vocable give birth to a popular idea, and in Arabic, Sabr as well as Sabr is the name for alloy. The cemetery is celebrated in local history. Here the body of Abdullah bin Zubayr was exposed by the order of Hajjaj bin Yusuf, and the number of saints buried in it has been so numerous that even the 12th century may have fallen into oblivion. It is visited by the citizens on Fridays and by women on Thursdays, to prevent the meeting of sexes, which in the East is so detrimental to public decorum. I shall be sparing in my description of the Ma'la ceremonies, as the prayers, prostrations, and supplications are almost identical with those performed at Al-Baqi'. After a long supplication, pronounced standing at the doorway, we entered and sauntered about the burial ground. On the left of the road stood an enclosure which, according to Abdullah, belonged to his family. The door and stone slabs, being valuable to the poor, had been removed, and the graves of his forefathers appeared to have been invaded by the jackal. He sighed, recited a Fatiha with tears in his eyes, and hurried me away from the spot. The first dome which we visited covered the remains of Abd al-Rahman, the son of Abu Bakr, one of the worthies of Al-Islam, equally respected by Sunni and by Shia. The tomb was a simple catafalque spread with the usual cloth. After performing our devotions at this grave, and distributing a few piastres to the guardians and beggars, we crossed the main path, and found ourselves at the door of the cupola, beneath which sleeps the venerable Khadijah, Muhammad's first wife. The tomb was covered with a green cloth, and the walls of the little building were decorated with written specimens of religious poetry. A little beyond it we were shown into another dome, the resting place of Sitti Amina, the Prophet's mother. Burckhardt mentions the tomb of Umna, the mother of Amna, in the Ma'la at Mecca, and all the Ciceroni agree about the locality. Yet historians place it at Abwa, where she gave up the ghost after visiting Al-Madinah to introduce her son to his relations. And the learned believe that the Prophet refused to pray over or to intercede for his mother, she having died before Al-Islam was revealed. Burckhardt chronicles its ill usage by the fanatic Wahhabis. It has now been rebuilt in that frugal style that characterizes the architecture of Al-Hijaz. An exceedingly garrulous old woman came to the door, invited us in, and superintended our devotions, at the end of which she sprinkled rose water upon my face. When asked for a cool draught, she handed me a metal saucer whose contents smelled strongly of mastic, earnestly directing me to drink it in a sitting posture. This tomb, she informed us, is the property of a single woman, who visits it every evening, receives the contributions of the faithful, prays, sweeps the pavement, and dusts the furniture. We left 5 piastres for this respectable maiden, and gratified the officious crone with another shilling. She repaid us by signalling to some score of beggars that a rich pilgrim had entered the Ma'la, and their importunities fairly drove me out of the hallowed walls. Leaving the Jannat al-Ma'la, we returned towards the town, and halted on the left side of the road, at a mean building called the Masjid al-Jinn, Mosque of the Jinni. Here was revealed the 72nd chapter of the Al-Quran, called after the name of the mysterious fire drakes who paid fealty to the Prophet. Descending a flight of steps, for this mosque, like all ancient localities at Meccah, is as much below as above ground, we entered a small apartment containing water pots for drinking, and all the appurtenances of ablution. In it is shown the Mawda' al-Khat, place of the writing, where Muhammad wrote a letter to Abu Mas'ud after the homage of the Jinnis. A second and interior flight of steps led to another diminutive oratory, where the Prophet used to pray and receive the Archangel Gabriel. Having performed a pair of bows which caused the perspiration to burst forth as if in a Russian bath, I paid a few piastres and issued from the building with much satisfaction. We had some difficulty in urging our donkeys through the crowded street called Zakak al-Hajar. Presently we arrived at the Bayt al-Nabi, the Prophet's old house, in which he lived with Sitt Khadijah. Here, says Burckhardt, the Lady Fatima first saw light, and here, according to Ibn Jubayr, Al-Hasan and Al-Husayn were born. Burckhardt calls it Mawlid Sittana Fatima, but the name Qubbat al-Wahi, applied by my predecessor to this locality, is generally made synonymous with Al-Mukhtaba, the hiding place, where the Prophet and his followers used to pray in dangerous times. Dismounting at the entrance, we descended a deep flight of steps, and found ourselves in a spacious hall, vaulted, and for better appearance than most of the sacred edifices at Meccah. In the centre, a well railed round, stood a closet of rich green and gold stuffs, in shape not unlikely an umbrella tent. A surly porter guarded the closed door, which some respectable people vainly attempted to open by honeyed words. A whisper from Abdullah solved the difficulty. I was directed to lie at full length upon my stomach, and to kiss a black looking stone, said to be the lower half of the Lady Fatima's quern, fixed at the bottom of a basin of some material. So loose is the local tradition that some have confounded this quern with the Nataq al-Nabi, the stone which God gave speed to the Prophet. Thence we repaired to a corner, and recited a 2 bow at the place where the Prophet used to pray the Sunnah and the Nafilah, or supererogatory devotions. He would, of course, pray the Fard, or obligatory devotions, at the shrine. Again remounting, we proceeded at a leisurely pace homewards, and on the way passed through the principal slave market. It is a large street roofed with matting, and full of coffee houses. The merchandise sat in rows, parallel with the walls. The prettiest girls occupied the highest benches; below were the plainer sort, and the lowest of all the boys. They were all gaily dressed in pink and other light coloured muslins, with transparent veils over their heads; and whether from the effect of such unusual splendour, or from the reaction succeeding their terrible land journey and sea voyage, they appeared to be perfectly happy. laughing loudly, talking unknown tongues, and quizzing purchasers, even during the delicate operation of purchasing. There were some pretty Gallas, douse looking Abyssinians, and Africans of various degrees of hideousness, from the half Arab Somal to the baboon like Swahili, the highest price of which I could hear was £60. And here I matured a resolve to strike, if favoured by fortune, a death blow at the trade which is eating into the vitals of industry in Eastern Africa. The reflection was pleasant. The idea that the humble Haji, contemplating the scene from his donkey, might become the instrument of the total abolition of this pernicious traffic. [Footnote: About a year since the writing above, a firman was issued by the Porte, suppressing the traffic from Central Africa. Hitherto we have respected slavery in the Red Sea because the Turk thence drew his supplies. We are now destitute of an excuse. A single steamer would destroy the trade, and if we delay to take active measures, the people of England, who have spent millions in keeping up a West African squadron, will not hold us guiltless of negligence. Note to the second edition. The slave trade has, since these remarks were penned, been suppressed with a high hand. The Arabs of Al-Hijaz resented the measure by disowning the supremacy of the Porte, but they were soon reduced to submission. What would have become of that pilgrim had the crowd in the slave market guessed his intentions? Passing through the large bazaar called Suq al-Layl, I saw the palace of Mohammed bin Aun, quondam prince of Meccah. It has a certain look of rude magnificence, the effect of huge hanging balconies scattered in profusion over lofty walls, clairvoies of brickwork, and, of course, various coloured stones. The owner is highly popular among the Badawin, and feared by the citizens on account of his fierce looks, courage, and treachery. They describe him to me as vir bonus bene strangulando perutus. But Mr. Cole, who knew him personally, gave him a high character for generosity and freedom from fanaticism. He seems to have some idea of the state which should hedge in a ruler. His palaces at Mecca, and that now turned into a Wakala at Jeddah, are the only places in the country that can be called princely. He is now state prisoner at Constantinople, and the Badawin pray in vain for his return. [Footnote: The prince was first invested with the Sharifat by Muhammad Ali of Egypt in A.D. 1827, when Yahya fled after stabbing his nephew in the Kaaba to the Banu Harb Badawin. He was supported by Ahmad Pasha of Mecca with a large army, but after the battle of Taraba, in which Ibrahim Pasha was worsted by the Badawin, Muhammad bin Aun, accused of acting as Sila, was sent in honourable bondage to Cairo. He again returned to Mecca, where the rapacity of his eldest son Abdullah, who would rob pilgrims, caused fresh misfortunes. In A.D. 1856, when Abdul Muttalib was appointed Sharif, the Pasha was ordered to send bin Aun to Stambul. No easy task. The Turk succeeded by a manoeuvre. Muhammad's two sons, appearing to be at Jeddah, were invited to inspect a man of war, and were there made prisoners. Upon this the father yielded himself up, although it is said the flashing of the Badawi's sabre during his embarkation made the Turks rejoice that they had won the day by statecraft. The wild men of Al-Hijaz still sing songs in honour of this Sharif. Note to the second edition. Early in 1856, when the Sharif Abdul Muttalib was deposed, Muhammad bin Aun was sent from Constantinople to quiet the insurrection caused by the new slave laws in Al-Hijaz. In a short space of time he completely succeeded. The other places of pious visitation at Mecca are briefly these: 1. Natq al-Nabi, a small oratory in Zuqaq al-Hajar. It derives its name from the following circumstance. As the Prophet was knocking at the door of Abu Bakr's shop, a stone gave him Godspeed, and told him that the master was not home. The wonderful mineral is of reddish black colour, about a foot in dimension, and fixed in the wall somewhat higher than a man's head. There are servants attached to it, and the street sides are spread as usual with the napkins of importunate beggars. 2. Mawlid al-Nabi, or the Prophet's birthplace. The 12th of Rabi' al-Awwal, or Muhammad's birthday, is here celebrated with great festivities, feasts, prayers, and perusals of the Quran. These Mawlids, or ceremonies of nativity, are by no means limited to a single day in a year. End of footnote. It is a little chapel in the Suq al-Layl, not far from Muhammad bin Awn's palace. It is below the present level of the ground, and the centre is a kind of tent, concealing it is said, a hole in the floor, upon which Amina sat to be delivered. 3. In the quarter Sha'b Ali, near the Mawlid al-Nabi, is the birthplace of Ali, another oratory below the ground. Here, as in the former place, a Mawlid and a Ziyarah are held on the anniversary of the lion's birth. 4. Near Khadija's house and the Nataq al-Nabi is a place called Al-Muttaka, from a stone against which the Prophet leaned when worn out with fatigue. It is much visited by devotees, and some declare that on one occasion the father of lies appeared to the Prophet in the form of an elderly man, and tempted him to sin by asserting that the mosque prayers were over. This stone, disclosing the fraud, caused the fiend to flee. 5. Mawlid Hamza, a little building at the old Bab Umrah, near the Shabayqi cemetery. Here was the Bazan, or the channel down which the Ain Hunain ran into the Birkat Majid, and many authorities doubt that Hamza was born at this place. Footnote. The reader is warned that I did not see the 5 places above enumerated. The Ciceronian books mention 12 other visitations, several of which are known only by name. 1. Al-Mukhtaba, or the hiding place, alluded to in the preceding pages. Its locality is the subject of debate. 2. Dar al-Khayzaran, where the Prophet prayed secretly till the conversion of Umar enabled him to dispense with concealment. 3. Mawlid Umar, or Umar's birthplace, mentioned in books as being visited by devotees in the 14th of Rabi' al-Awwal of every year. 4. Abu Bakr's house near Nataq al-Nabi. It is supposed to have been destroyed in the 12th century. 5. Mawlid Ja'far al-Tayyar, near the Shabayqi cemetery. 6. Al-Mada, an oratory, also called Nafas al-Ard, because here creation began. 7. Dar al-Hijra, where Muhammad and Abu Bakr mounted for the flight. 8. Masjid al-Raya, where the Prophet planted his flag when Mecca surrendered. 9. Masjid al-Shajara, a spot at which Muhammad caused the tree to advance and to retire. 10. Masjid Jarana, where Muhammad clad himself in the pilgrim garb. It is still visited by some Persians. 11. Masjid Ibrahim, or Abu Qubays. 12. Masjid Dhu Tawa. End of footnote. The reader must now be as tired of pious visitations as I was. Before leaving Mecca, I was urgently invited to dine by old Ali bin Yasin the Zamzami, a proof that he entertained inordinate expectations, excited, it appeared, by the boy Muhammad, for the simple purpose of exalting his own dignity. One day we were hurriedly summoned about 3 p.m. to the senior's house, a large building at Zuqqaq al-Hajar. We found it full of pilgrims, amongst whom we had no trouble to recognize our fellow travellers, the quarrelsome old Arnaut and his impudent slave boy. Ali met us upon the staircase, and conducted us into an upper room, where we sat upon divans, and with pipes and coffee prepared for dinner. Presently the semicircle arose to receive a eunuch, who lodged somewhere in the house. He was a person of importance, being the guardian of some dames of high degree at Cairo and Constantinople. The highest place and the best pipe were unhesitatingly offered to and accepted by him. He sat down with dignity, answered diplomatically certain mysterious questions about the dames, and applied his blubber lips to a handsome mouthpiece of lemon-coloured amber. It was a fair lesson of humility for a man to find himself ranked beneath this high-shouldered, spindle-shanked, beardless bit of neutrality, and as such I took it duly to heart. The dinner was served up in a Siniyah, a plated copper tray about 6 feet in circumference, and handsomely ornamented with arabesques and inscriptions. Under this was the usual kursi, or stool, composed of mother-o'-pearl facets set in sandalwood, and upon it a well-tinned and clean-looking service of the same material as the Siniyah. We began with a variety of stews, stews with spinach, stews with bamia or hibiscus, and rich vegetable stews. These being removed, we dipped hands in biryani, a meat pilau abounding in clarified butter; keema, finely chopped meat; warak mahshi, vine leaves filled with chopped and spiced mutton and folded into small triangles; kabab, or bits of roti spitted in mouthfuls upon a splinter of wood, together with a salata of the crispest cucumber, and various dishes of watermelon cut into squares. Bread was represented by the Eastern scone, but it was of superior flavour and far better than the ill-famed chapati of India. Our drink was water perfumed with mastic. After the meat came a kunafa, fine vermicelli sweetened with honey and sprinkled with powdered white sugar; several stews of apple and quinces; muhallabiyah, a thin jelly made of rice, flour, milk, starch, and a little perfume, together with squares of raha, a confiture highly prized in these regions because it comes from Constantinople. [Footnote: Familiar to Rahat al-Hulqum, the pleasure of the throat, a name which has sorely puzzled our tourists. This sweetmeat would be pleasant had it not smelled so strongly of the perruquier's shop. Rosewater tempts to many culinary sins in the East, and Europeans cannot dissociate it from the idea of a lotion. However, if a guest is to be honoured, rosewater must often take the place of the pure element, even in tea. The dinner concluded with a pilau of rice and butter, for the easier discussion of which we were provided with carved wooden spoons. Arabs ignore the delightful French art of prolonging dinner. After washing your hands, you sit down, throw an embroidered napkin over your knees, and with a Bismillah by the way of grace, plunge your hand into the attractive dish, changing ad libitum, occasionally sucking your finger tips as boys do lollipops, and varying that diversion by cramming a chosen morsel into a friend's mouth. When your hunger is satisfied, you do not sit for your companions. You exclaim Alhamd, edge away from the tray, wash your hands and mouth with soap, display signs of repletion, otherwise you will be pressed to eat more. Seize your pipe, sip your coffee, and take your kef. Nor is it customary in these lands to sit together after dinner. The evening prayer cuts short the séance. Before we rose to take leave of Ali bin Yasin, a boy ran into the room and displayed those infantine civilities which in the East are equivalent to begging a present. I slipped $1 into his hand, at the sight of which he, the veritable little Meccan, would not contain his joy. A riyal! He exclaimed. A riyal! Look, grandpa, the good Effendi has given me a riyal. The old gentleman's eyes twinkled with emotion. He saw how easily the coin had slipped from my fingers, and he fondly hoped that he had not seen the last piece. Verily, thou art a good young man, he ejaculated, adding fervently, as prayers cost nothing, May Allah further all thy desires. A gentle patting of the back evidenced his high approval. I never saw old Ali after that evening, but entrusted to the boy Mohammed what was considered a just equivalent for his services. Chapter 34.
Chapter 34 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. Chapter 34. To Jeddah. A general plunge into worldly pursuits and pleasures announced the end of the pilgrimage ceremonies. All the devotees were now whitewashed. The book of their sins was a tabula rasa. Too many of them lost no time in making a new departure down south, and in opening a fresh account. The faith must not bear the blame of the irregularities. They may be equally observed in the Calvinist, after a Sunday of prayer, sinning through Monday with a zest, and the Romanist falling back with new fervour upon the causes of his confession and penance, as in the Moslem, who washes his soul clean by running and circumambulation. And in fairness it must be observed that, as amongst Christians, so in the Moslem persuasion, there are many notable exceptions to this rule of extremes. Several of my friends and acquaintances date their reformation from their first sight of the Kaaba. The Muslims' Holy Week over, nothing detained me at Mecca. For reasons before stated, I resolved upon returning to Cairo, resting there for a while, and starting a second time for the interior, via Muwayla. Footnote: this second plan was defeated by bad health, which detained me in Egypt till return to India became imperative. End footnote. The Meccans are as fond of little presents as are nuns. The Kabira took an affectionate leave of me, begged me to be careful of her boy, who was to accompany me to Jeddah, and laid friendly but firm hands upon a brass pestle and mortar upon which she had long cast the eye of concupiscence. Having hired 2 camels for 35 piastres, and paid half the sum in advance, I sent on my heavy boxes with Sheikh, now Haji Nur, to Jeddah. Footnote: the usual hire is 30 piastres, but in the pilgrimage season $1 is often paid. The hire of an ass varies from 1 to 3 rials. End footnote. Omar Effendi was to wait at Mecca till his father had started, in command of the dromedary caravan, when he would privily take ass, join me at the port, and return to his beloved Cairo. I bade a long farewell to all my friends, embraced the Turkish pilgrims, and mounting our donkeys, the boy Mohammed and I left the house. Abdullah the Melancholy followed us on foot through the city, and took leave of me, though without embracing, at the Shabaiki quarter. Issuing into the open plain, I felt a thrill of pleasure, such joy as only the captive delivered from his dungeon can experience. The sunbeams warmed me into renewed life and vigour, the air of the desert was a perfume, and the homely face of nature was as the smile of a dear old friend. I contemplated the Syrian caravan, lying on the right of our road, without any of the sadness usually suggested by a parting look. It is not my intention minutely to describe the line down which we travelled that night. The pages of Burckhardt give full information about the country. Leaving Mecca, we fell into the direct road running south of Wadi Fatima, and traversed for about an hour a flat surrounded by hills. Then we entered a valley by a flight of rough stone steps, dangerously slippery and zigzag, intended to facilitate the descent for camels and for laden beasts. About midnight we passed into a hill-girt wadi, here covered with deep sands, there hard with gravelly clay, and finally, about dawn, we sighted the maritime plain of Jeddah. Shortly after leaving the city, our party was joined by other travellers, and towards evening we found ourselves in force, the effect of an order that pilgrims must not proceed singly upon this road. Coffee-houses and places of refreshment abounding, we halted every 5 miles to refresh ourselves and the donkeys. Footnote: besides the remains of those in ruins, there are on this road 8 coffee-houses and stations for travellers, private buildings, belonging to men who supply water and other necessaries. End footnote. At sunset we prayed near a Turkish guard-house, where one of the soldiers kindly supplied me with water for ablution. Before nightfall I was accosted in Turkish by a one-eyed old fellow who, quote, with faded brow, entrenched with many a frown and conic beard, end quote, and habited in unclean garments, was bestriding a donkey as faded as himself. When I shook my head, he addressed me in Persian. The same manoeuvre made him try Arabic. Still he obtained no answer. Then he grumbled out good Hindustani. That also failing, he tried successively Pushtu, Armenian, English, French, and Italian. At last I could keep a stiff lip no longer. At every change of dialect his emphasis, beginning with "Then who the d are you?" became more emphatic. I turned upon him in Persian, and found that he had been a pilot, a courier, and a servant to Eastern tourists, and that he had visited England, France, and Italy, the Cape, India, Central Asia, and China. We then chatted in English, which Haji Akif spoke well, but with all manner of curious phrases. Haji Abdullah so badly that he was counselled a course of study. It was not a little strange to hear such phrases as "Komt Neddy" and "Crenon d'un Baudet" almost within earshot of the tomb of Ishmael, the birthplace of Mohammed and the sanctuary of Al-Islam. About 8 p.m. we passed the Alamein, which define the sanctuary in this direction. They stand about 9 miles from Mecca, and near them are a coffee house and a little oratory, popularly known as the Sabil Aga Almas. On the road, as night advanced, we met long strings of camels, some carrying litters, others huge beams, and others bales of coffee, grain, and merchandise. Sleep began to weigh heavily upon my companion's eyelids, and the boy Mohammed hung over the flank of his donkey in a most ludicrous position. About midnight we reached a mass of huts called Al-Hada. Ali Bey places it 8 leagues from Jeddah. At the boundary, which is considered to be the halfway halting place, pilgrims must assume the religious garb. Footnote: in Ibn Jubair's time, the ihram was assumed at Il-Furain, now a decayed station, about 2 hours' journey from Al-Hada towards Jeddah. End footnote. And infidels travelling to Taif are taken off the Meccan road into one leading northward to Arafat. The settlement is a collection of huts and hovels, built with sticks and reeds, supporting brushwood and burnt and blackened palm leaves. It is maintained for supplying pilgrims with coffee and water. Travellers speak with horror of its heat during the day. Ali Bey, who visited it twice, compares it to a furnace. Here the country slopes gradually towards the sea, the hills draw off, and every object denotes departure from the Meccan plateau. At Al-Hada we dismounted for an hour's halt. A coffee house supplied us with mats, water pipes, and other necessaries. We then produced a basket of provisions, the parting gift of the kind Kabira, and, this late supper concluded, we lay down to doze. After half an hour's halt had expired, and the donkeys were saddled, I shook up with difficulty the boy Mohammed, and induced him to mount. He was, to use his own expression, dead from sleep, and we had scarcely advanced an hour, when, arriving at another little coffee house, he threw himself upon the ground, and declared it impossible to proceed. This act caused some confusion. The donkey boy was a pert little Badawi, offensively republican in manner. He had several times addressed me impudently, ordering me not to flog his animal, or to hammer its sides with my heels. On these occasions he received a contemptuous snub, which had the effect of silencing him. But now, thinking we were in his power, he swore that he would lead away the beasts, and leave us behind to be robbed and murdered. A pinch of the windpipe and a spin over the ground altered his plans at the outside of execution. He gnawed his hand with impotent rage, and went away, threatening us with the governor of Jeddah next morning. Then an Egyptian of the party took up the thread of remonstrance, and, aided by the old linguist, who said in English, "By God, you must budge, you'll catch it here," he assumed a brisk and energetic style, exclaiming, "Yalla, rise and mount, thou art only losing our time, thou dost not intend to sleep in the desert." I replied, "O my uncle, do not exceed in talk." Fuzul, excess, in Arabic, is equivalent to telling a man in English not to be impertinent, rolled over on the other side heavily, as doth Enceladus, and pretended to snore, whilst the cowed Egyptian urged the others to make us move. The question was thus settled by the boy Mohammed, who had been aroused by the dispute. "Do you know," he whispered in awful accents, "what that person is?" And he pointed to me. "Why, no," replied the others. "Well," said the youth, "the other day the Uteba showed us death in the Zariba Pass, and what do you think he did?" "Wallah, what do we know?" exclaimed the Egyptian. "What did he do?" "He called for his dinner," replied the youth, with a slow and sarcastic emphasis. That trait was enough. The others mounted and left us quietly to sleep. I have been diffuse in relating this little adventure, which is characteristic, showing what bravado can do in Arabia. It also suggests a lesson, which every traveller in these regions should take well to heart. The people are always ready to terrify him with frightful stories, which are the merest phantoms of cowardice. The reason why the Egyptian displayed so much philanthropy was that, had one of the party been lost, the survivors might have fallen into trouble. But in this place we were, I believe, despite the declarations of our companions that it was infested with Turpins and Fra Diavolos, as safe as in Mecca. Every night during the pilgrimage season, A troop of about 50 horsemen patrol the roads. We were all armed to the teeth, and our party looked too formidable to be cruelly beaten by a single footpad. Our nap concluded, we remounted and resumed the weary way down a sandy valley in which the poor donkeys sank fetlock deep. At dawn we found our companions halted and praying at the Kahwat Turki, another little coffee-house. Here an exchange of what is popularly called chaff took place. "Well," cried the Egyptian, "what have you gained by halting? We've been quiet here, praying and smoking for the last hour." "Go, eat thy buried beans." [Footnote: The favourite Egyptian kitchen, held to be contemptible food by the Arabs. End footnote. We replied, "What does an Egyptian boor know of manliness?" The surly donkey boy was worked up into a paroxysm of passion by such small jokes as telling him to convey our salams to the governor of Jeddah, and by calling the asses after the name of his tribe. He replied by foul unmannered scurril taunts, which only drew forth fresh derision, and the coffee-house keeper laughed consumedly, having probably seldom entertained such funny gentlemen. Shortly after leaving the Kahwat Turki, we found the last spur of the highlands that sink into the Jeddah plain. This view would for some time be my last of "infamous hills and sandy perilous wilds," and I contemplated it with the pleasure of one escaping from it. Before us lay the usual iron flat of these regions, whitish with salt and tawny with stones and gravel, but relieved and beautified by the distant white walls whose canopy was the lovely blue sea. Not a tree, not a patch of verdure was in sight. Nothing distracted our attention from the sheet of turquoises in the distance. Merrily the little donkeys hobbled on in spite of their fatigue. Soon we distinguished the features of the town, the minarets, the fortifications, so celebrated since their honeycombed guns beat off in 1817 the thousands of Abdullah bin Saud, the Wahhabi, and a small dome outside the walls. Footnote: In 1817 Abdullah bin Saud attacked Jeddah with 50,000 men, determining to overthrow its Kafir works, namely, its walls and towers. The assault is described as ludicrous. All the inhabitants aided to garrison. They waited till the wild men flocked about the place, crying, "Come, and let us look at the labours of the infidel." They then let fly, and raked them with matchlock balls and old nails acting grape. The Wahhabi host at last departed, unable to take a place which a single battery of our smallest siege guns would breach in an hour. And since that day the Meccans have never ceased to boast of their Gibraltar, and to taunt the Madinites with their wall-less port, Yambu. End footnote. The sun began to glow fiercely, and we were not sorry when, at about 8 a.m., after passing through the mass of hovels and coffee-houses, cemeteries and sand-hills, which forms the eastern approach to Jeddah, we entered the fortified Bab Makkah. Allowing 11 hours for our actual march (we halted about 3), those wonderful donkeys had accomplished between 44 and 46 miles, generally in deep sand, in one night. Footnote: Al-Idrisi places Mecca 40 Arab miles from Jeddah. Burkhardt gives 55 miles, and Ali Bey has not computed the total distance. End footnote. And they passed the archway of Jeddah, cantering almost as nimbly as when they left Mecca. Sheikh Nur had been ordered to take rooms for me in a vast pile of madrepore, unfossilized coral, a recent formation, once the palace of Mohammed bin On, and now converted into a wakala. Instead of so doing, Indian-like, he had made a gypsy encampment in the square opening upon the harbour. After administering the requisite correction, I found a room that would suit me. In less than an hour it was swept, sprinkled with water, spread with mats, and made as comfortable as its capability admitted. At Jeddah I felt once more at home. The sight of the sea acted as a tonic. The Mahrattas were not far wrong when they kept their English captives out of reach of the ocean, declaring that we were an amphibious race, to whom the wave is a home. After a day's repose at the caravanserai, the camel-man and donkey-boy clamouring for money, and I not having more than 10d. of borrowed coin, it was necessary to cash at the British Vice-Consulate a draft given to me by the Royal Geographical Society. With some trouble I saw Mr. Cole, who, suffering from fever, was declared to be not at home. His dragoman did by no means admire my looks. In fact, the general voice of the household was against me. After some fruitless messages, I sent up a scrawl to Mr. Cole, who decided upon admitting the importunate Afghan. An exclamation of astonishment and a hospitable welcome followed my self-introduction as an officer of the Indian Army. Amongst other things, the vice-consul informed me that, in divers discussions with the Turks about the possibility of an Englishman finding his way en cachette to Mecca, he had asserted that his compatriots could do everything, even pilgrim to the Holy City. The Moslems politely assented to the first, but denied the second part of the proposition. Mr. Cole promised himself a laugh at the Turks' beards, but since my departure he wrote to me that the subject made the owners look so serious that he did not like recurring to it. Truly gratifying to the pride of an Englishman was our high official position assumed and maintained at Jeddah. Mr. Cole had never, like his colleague at Cairo, lowered himself in the estimation of the proud race with which he has to deal, by private or mercantile transactions with the authorities. He has steadily withstood the wrath of the Meccan Sharif, and taught him to respect the British name. The Abbé Hamilton ascribed the attentions of the Prince to the infinite respect which the Arabs entertained for Mr. Cole's straightforward way of doing business. It was a delicate flattery addressed to him. And the writer was right. Honesty of purpose is never thrown away amongst these people. The general contrast between our consular proceedings at Cairo and Jeddah is another proof of the advisability of selecting Indian officials to fill offices of trust at Oriental courts. They have lived amongst Easterns, and they know one Asiatic language, with many Asiatic customs. And, chief merit of all, they have learned to assume a tone of command without which, whatever may be thought of it in England, it is impossible to take the lead in the East. The home-bred diplomat is not only unconscious of the 1,000 traps everywhere laid for him, he even plays into the hands of his crafty antagonists by a ceremonious politeness which they interpret, taking ample care that the interpretation should spread, to be the effect of fear or of fraud. Jeddah has been often described by modern pens. Footnote: Abulfeda writes the word Jeddah, and Mr. Lane, as well as M. Marie and Chedufaux, adopt this form, which signifies a plain wanting water. The water of Jeddah is still very scarce and bad. All who can afford it drink the produce of hill springs brought in skins by the Badawin. Ibn Jubayr mentions that outside the town were 360 old wells, dug, it is supposed, by the Persians. Jeddah or Jeddah is the vulgar pronunciation, and not a few of the learned call it Jadda, the grandmother, in allusion to the legend of Eve's tomb. End footnote. Burckhardt, in Anno Domini 1814, devoted 100 pages of his 2 volumes to the unhappy capital of the Tirhamat al-Hijaz, the lowlands of the mountain region. Later still, Messrs. Marie and Chedufaux wrote upon the subject, and 2 other French travellers, Messrs. Galinier and Ferret, published tables of the commerce in its present state, quoting as authority the celebrated Arabicist M. Fresnel. Footnote: in chapters 3 and 6 of this work I have ventured some remarks upon the advisability of our being represented in Al-Hijaz by a consul and at Mecca by a native agent, till the day shall come when the tide of events forces us to occupy the mother city of Al-Islam. My apology for reverting to these points must be the nature of an Englishman who would everywhere see his nation second to none, even at Jeddah. Yet, when we consider that from 25 to 30 vessels here arrive annually from India, and that the value of the trade is about 25 lakhs of rupees, the matter may be thought worth attending to. The following extracts from a letter written to me by Mr. Cole shall conclude this part of my task. Quote, "You must know that in 1838 a commercial treaty was concluded between Great Britain and the Porte, specifying, amongst many other clauses here omitted, 1. That all merchandise imported from English ports to Al-Hijaz should pay 4% duty. 2. That all merchandise imported by British subjects from countries not under the dominion of the Porte should likewise pay but 5%. 3. That all goods exported from countries under the dominion of the Porte should pay 12%, after a deduction of 16% from the market value of the articles. 4. That all monopolies be abolished. Now, when I arrived at Jeddah, the state of affairs was this. A monopoly had been established upon salt, and this weighed only upon our Anglo-Indian subjects, they being the sole purchasers. 5% was levied upon full value of goods, no deduction of the 20% being allowed. The same was the case with exports, and most vexatious of all, various charges had been established by the local authorities under the names of boat hire, weighing, brokerage, etc., etc. The duties had thus been raised from 4 to at least 8%. This being represented at Constantinople, brought a peremptory firman ordering the governor to act up to the treaty letter by letter. I have had the satisfaction to rectify the abuses of 16 years' standing during my first few months of office, but I expect all manner of difficulties in claiming reimbursement for the over-exactions." These have been translated by the author of Life in Abyssinia. Abd al-Karim, writing in 1742, informs us that the French had a factory at Jeddah, and in 1760, when Bruce revisited the port, he found the East India Company in possession of a post whence they dispersed their merchandise over the adjoining regions. But though the English were at an early epoch of their appearance in the East received here with especial favour, I failed to procure a single ancient document. Jeddah, when I visited it, was in a state of commotion, owing to the perpetual passage of pilgrims, and provisions were for the same reason scarce and dear. The 2 large wakalas, of which the place boasts, were crowded with travellers, and many were reduced to encamping upon the squares. Another subject of confusion was the state of the soldiery. The Nizam, or regulars, had not been paid for 7 months, and the Arnauts could scarcely sum up what was owing to them. Easterns are wonderfully amenable to discipline. A European army, under the circumstances, would probably have helped itself. But the Pasha knew that there is a limit to a man's endurance, and he was anxiously casting about for some contrivance that would replenish the empty pouches of his troops. The worried dignitary must have sighed for those beaux jours when privily firing the town and allowing the soldiers to plunder was the Oriental style of settling arrears of pay. Monsieur Rochet, soi-disant d'Héricourt, amusingly describes this manoeuvre of the governor of Al-Hadaidah. Jeddah displays all the license of a seaport and garrison town. Fair Corinthians established themselves even within earshot of the Karakun or guard post, a symptom of excessive laxity in the authorities, for it is the duty of the watch to visit all such irregularities with a bastinado preparatory to confinement. My guardians and attendants at the Wakala used to fetch araki in a clear glass bottle, without even the decency of a cloth, and the messenger twice returned from these errands decidedly drunk. More extraordinary still, the people seemed to take no notice of the scandal. The little Dwarka had been sent by the Bombay Steam Navigation Company to convey pilgrims from Al-Hijaz to India. I was still hesitating about my next voyage, not wishing to coast the Red Sea in this season without a companion, when one morning Omar Effendi appeared at the door, weary, and dragging after him an ass more weary than himself. We supplied him with a pipe and a cup of hot tea, and, as he was fearful of pursuit, we showed him a dark hole full of grass under which he might sleep concealed. The student's fears were realized. His father appeared early the next morning, and having ascertained from the porter that the fugitive was in the house, politely called upon me. Whilst he plied all manner of questions, his black slave furtively stared at everything in and about the room. But we had found time to cover the runaway with grass, and the old gentleman departed after a fruitless search. There was, however, a grim smile about his mouth which boded no good. That evening, returning home from the hammam, I found the house in an uproar. The boy Mohammed, who had been miserably mauled, was furious with rage, and Sheikh Nur was equally unmanageable by reason of his fear. In my absence the father had returned with a posse comitatus of friends and relatives. They questioned the youth, who delivered himself of many circumstantial and emphatic misstatements. Then they proceeded to open the boxes, upon which the boy Mohammed cast himself sprawling, with a vow to die rather than to endure such a disgrace. This procured for him some scattered slaps, which presently became a storm of blows, when a prying little boy discovered Omar Effendi's leg in the hiding place. The student was led away unresisting, but mildly swearing that he would allow no opportunity of escape to pass. I examined the boy Mohammed, and was pleased to find that he was not seriously hurt. To pacify his mind, I offered to sally out with him and to rescue Omar Effendi by main force. This, which would only have brought us all into a brunt with quarter-staves and similar servile weapons, was declined, as had been foreseen. But the youth recovered complacency, and a few well-merited encomiums upon his pluck restored him to high spirits. The reader must not fancy such escapade to be a serious thing in Arabia. The father did not punish his son. He merely bargained with him to return home for a few days before starting to Egypt. This the young man did, and shortly afterwards I met him unexpectedly in the streets of Cairo. Deprived of my companion, I resolved to waste no time in the Red Sea, but to return to Egypt with the utmost expedition. The boy Mohammed having laid in a large store of grain, purchased with my money, having secured all my disposable articles, and having hinted that, after my return to India, a present of $20 would find him at Mecca, asked leave, and departed with a coolness for which I could not account. Some day afterwards Sheikh Nur explained the cause. I had taken the youth with me on board the steamer, where a bad suspicion crossed his mind. "Now I understand," said the boy Mohammed to his fellow servant. "Your master is a Sahib from India. He had laughed at our beards." He parted as coolly from Sheikh Nur. These worthy youths had been drinking together when Mohammed, having learned at Stamboul the fashionable practice of badmasti, or liquor vice, dug his fives into Nur's eye. Nur, erroneously considering such exercise likely to induce blindness, complained to me, but my sympathy was all with the other side. I asked the Hindi why he had not returned the compliment, and the Meccan once more overwhelmed the Mayan with taunt and gibe. It is not easy to pass the time at Jeddah. In the square opposite to us was an unhappy idiot, who afforded us a melancholy spectacle. He delighted to wander about in a primitive state of toilette, as all such wretches do. But the people of Jeddah, far too civilized to retain Moslem respect for madness, forced him, despite shrieks and struggles, into a shirt, and when he tore it off they beat him. At other times the open space before us was diversified by the arrival and the departure of pilgrims. But it was a mere réchauve of the feast, and had lost all power to please. Whilst the boy Mohammed remained, he used to pass the time in wrangling with some Indians who were living next door to us, men, women, and children, in a promiscuous way. After his departure I used to spend my days at the vice consulate. The proceeding was not perhaps of the safest, but the temptation of meeting a fellow countryman, and of chatting shop about the service, was too great to be resisted. I met there the principal merchants of Jeddah: Kraya Soher, a Greek; Monsieur Anton, a Christian from Baghdad, and others. Many of them were afterwards victims to the Jeddah massacre on June 30, 1858. I must refer the reader to my Lake Regions of Central Africa, Appendix, Volume II, for an account of this event, for the proposals which I made to ward it off, and for the miserable folly of the Bombay government, who rewarded me by an official reprimand. And I was introduced to Khalid Bey, brother of Abdullah bin Saud the Wahhabi. This noble Arab once held the official position of Muqayyid al-Jawabad, or secretary, at Cairo, where he was brought up by Muhammad Ali. He is brave, frank, and unprejudiced, fond of Europeans, and a lover of pleasure. Should it be his fate to become chief of the tribe, a journey to Hijaz and a visit to Central Arabia will offer no difficulties to our travellers. I now proceed to the last of my visitations. Outside the town of Jeddah lies no less a personage than Sitna Hawa, the mother of mankind. The boy Mohammed and I, mounting asses one evening, issued through the Meccan gate and turned towards the northeast over a sandy plain. After half an hour's ride amongst dirty huts and tattered coffee hovels, we reached the enceinte, and found the door closed. Presently a man came running with might from the town. He was followed by two others, and it struck me at the time they applied the key with peculiar empressement, and made inordinately low conges as we entered the enclosure of whitewashed walls. The mother is supposed to lie like a Moslemah, fronting the Kaaba, with her feet northwards, her head southwards, and her right cheek propped by her right hand. Whitewashed and conspicuous to the voyager and traveller from afar is a diminutive dome with an opening to the west. It is furnished as such places usually are in Al-Hijjah. Under it and in the centre is a square stone, planted upright and fancifully carved to represent the omphalic region of the human frame. This, as well as the dome, is called Al-Surah, or the navel. The cicerone directed me to kiss this manner of hieroglyph, which I did, thinking the while that, under the circumstances, the salutation was quite uncalled for. Having prayed here and at the head, where a few young trees grow, we walked along the side of the two parallel dwarf walls which define the outlines of the body. They are about 6 paces apart, and between them, upon Eve's neck, are 2 tombs, occupied, I was told, by Osman Pasha and his son, who repaired the mother's sepulchre. I could not help remarking to the boy Mohammed that if our first parent measured 120 paces from head to waist, and 80 from waist to heel, she must have presented much the appearance of a duck. To this the youth replied, flippantly, that he thanked his stars the mother was underground, otherwise that men would lose their senses with fright. Ibn Jubayr, 12th century, mentions only an old dome, built upon the place where Eve stopped on the way to Mecca. Yet Al-Idrisi, A.D. 1154, declares Eve's grave to be at Jeddah. Abd al-Karim, 1742, compares it to a parterre with a little dome in the centre, and the extremities ending in barriers of palisades. The circumference was 190 of his steps. In Rook's Travels we are told that the tomb is 20 feet long. Ali Bey, who twice visited Jeddah, makes no allusion to it. We may therefore conclude that it had been destroyed by the Wahhabis. Burckhardt, who, I need scarcely say, has been carefully copied by our popular authors, was informed that it was a rude structure of stone about 4 feet in length, 2 or 3 feet in height, and as many in breadth, thus resembling the tomb of Noah seen in the valley of Al-Bukaa in Syria. Bruce writes, 2 days' journey from this place, either Mecca or Jeddah, Eve's grave of green sods, about 50 yards in length, is shown to this day. But the great traveller probably never issued from the town gates. And Sir W. Harris, who could not have visited the holy place, repeats in 1840 that Eve's grave of green sod is still shown on the barren shore of the Red Sea. The present structure is clearly modern. Anciently, I was told at Jeddah, the sepulchre consisted of a stone at the head, a second at the feet, and the navel dome. The idol of Jeddah in the days of Arab litholatry was called Sakhra Tawila, the long stone. May not this stone of Eve be the Muslimized revival of the old idolatry? It is to be observed that the Arabs, if the tombs be admitted as evidence, are inconsistent in their dimensions of the patriarchal stature. The sepulchre of Adam at the Masjid al-Kaif is, like that of Eve, gigantic. That of Noah at Al-Bukaa is a bit of an aqueduct 38 paces long by 1½ wide. Job's tomb near Hula, 7 parasangs from Kerbela, is small. I have not seen the grave of Moses, southeast of the Red Sea, which is becoming known by the bitumen cups there sold to pilgrims, but Aaron's sepulchre in the Sinaitic Peninsula is of moderate dimensions. On leaving the graveyard I offered the guardian $1, which he received with a remonstrance that a man of my dignity should give so paltry a fee. Nor was he at all contented with the assurance that nothing more could be expected from an Afghan darwesh, however pious. Next day the boy Mohammed explained the man's empressment and disappointment. I had been mistaken for the Pasha of Al-Madinah. For a time my peregrinations ended. Worn out with fatigue and the fatal fiery heat, I embarked, September 26th, on board the Dwarka, experienced the greatest kindness from the commander and chief officer, Messrs. Wally and Taylor, and, wondering the while how the Turkish pilgrims who crowded the vessel did not take the trouble to throw me overboard, in due time I arrived at Suez. And here, reader, we part. Bear with me while I conclude in the words of a brother traveller long gone but not forgotten, Fayan, this personal narrative of my journey to Al-Hijaz. I have been exposed to perils, and I have escaped from them. I have traversed the sea, and have not succumbed under the severest fatigues, and my heart is moved with emotions of gratitude that I have been permitted to effect the objects I had in view." Footnote: the curious reader will find details concerning patriarchal and prophetical tombs in Unexplored Syria. End of chapter 34. Appendix 1 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Appendix 1 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. Of Hajj, or pilgrimage. The word Hajj is explained by Muslim divines to mean qasd, or aspiration, and express man's sentiment that he is but a wayfarer on earth, wending towards another and a nobler world. This explains the origin and the belief that the greater the hardships, the higher will be the reward of the pious wanderer. He is urged by the voice of his soul. "O thou who toilest so hard for worldly pleasures and perishable profit, wilt thou endure nothing to win a more lasting reward?" Hence it is that pilgrimage is common to all old faiths. The Hindus still wander to Egypt, to Tibet, and to the inhospitable Caucasus. The classical philosophers visited Egypt, the Jews annually flocked to Jerusalem, and the Tartars and Mongols, Buddhists, journey to distant Lamaserais. The spirit of pilgrimage was predominant in medieval Europe, and the processions of the Roman Catholic Church are, according to her votaries, modern memorials of the effete rite. Footnote: Monsieur Huc's Travels in Tartary. Every Muslim is bound, under certain conditions, to pay at least one visit to the Holy City. Footnote: the two extremes between which lie many gradations are these. Abu Hanifa directs every Muslim and Muslimah to perform the pilgrimage if they have health and money for the road and for the support of their families. Moreover, he allows a deputy pilgrim, whose expenses must be paid by the principal. Ibn Malik, on the contrary, enjoins every follower to visit Mecca if able to walk, and to earn his bread on the way. As a general rule, in Al-Islam there are 4 shurut al-wujub, or necessary conditions, viz. 1. Islam, the being a Muslim. 2. Bulugh, adolescence. 3. Hurriyat, the being a free man. 4. Aql, or mental sanity. Other authorities increase the conditions to 8, viz. 5. Wujud al-sad, sufficiency of provision. 6. Al-rala, having a beast of burden, if living 2 days' journey from Mecca. 7. Taqliyat al-tariq, the road being open. And 8. Imkan al-malsir, the being able to walk 2 stages if the pilgrim hath no beast. Others, again, include all conditions under 2 heads. 1. Sihat, health. 2. Istitaat, ability. These subjects have exercised not a little the casuistic talents of the Arab doctors. A folio volume might be filled with differences of opinion on the subject, "Is a blind man sound?" This constitutes the Hajjat al-Farz, the one obligatory pilgrimage, or Hajjat al-Islam, of the Mohammedan faith. Repetitions become mere sunnats, or practices of the Prophet, and are therefore supererogatory. Some European writers have of late years laboured to represent the Meccan pilgrimage as a fair, a pretext to collect merchants and to afford Arabia the benefits of purchase and barter. It would be vain to speculate whether the secular or the spiritual element originally prevailed, but most probably each had its portion. But those who peruse this volume will see that, despite the comparatively lukewarm piety of the age, the Meccan pilgrimage is religious essentially, accidentally an affair of commerce. Muslim pilgrimage is of 3 kinds. 1. Al-Muqarrinah, the uniting, is when the votary performs the Hajj and the Umrah together, as was done by the Prophet in his last visit to Mecca. Footnote. The technical meaning of these words will be explained below. End footnote. 2. Al-Ifrad, singulation, is when either the Hajj or the Umrah is performed singularly, the former preceding the latter. The pilgrim may be either al-Mufrid bil-Hajj, one who is performing only the Hajj, or vice versa, al-Mufrid bil-Umrah. According to Abu Hanifa, this form is more efficacious than the following. 3. Al-Tamatu, possession, is when the pilgrim assumes the Ihram, and preserves it throughout the months of Shawwal, Zul-Qa'dah, and 9 days, 10 nights, in Zul-Hijjah, performing Hajj and Umrah the while. Footnote. At any other time of the year, Ihram is considered makruh, or objectionable, without being absolutely sinful. End footnote. There is another threefold division of pilgrimage. 1. Umrah, the little pilgrimage, performed at any time except the pilgrimage season. It differs in some of its forms from Hajj, as will afterwards appear. 2. Hajj, or simple pilgrimage, performed at the proper season. 3. Hajj al-Akbar, the great pilgrimage, is when the day of Arafat happens to fall upon a Friday. This is a most auspicious occasion. M. Cousin de Perceval and other writers departing from the practice of modern Islam make Hajj al-Akbar to mean the simple pilgrimage, in opposition to the Umrah, which they call Hajj al-Asghar. The following companion of the Shafi'i pilgrim rites is translated from a little treatise by Mohammed of Sherbin, surnamed Al-Khatib, a learned doctor, whose work is generally read in Egypt and in the countries adjoining. Chapter 1. Of Pilgrimage. Footnote. In other books the following directions are given to the intended pilgrim. Before leaving home he must pray 2 prostrations, concluding the orisons with a long supplication and blessings upon relatives, friends, and neighbours, and he must distribute not fewer than 7 silver pieces to the poor. The day should be either a Thursday or a Saturday. Some, however, say, Allah hath honoured the Monday and the Thursday. If possible, the first of the month should be chosen, and the hour early dawn. Moreover, the pilgrim should not start without a Rafiq or companion, who should be a pious as well as a travelled man. The other Muqaddamat al-Safar, or preambles to journeying, are the following: Istikhara, consulting the rosary and friends; Kuluzaniyat, vowing pilgrimage to the Lord, not for lucre or revenge; settling worldly affairs, paying debts, drawing up a will, and making arrangements for the support of one's family; hiring animals from a pious person. The best monture is a camel, because preferred by the Prophet. An ass is not commendable. A man should not walk if he can afford to ride; and the palanquin or litter is, according to some doctors, limited to invalids. Reciting long prayers when mounting, halting, dismounting, and at nightfall. On hills the takbir should be used. The tasbih is properest for vales and plains, and Mecca should be blessed when first sighted. Avoiding abuse, curses, or quarrels. Sleeping like the Prophet, namely, in early night, when prayer hour is distant, with iftirash, or lying at length with the right cheek on the palm of the dexter hand, and near dawn with ittaka, that is, propping the head upon the hand, with the arm resting upon the elbow. And lastly, travelling with collyrium pot, looking-glass and comb, needle and thread for sewing, scissors and toothstick, staff and razor. End footnote. Know, says the theologist with scant preamble, that the acts of al-Hajj or pilgrimage are of 3 kinds. 1. Al-Arkan or Faraj, those made obligatory by Quranic precepts and therefore essentially necessary, and not admitting expiatory or vicarious atonement, either in Hajj or Umrah. 2. Al-Wajibat, requisites, the omission of which may, according to some schools, be compensated for by the fidyat or atoning sacrifice. Footnote. In the Shafi'i school there is little difference between al-Fards and al-Wajib. In the Hanafi the former is a superior obligation to the latter. End footnote. 3. Al-Sunan, plural of Sunnat, the practice of the Prophet, which may be departed from without positive sin. Now the Arkan, the pillars upon which the rite stands, are 6 in number, Footnote: the Hanafi, Maliki, and even some Shafi'i doctors reduce the number from 6 to 4, that is, 1. Ihram with niyat, 2. Tawaf, 3. Wukuf, 4. Sa'i. End footnote. That is, 1. Al-Ihram, rendering unlawful, or the wearing pilgrim garb and avoiding certain actions. 2. Al-Wukuf, the standing upon Mount Arafat. 3. The Tawaf al-Ifaza, or circumambulation of impetuosity. Footnote: the Ifasa is the impetuous descent from Mount Arafat. Its Tawaf, generally called Tawaf al-Ziyarat, less commonly Tawaf al-Zadr or Tawaf al-Nuzul, is that performed immediately after throwing the stones and resuming the lay-cold dress on the victim day at Mount Muna. End footnote. 4. The Sa'i, or course between Mounts Safa and Marwa. 5. Al-Halq, tonsure of the whole or part of the head for men, or taksir, cutting the hair, for men or women. Footnote: shaving is better for men, cutting for women. A razor must be passed over the bald head, but it is sufficient to burn, pluck, shave, or clip 3 hairs when the chevelure is long. End footnote. 6. Al-Tartib, or the due order of the ceremonies, as above enumerated. But al-Sa'i, 4, may either precede or follow al-Wukuf, 2, provided that the Tawaf al-Qudum, or the circumambulation of the arrival, has previously been performed. And Halq, 5, may be done before as well as after the Tawaf al-Ifaza, 3. Now the Wajibat, requisites of pilgrimage, also called Nusuk, are 5 in number, that is, 1. Al-Ihram, or assuming pilgrim garb, from the Mikat, or fixed limit. Footnote: the known Mikat are north, Zul al-Hifa, northeast, Qarn al-Manazil, northwest, al-Jufra, south, Jalamlam, east, Zat Irq. End footnote. 2. The Mabit, or nighting at Muzdalifa. For this a short portion, generally in the latter watch preceding the Yawm al-Nahr, or victim day, suffices. 3. The spending at Muna the 3 nights of the Ayyam al-Tashriq, or days of drying flesh. Of these the first is the most important. 4. The Rami al-Jimar, or casting stones at the devil, and 5. The avoiding of all things forbidden to the pilgrim when in a state of Ihram. Some writers reduce these requisites by omitting the second and third. The Tawaf al-Wida, or the circumambulation of farewell, is a Wajib Mustakil, or particular requisite, which may however be omitted without prejudice to pilgrimage. Finally, the Sunnat of pilgrimage are many in number. Of these I enumerate but a few. Hajj should precede Umrah. The Tabiyat should be frequently ejaculated. The Tawaf al-Qudum must be performed on arrival at Mecca before proceeding to Mount Arafat. Footnote: this Tawaf is described in chapter 5. End footnote. The 2-bow prayer should follow Tawaf. A whole night should be passed at Muzdalifa and Muna. Footnote: generally speaking, as will afterwards be shown, the pilgrims pass straight through Muzdalifa and spend the night at Muna. End footnote. The circumambulation of farewell must not be forgotten, and the pilgrim should avoid all sewn clothes, even slippers. Footnote: the Tawaf al-Wida is considered a solemn occasion. The pilgrim first performs circumambulation. He drinks the waters of Zemzem, kisses the Kaaba threshold, and stands for some time with his face and body pressed against the Multazam. There, on clinging to the curtain of the Kaaba, he performs Takbir, Talil, Tahmid, and blesses the Prophet, weeping if possible, but certainly groaning. He then leaves the mosque, backing out of it with tears and lamentations, till he reaches the Bab al-Wida, whence, with a parting glance at the Beit Ullah, he wends his way home. End footnote. Section 1. Of Ihram. Before doffing his laical garment, the pilgrim performs a total ablution, shaves and perfumes himself. He then puts on a rida and an izar. Footnote: see chapter 5. End footnote. Both new, clean, and of a white colour, after which he performs a 2-bow prayer, the Sunnat of al-Ihram, with a sort of voice niyat, specifying which rite he intends. Footnote: many pronounce this niyat. if intending to perform pilgrimage, the devotee, standing before prayer, says, "I avow this intention of Hajj to Allah the Most High." When muhrim, that is, in ihram, the Muslim is forbidden, unless in case of sickness, necessity, overheat, or unendurable cold, when the victim must expiate the transgression: 1. To cover his head with aught which may be deemed a covering, as a cap or turband, but he may carry an umbrella, dive under water, stand in the shade, and even place his hands upon his head. A woman may wear sewn clothes, white or light blue, not black, but her face veil should be kept at a distance from her face. 2. To wear anything sewn or with seams, as shirt, trousers, or slippers, anything knotted or woven, as chain armor, but the pilgrim may use, for instance, a torn-up shirt or trousers bound round his loins or thrown over his shoulders. He may knot his izar and tie it with a cord, and he may gird his waist. 3. To knot the rida or shoulder cloth. In spite of this interdiction, pilgrims generally, for convenience, knot their shoulder clothes under the right arm. 4. To deviate from absolute chastity, even kissing being forbidden to the muhrim. Marriage cannot be contracted during the pilgrimage season. 5. To use perfumes, oil, curling the locks, or removing the nails and hair by paring, cutting, plucking, or burning. The nails may be employed to remove pediculi from the hair and clothes, but with care that no pile fall off. 6. To hunt wild animals, or to kill those which were such originally, but he may destroy the 5 noxious, a kite, a crow, a rat, a scorpion, and a dog, given to biting. He must not cut down a tree, or pluck up a self-growing plant, but he is permitted to reap and to cut grass. Hunting, killing, or maiming beasts in sanctuary land, and cutting down trees are acts equally forbidden to the muhrim and the muhil, the Muslim in his normal state. For a large tree a camel, for a small one a sheep, must be sacrificed. It is meritorious for the pilgrim often to raise the tabiyat cry: Labaik Allahumma labaik, la sharika laka labaik, inal hamda wal niyamata laka wal mulk, la sharika laka labaik. See chapter 5. After the tabiyat, the pilgrim should bless the Prophet and beg from Allah paradise and protection from hell, saying, O Allah, by thy mercy spare us from the pains of hell fire. When assuming the pilgrim garb and before entering Mecca, ghusl, or total ablution, should be performed, but if water be not procurable, the tayammum, or sand ablution, suffices. The pilgrim should enter the holy city by day and on foot. When his glance falls upon the Kaaba, he should say, O Allah, increase this thy house in degree and greatness and honor and dignity. Entering the outer Bab al-Salam, he must exclaim, O Allah, thou art the safety, and from thee is the safety. And then passing into the mosque, he should repair to the black stone, touch it with his right hand, kiss it, and commence his circumambulation. Most of these injunctions are meritorious, and may therefore be omitted without prejudice to the ceremony. Now the victims of al-ihram are 5 in number, viz. 1. The victim of requisites, when a pilgrim accidentally or willingly omits to perform a requisite, such as the assumption of the pilgrim garb at the proper place. This victim is a sheep, sacrificed at the Eid al-Qurban, in addition to the usual offering. Namely, the victim sacrificed on the great festival day at Muna. Or, in lieu of it, 10 days fast, 3 of them in the Hajj season, that is on the 6th, 7th, and 8th days of Zul Hijjah, and 7 after returning home. 2. The victim of luxuries, turfa, such as shaving the head or using perfumes. This is a sheep, or a 3 days fast, or alms, consisting of 3 sa'ah measures of grain distributed among 6 paupers. 3. The victim of suddenly returning to lacal life, that is to say, before the proper time. It is also a sheep, after the sacrifice of which the pilgrim shaves his head. 4. The victim of killing game. If the animal slain be one for which the tame equivalents be procurable, a camel for an ostrich, a cow for a wild ass or cow, and a goat for a gazelle, the pilgrim should sacrifice it, or distribute its value, or purchase with it grain for the poor, or fast 1 day for each mud measure. If the equivalent be not procurable, the offender must buy its value of grain for alms deeds, or fast a day for every measure. 5. The victim of incontinence. This offering is either a male or a female camel. (Footnote: So the commentators explain badana.) These failing, a cow or 7 sheep, or the value of a camel in grain distributed to the poor, or a day's fast for each measure. Section 2. Of Tawaf, or circumambulation. Of this ceremony there are 5 wajibat, or requisites, viz. Concealing the shame, as in prayer. (Footnote: A man's awrat is from the navel to the knee. In the case of a free woman, the whole of her face and person are shame. End footnote.) Ceremonial purity of body, garments, and place. Circumambulation inside the mosque. 7 circuits of the house. Commencements of circuits from the black stone. Circumambulating the house with the left shoulder presented to it. Circuiting the house outside its shazarwan, or marble basement. (Footnote: If the pilgrim place but his hand upon the shazarwan, or on the hijr, the tawaf is nullified. End footnote. And lastly, the niyat, or intention of tawaf, specifying whether it be for hajj or for umrah. Of the same ceremony the principal sunnat or practices are to walk on foot, to touch, kiss, and place his forehead upon the black stone, if possible after each circuit, to place the hand upon the rukn al-yamani, south corner, but not to kiss it, to pray during each circuit for what is best for man, pardon of sins, to quote lengthily from the Koran. (Footnote: This is a purely Shafi practice. The Hanafi school rejects it on the grounds that the word of God should not be repeated when walking or running. End footnote.) And to often say Subhan Allah, and to mention none but Allah, to walk slowly during the first 3 circuits, and trotting the last 4. (Footnote: The reader will observe, Chapter 5, that the Mutawif made me reverse this order of things. End footnote.) All the while maintaining a humble and contrite demeanour, with downcast eyes. The following are the prayers which have descended to us by tradition. When touching the black stone the pilgrim says, (Footnote: It is better to recite these prayers mentally, but as few pilgrims know them by heart, they are obliged to repeat the words of the Cicerone. End footnote.) After niyat: In the name of Allah, and Allah is omnipotent. O Allah, I do this in Thy belief and in verification of Thy book, and in faithfulness to Thy covenant, and in pursuance of the example of Thy Prophet Muhammad. May Allah bless him and preserve. Opposite the door of the house: O Allah, verily the house is Thy house, and the sanctuary Thy sanctuary, and the safeguard Thy safeguard, and this is the place of the fugitive to flee from hell fire. Arrived at the Rukn al-Iraqi, north corner: O Allah, verily I take refuge with Thee from polytheism, shirk, and disobedience, and hypocrisy, and evil conversation, and evil thoughts concerning family, ahl, a wife, and property, and progeny. Parallel with the mizab or rain spout: O Allah, shadow me in Thy shadow that day when there is no shade but Thy shadow, and cause me to drink from the cup of Thy Prophet Muhammad. May Allah bless him and preserve, that pleasant draught after which is no thirst to all eternity, O Lord of honour and glory. At the corners Al-Shami and Al-Yamani, west and south angles: O Allah, make it an acceptable pilgrimage, and the forgiveness of sins, and a laudable endeavour, and a pleasant action in Thy sight, and a store that perisheth not, O Thou glorious, O Thou pardoner. (Footnote: This portion is to be recited twice. End footnote.) And between the southern and eastern corners: O Lord, grant to us in this world prosperity, and in the next world prosperity, and save us from the punishment of fire. After the 7-fold circumambulation, the pilgrim should recite a 2-bow prayer, the Sunnat of Tawaf, behind the Maqam Ibrahim. If unable to pray there, he may take any other part of the mosque. These devotions are performed silently by day and aloud by night, and after prayer the pilgrim should return to the Black Stone and kiss it. Section 3. Of Sa'i, or course between Mounts Safa and Marwa. After performing Tawaf, the pilgrim should issue from the gate Al-Safa, or another if necessary, and ascend the steps of Mount Safa, about a man's height from the street. Footnote: a woman or hermaphrodite is enjoined to stand below the steps and in the street. End footnote. There he raises the cry Takbir and implores pardon for his sins. He then descends and turns towards Mount Marwa at a slow pace. Arrived within 6 cubits of the Mil al-Aqsar, the green pillar planted in the corner of the temple on the left hand, he runs swiftly till he reaches the 2 green pillars, the left one of which is fixed in the corner of the temple and the other close to the Dar al-Abbas. Footnote: women and hermaphrodites should not run here but walk the whole way. I have frequently, however, seen the former imitating the men. End footnote. Thence he again walks slowly up to Marwa, and ascends it as he did Safa. This concludes a single course. The pilgrim then starts from Marwa, and walks, runs, and walks again through the same limits, till the 7th course is concluded. There are 4 requisites of Sa'i. The pilgrim must pass over all the space between Safa and Marwa. He must begin with Safa and end with Marwa. He must traverse the distance 7 times, and he must perform the rite after some important tawaf, as that of arrival or that of return from Arafat. The practices of Sa'i are, briefly, to walk, if possible, to be in a state of ceremonial purity, to quote lengthily from the Koran, and to be abundant in praise of Allah. The prayer of Sa'i is, O my Lord, pardon and pity, and pass over that sin which Thou knowest. Verily Thou knowest what is not known, and verily Thou art the most glorious, the most generous. O our Lord, grant us in this world prosperity, and in the future prosperity, and save us from the punishment of fire. When Sa'i is concluded, the pilgrim, if performing only Umrah, shaves his head or clips his hair and becomes muhil, returning to the Muslim's normal state. If he purpose Hajj or pilgrimage after Umrah, he reassumes the Ihram, and if he be engaged in pilgrimage, he continues Muhrim, that is, in Ihram, as before. Section 4. Of Wukuf, or standing upon Mount Arafat. The days of pilgrimage are 3 in number, namely the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th of the month Zul Hijjah. Footnote: the Arab legend is that the angels asking the Almighty why Ibrahim was called Al-Khalil, or God's friend, they were told that all his thoughts were fixed on heaven, and when they called to mind that he had a wife and child, Allah convinced them of the patriarch's sanctity by a trial. One night Ibrahim saw, in a vision, a speaker who said to him, Allah orders thee to draw near him with a victim. He awoke, and not comprehending the scope of the dream, took a special notice of it. Hence the first day of pilgrimage is called Yawm al-Tarwiyah. The same speaker visited him on the next night, saying, Sacrifice what is dearest to thee. From the patriarch's knowing what the first vision meant, the second day is called Yawm Arafat. On the 3rd night he was ordered to sacrifice Ismail. Hence that day is called Yawm Nar, of throat cutting. The English reader will bear in mind that the Muslim day begins at sunset. I believe that the origin of Tarwiyat, which may mean carrying water, dates from the time of pagan Arabs who spent that day in providing themselves with the necessary. Yawm Arafat derives its name from the hill, and Yawm al-Nahr from the victims offered to the idols in the Muna valley. End footnote. On the first day, 8th, called Yawm al-Tarwiyah, the pilgrim should start from Mecca after the dawn prayer and sunrise, perform his noontide, afternoon, and evening devotions at Muna, where it is a sunnat that he should sleep. Footnote: the present generation of pilgrims, finding the delay inconvenient, always pass on to Arafat without halting, and generally arrive at the mountain late in the afternoon of the 8th, that is to say, the first day of pilgrimage. Consequently, they pray the morning prayer of the 9th at Arafat. End footnote. On the 2nd day, 9th, the Yawm Arafat, after performing the early prayer at Galas, that is, when a man cannot see his neighbour's face, on Mount Zabir, near Muna, the pilgrim should start when the sun is risen, proceed to the Mountain of Mercy, encamp there, and after performing the noontide and afternoon devotions at Masjid Ibrahim, this place will be described afterwards, joining and shortening them, the Shafi, when engaged on a journey which takes up a night and day, is allowed to shorten his prayers, and to join the noon with the afternoon, and the evening with the night devotions, thus reducing the number of times from 5 to 3 per diem. The Hanafi school allows this on one day and on one occasion only, namely on the 9th of Zul Hijjah, arriving at Muzdalifah, when at the Isha hour it prays the Maghrib and the Isha prayers together. He should take his station upon the mountain, which is all standing ground. But the best position is that preferred by the Prophet, near the great rocks lying at the lower slope of Arafat. He must be present at the sermon. If the pilgrim be too late for the sermon, his labour is irretrievably lost. M. Cossin de Perceval makes the Prophet to have preached from his camel Al-Kaswa on a platform at Mount Arafat before noon, and to have again addressed the people, after the post-meridian prayers, at the station Al-Sakarat. Muhammad's last pilgrimage, called by Muslims Hajj al-Bilagh, of perfection, as completing the faith, Hajj al-Islam, or Hajj al-Wida, of farewell, is minutely described by historians as the type and pattern of pilgrimage to all generations. And be abundant in talbiyat, supplication, tahlil, recitations of the chapter Say He is the One God. Ibn Abbas relates a tradition that whoever recites this short chapter 11,000 times on the Arafat day shall obtain from Allah all he desires. And weeping, for that is the place for the outpouring of tears. There he should stay till sunset, and then decamp and return hastily to Muzdalifah, where he should pass a portion of the night. Most schools prefer to sleep, as the Prophet did, at Muzdalifah, pray the night devotions there, and when the yellowness of the next dawn appears, collect the 7 pebbles and proceed to Muna. The Shafi, however, generally leave Muzdalifah about midnight. After a visit to the mosque Matar al-Hajim, he should collect 7 pebbles and proceed to Muna. These places will be minutely described in a future chapter. Yawm al-Nahr, the 3rd day of the pilgrimage, 10 Zul Hijjah, is the great festival of the Muslim year. Amongst its many names, Id al-Qurban, or the festival of victims, known to the Turks as Qurban Bayram, or the Indians as Bakar Id, the Kinefit, Id al-Zuha, or forenoon, or Id al-Azha, of serene night. The day is called Yawm al-Nahr, of throat cutting. Id al-Qurban is the best known, as expressive of Ibrahim's sacrifice in lieu of Ismail. Most pilgrims, after casting stones at the Aqaba, or Great Devil, hurry to Mecca. Some enter the Kaaba, whilst others content themselves with performing the Tawaf al-Ifaza, or circumambulation of impetuosity, round the house. If the ceremony of Sa'i has not been performed by the pilgrim after the circuit of arrival, he generally proceeds to it on this occasion. The pilgrim should then return to Muna, sacrifice a sheep, and sleep there. Strictly speaking, this day concludes the pilgrimage. The second set of 3 jours, namely the 11th, the 12th, and the 13th of Zul Hijjah, this day, the 11th, is known in books as Yawm al-Kar, because the pilgrims pass it in repose at Muna, are called Ayyam al-Tashrik, or the days of drying flesh in the sun. The pilgrim should spend that time at Muna. The days of drying flesh, because at this period pilgrims prepare provisions for their return by cutting up their victims and exposing to the sun large slices slung upon long lines of cord. The schools have introduced many modifications into the ceremonies of these 3 days. Some spend the whole time at Muna and return to Mecca on the morning of the 13th. Others return on the 12th, especially when that day happens to fall upon a Friday. And each day throw 7 pebbles at each of the 3 pillars. As will afterwards appear, the number of stones and the way of throwing them vary greatly in the various schools. When throwing stones, it is desirable that the pilgrim should cast them far from himself, although he is allowed to place them upon the pillar. The act also should be performed after the zawal, or declension of the sun. The pilgrim should begin with the pillar near the Masjid al-Kaif, proceed to the Wusta, or central column, and end with the Akaba. If unable to cast the stones during the daytime, he is allowed to do it at night. The throwing over, the pilgrim returns to Mecca, and when his journey is fixed, performs the Tawaf al-Wida, of farewell. On this occasion it is a sunnat to drink the waters of Zemzem, to enter the temple with more than usual respect and reverence, and bidding it adieu, to depart from the holy city. The Muslim is especially forbidden to take with him cakes made of the earth or dust of the harim, and similar mementos as they savour of idolatry. Chapter 2. Of Umrah, or the Little Pilgrimage. The word Umrah denotes a pilgrimage performed at any time except the pilgrim season, the 8th, 9th, and 10th of Zul Hijjah. The arkan or pillars upon which the Umrah rite rests are 5 in number, that is, 1. Al-Ihram, 2. Al-Tawaf, 3. Al-Sa'i, between Safa and Marwa, 4. Al-Halq, Tongir, or Al-Taksir, cutting the hair, 5. Al-Tartib, or the due order of ceremonies, as above enumerated. Footnote: the difference in the pillars of Umrah and Hajj is that in the former the standing on Arafat and the Tawaf al-Ifaza are necessarily omitted. The wajibat, or requisites of Umrah, are but 2 in number: 1. Al-Ihram, or assuming the pilgrim garb, from the miqat, or fixed limit, and 2. The avoiding of all things forbidden to the pilgrim when in state of Ihram. In the Sunnat and Mustahab portions of the ceremony there is no difference between Umrah and Hajj. Chapter 3. Of Ziyarat, or the visit to the Prophet's tomb. Al-Ziyarat is a practice of the faith, and the most effectual way of drawing near to Allah through his Prophet Muhammad. As the Za'ir arrives at Al-Madinah, when his eyes fall upon the trees of the city, he must bless the Prophet with a loud voice. Then he should enter the mosque, and sit in the holy garden, which is between the pulpit and the tomb, and pray a 2-bow prayer in honour of the Masjid. After this he should supplicate pardon for his sins. Then, approaching the sepulchre, and standing 4 cubits away from it, recite this prayer: Peace be with thee, O thou Th and Ys. Footnote: the 20th and 36th chapters of the Koran. Peace be with thee, and upon thy descendants and thy companions, one and upon all the Prophets, and those inspired to instruct mankind. And I bear witness that thou hast delivered thy message, and performed thy trust, and advised thy followers, and swept away darkness, and fought in Allah's path the good fight. May Allah requite thee from us the best with which he ever requited Prophet from his followers. Let the visitor stand a while before the tomb with respect and reverence and singleness of mind and fear and awe. After which let him retreat 1 cubit and salute Abu Bakr the Truthful in these words: Peace be with thee, O Caliph of Allah's Prophet over his people, and aider in the defence of his faith. After this, again retreating another cubit, let him bless in the same way Omar the Just. After which, returning to his former station opposite the Prophet's tomb, he should implore intercession for himself and for all dearest to him. He should not neglect to visit the Bakia cemetery and the Quba mosque, where he should pray for himself and for his brethren of the Muslimin, or the Muslimat, the Muminin and the Muminat. Footnote: these second words are the feminines of the first. They prove that the Moslem is not above praying for what Europe supposed he did not believe in, namely, the souls of women. The quick of them and the dead. When ready to depart, let the Zair take leave of the mosque with a 2-bow prayer, and visit the tomb, and salute it, and again beg intercession for himself and for those he loves. And the Zair is forbidden to circumambulate the tomb, or to carry away the cakes of clay made by the ignorant with the earth and dust of the Hakim. End of Appendix 1.
Appendix 2, Part 1 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Appendix 2, Part 1 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. The Baytullah. The House of Allah has been so fully described by my predecessors that there is little inducement to attempt a new portrait. Footnote: Baytullah, or House of Allah, and Kaaba, i.e. the Cube House, or La Maison Carrée, are all synonymous. End of footnote. Readers, however, may desire a view of the great sanctuary, and indeed, without a plan and its explanation, the ceremonies of the Haram would be scarcely intelligible. I will do homage to the memory of the accurate Burckhardt, and extract from his pages a description which shall be illustrated by a few notes. The Kaaba stands in an oblong square enclosed by a great wall 250 paces long and 200 broad. Footnote: Ali Bey gives 536 feet 9 inches by 356 feet. My measurement is 257 paces by 210. Most Muslim authors, reckoning by cubits, make the parallelogram 404 by 310. End of footnote. None of the sides runs quite in a straight line, though at first sight the whole appears to be of a regular shape. This open square is enclosed on the eastern side by a colonnade. The pillars stand in a quadruple row. They are 3 deep on the other sides, and are united by pointed arches, every 4 of which support a small dome plastered and whitened on the outside. These domes, according to Qutb ad-Din, are 152 in number. Footnote: on each short side I counted 24 domes, on the long 35. This would give a total of 118 along the cloisters. The Arabs reckon in all 152, viz. 24 on the east side, on the north 36, on the south 36, 1 on the mosque corner near the Zarura minaret, 16 at the porch of the Bab al-Ziyada, and 15 at the Bab Ibrahim. The shape of these domes is the usual Mediana Rankha, and the superstition of the Meccans inform the pilgrim that they cannot be counted. The books reckon 1352 pinnacles or battlements on the temple wall. End of footnote. The pillars are above 20 feet in height, and generally from 1 foot and half to 1 foot and 3/4 in diameter, but little regularity has been observed in regard to them. Some are of white marble, granite, or porphyry, but the greater number are of common stone of the Mecca mountains. Footnote: the common stone of the Mecca mountains is a fine grey granite, quarried principally from a hill near the Bab Shabayqi, which furnished material for the Kaaba. Eastern authors describe the pillars as consisting of 3 different substances, viz. Rukham, or white marble, and not alabaster its general sense; Suwan, or granite, or syenite; and Hajar Shumaisi, a kind of yellow sandstone, so called from Bir Shumais, a place on the Jeddah road near Haddah, the halfway station. End of footnote. Al-Fasi states the whole at 559, and says they are all of marble excepting 126, which are of common stone, and 3 of composition. Qutb ad-Din reckons 555, of which, according to him, 311 are of marble, and the rest of the stone taken from the neighbouring mountains. But neither of these authors lived to see the latest repairs of the mosque, after the destruction occasioned by a torrent in AD 1626. Footnote: I counted in the temple 554 pillars. It is, however, difficult to be accurate, as the 4 colonnades and the porticos about the 2 great gates are irregular. Topographical observations, moreover, must here be made under difficulties. Ali Bey remembers them roughly at plus de 500 colonnes pilastres. End of footnote. Between every 3 or 4 columns stands an octagonal one, about 4 feet in thickness. On the east side are 2 shafts of reddish grey granite in one piece, and one fine grey porphyry with slabs of white feldspathe. On the north side is one granite column, and one of fine-grained red porphyry. These are probably the columns which Qutb ad-Din states to have been brought from Egypt, and principally from Akhmim or Panopolis, when the chief or Caliph Al-Mahdi enlarged the mosque in AH 163. Among the 450 or 500 columns which form the enclosure, I found not any two capitals or bases exactly alike. The capitals are of course Saracen workmanship, some of them which had served for former buildings by the ignorance of the workmen have been placed upside down upon the shafts. I observed about half a dozen marble bases of good Grecian workmanship. A few of the marble bases bear Arabic or Kufic inscriptions, in which I read the dates 863 and 762 AH. Footnote: the author afterwards informs us that the temple has been so often ruined and repaired that no traces of remote antiquity are to be found about it. He mentions some modern and unimportant inscriptions upon the walls and over the gates. Knowing that many of the pillars were sent in ships from Syria and Egypt by the Caliph Al-Mahdi, a traveller would have expected better things. End of footnote. A column on the east side exhibits a very ancient Kufic inscription, somewhat defaced, and I could neither read nor copy. Some of the columns are strengthened with broad iron rings or bands, as in many other Saracen buildings of the east. Footnote: the reason being that those shafts formed of the Meccan stone are mostly in three pieces, but the marble shafts are in one piece. End of footnote. They were first employed by Ibn Zahir Barqoq, the king of Egypt, in rebuilding the mosque which had been destroyed by fire in AH 802. Footnote: to this may be added that the facades of the cloisters are 24 along the short walls and 36 along the others. They have stone ornaments not inaptly compared to the French fleurs-de-lis. The capital and bases of the other pillars are grander and more regular than the inner. They support pointed arches, and the Arab secures his beloved variety by placing at every fourth arch a square pilaster. Of these there are on the long sides 10, and on the short 7. End of footnote. Some parts of the walls and arches are gaudily painted in stripes of yellow, red, and blue, as are also the minarets. The paintings of flowers in the usual Mussulman style are nowhere seen. The floors of the colonnades are paved with large stones badly cemented together. Some paved causeways lead from the colonnades towards the Kaaba or the Holy House in the centre. Footnote: I counted 8, not including the broad pavement which leads from the Bab al-Ziyada to the Kaaba, or the 4 cross branches which connect the main lines. These Firash al-Hajar, as they are called, also serve to partition off the area. One space, for instance, is called Haswat al-Harim, or the women's sanded place, because it is appropriated to the female devotees. End of footnote. They are of sufficient breadth to admit 4 or 5 persons to walk abreast, and they are elevated about 9 inches above the ground. Between these causeways, which are covered with fine gravel or sand, grass appears growing in several places, produced by the Zamzam water oozing out of the jars which are placed in the ground in long rows during the day. Footnote: the jars are little amphorae, which inscribed with the name of the donor and a peculiar cipher. End of footnote. There is a descent of 8 or 9 steps from the gates on the north side into the platform of the colonnade, and 3 or 4 steps from the gates on the south side. Towards the middle of this area stands the Kaaba. It is 115 paces from the north colonnade and 88 from the south. For this want of symmetry we may readily account, the Kaaba having existed prior to the mosque which was built around it and enlarged at different periods. The Kaaba is an oblong massive structure, 18 paces in length, 14 in breadth, and from 35 to 40 feet in height. Footnote: my measurements give 22 paces or 55 feet in length. by 18 or 45 of breadth, and the height appear greater than the length. Ali Bey makes the eastern side 37 French feet, 2 inches and 6 lines, the western 38 degrees 4 feet and 6 inches, the northern 29 feet, the southern 31 degrees 6 feet, and the height 34 degrees 4 feet. He therefore calls it a veritable trapezium. In Al-Idrisi's time it was 25 cubits by 24 and 27 cubits high. End of footnote. It is constructed of the grey Mecca stone, in large blocks of different sizes joined together in a very rough manner with bad cement. Footnote. I would alter this sentence thus: it is built of fine grey granite in the horizontal course of masonry of irregular depth. The stones are tolerably fitted together and are held by excellent mortar like Roman cement. The lines are also straight. End of footnote. It was entirely rebuilt as it now stands in AD 1627. The torrent in the preceding year had thrown down 3 of its sides, and preparatory to its re-erection the 4th side was, according to Assami, pulled down after the ulamas, or the learned divines, had been consulted on the question whether mortals may be permitted to destroy any part of the holy edifice without incurring the charge of sacrilege and infidelity. The Kaaba stands upon a base of 2 feet in height, which presents a sharp inclined plane. Footnote. This base is called Al-Shazarawan, from the Persian Shadarwan, a cornice, eaves, or canopy. It is in penthouse shape, projecting about a foot beyond the wall, and composed of fine white marble slabs, polished like glass. There are 2 breaks in it, one opposite and under the doorway, and another in front of Ismail's tomb. Pilgrims are directed during circumambulation to keep their bodies outside of the Shazarawan. This would imply it to be part of the building, but its only use appears in the large brass rings welded into it for the purpose of holding down the Kaaba covering. End of footnote. Its roof being flat, it has at a distance the appearance of a perfect cube. Footnote. Ali Bey also errs in describing the roof as plat en dessous. Were such the case, rain would not pour off with a violence through the spout. Most Oriental authors allow a cubit of depression from southwest to northwest. In Al-Idrisi's day the Kaaba had a double roof. Some say this is the case in the present building, which has not been materially altered in shape since its restoration by Al-Hajjaj in AH 83. The roof was then 18 cubits long by 15 broad. End of footnote. The only door which affords entrance, and which is opened but 2 or 3 times in a year. Footnote. In Ibn Jubayr's time the Kaaba was opened every day in Rajab, and in other months on every Monday and Friday. The house may now be entered 10 or 12 times a year gratis, and by pilgrims as often as they can collect amongst parties a sum sufficient enough to tempt the guardian's cupidity. End of footnote. Is on the north side and about 7 feet above the ground. Footnote. This mistake, in which Burckhardt is followed by all our popular authors, is the more extraordinary, as all Arabic authors call the door wall Janib al-Mashriq, or the eastern side, or Wajh al-Bayt, the front of the house, as opposed to Dhahr al-Bayt, the back of the house. Niebuhr is equally in error when he asserts that the door fronts to the south. Arabs always hold the Rukn al-Iraqi, or the Iraqi angle, to face the polar star, and so it appears in Ali Bey's plan. The Kaaba therefore has no northern side, and it must be observed that Muslim writers dispose the length of the Kaaba from east to west, whereas our travellers make it from north to south. Ali Bey places the door only 6 feet from the pavement, but he calculates distances by the old French measure. It is about 7 feet from the ground, and 6 from the corner of the black stone. Between the two, the space of the wall is called Al-Multazam. In Burckhardt, by clerical error, is called Al-Metzem, Volume 1, page 173. It derives its name from the attached to, because here the circumambulator should apply his bosom and beg pardon for his sins. Al-Multazam, according to M. de Perceval, following Dosson, was formerly le lieu d'engagement, whence, according to him, its name. Le Multazam, says M. Galland, rit à cérémonie du pèlerinage de la Mecque, qui est entre la Pied Noir et la porte, et l'endroit où Mohammed se réconcilia avec ses 10 compagnons, qui disaient qu'il n'était pas véritablement prophète. End of footnote. In the first periods of Al-Islam, however, when it was rebuilt in AH 64 by Ibn Zubayr, chief of Mecca, it had 2 doors, even with the ground floor of the mosque. Footnote. From the Bab al-Ziyada, or the gate in the northern colonnade, you descend by 2 flights of steps, in all about 25. This depression manifestly arises from the level of the town having been raised, like Rome, by successive layers of ruins. The most populous and substantial quarters, as the Shamiyah to the north, as one might expect, would be the highest, and this is actually the case. But I am unable to account satisfactorily for the second hollow within the temple, and immediately around the house of Allah, where the door, according to all historians, formerly on a level with the pavement, and now about 7 feet above it, shows the exact amount of depression, which cannot be accounted for simply by calculation. Some chroniclers assert that when the Quraysh rebuilt the house, they raised the door to prevent devotees entering without their permission. But 7 feet would scarcely oppose an entrance, and how will this account for the floor of the building being also raised to that height above the pavement? It is curious to observe the similarity between this inner hollow of the Meccan fane and the artificial depression of the Hindu pagoda, where it is intended to be flooded. The Hindus would also revere the form of the Mecca fane, exactly resembling their square temples, at whose corners are placed Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, and Ganesha, who adore the great universal generator in the centre. The second door anciently stood on the side of the temple, opposite the present entrance. Inside, its place can be traced. Ali Bey suspects its having existed in the modern building, and declares that the exterior of the surface of the wall shows the tracery of a blocked up door, similar to that still open. Some historians declare that it was closed by the Quraysh when they rebuilt the house in Muhammad's day, and the subsequent erection have had only one. The general opinion is that Al-Hajjaj finally closed up the western entrance. Doctors also differ as to its size. The popular measurement is 3 cubits broad and a little more than 5 in length. End of footnote. The present door, which according to Azraqi was brought hither from Constantinople in AD 1633, is wholly coated with silver, and has several gilt ornaments. Upon its threshold are placed every night various small lighted wax candles, and perfuming pans filled with musk, aloe wood, etc. Footnote. Pilgrims and ignorant devotees collect the drippings of wax, the ashes of the aloe wood, and the dust from the Ataba, or the threshold of the Kaaba, either to rub upon their foreheads or to preserve as relics. These superstitious practices are sternly rebuked by the ulama. End of footnote. At the northeast corner of the Kaaba. Footnote. For northeast, read southeast. End of footnote. Near the door is the famous black stone. Footnote. I will not enter into the fabulous origin of the Hajar al-Aswad. Some of the traditions connected with it are truly absurd. When Allah, says Ali, made covenant to the sons of Adam on the day of fealty, He placed the paper inside the stone. It will therefore appear at the judgment, and bear witness to all who have touched it. Muslims agree that it was originally white, and became black by reason of men's sins. It appeared to me a common aerolite covered with a thick slaggy coating, glossy and pitch-like, worn and polished. Dr. Wilson of Bombay showed me a specimen in his possession, which externally appeared to be a black slag, with the inside of a bright and sparkling greyish white, the result of admixture of nickel with iron. This might possibly, as the learned orientalist then suggested, account for the mythic change of colour, its appearance on earth after a thunderstorm, and its being originally a material part of the heavens. Qutb al-Din expressly declares that when the Qaramita restored it after 22 years to the Meccans, men kissed and rubbed it upon their brows, and remarked that the blackness was only superficial, while the inside being white. Some Greek philosophers, it will be remembered, believed that the heavens to be composed of stones, cosmos, or shooting stars, and the Sankoniathan, ascribing the Aerolite worship of the god Keolis, described them to be living or animated stones. The Arabians, says Maximus of Tyre in Dissertation 38, page 455, pay homage to I know not what god, which represented by a quadrangle stone. The gross fetishism of the Hindus, it is well known, introduced them to litholatry. At Jagannath they worship a pyramidal black stone, fabled to have fallen from heaven, or miraculously to have presented itself on the place where the temple now stands. Moreover, they revere the salagram, as the emblem of Vishnu, the second person in their triad. The rudest emblem of the Bonus Deus was a round stone. It was succeeded in India by the cone and triangle, in Egypt by the pyramid. In Greece it was represented by cones of terracotta about 3.5 inches long. Without going deep into theory, it may be said that the Kaaba and the Hajar are the only two idols which have survived the 360 composing the heavenly host of the Arab pantheon. Thus the Hindu poet exclaims, "Behold the marvels of my idol temple, O Muslim, that when its idols are destroyed, it becomes Allah's house." Wilford, Asiatic Society, volumes 3 and 4, makes the Hindus declare that the black stone at Mokesha or Mokshashtana or Mecca was an incarnation of Mokeshwara, an incarnation of Shiva, who with his consort visited Al-Hijaz. When the Kaaba was rebuilt, this emblem was placed in the outer wall for contempt, but the people still respected it. In the Dabistan, the black stone is said to be an image of Kaiwan or Saturn, and Shahristani also declares the temple to have been dedicated to the same planet Zuhal, whose genius is represented in the Puranas as fierce, hideous, four-armed, and habited in a black cloak with dark turban. Muslim historians are unanimous in asserting that the Sasan, son of Babakan, and other Persian monarchs, gave rich presents to the Kaaba. They especially mention the 2 golden crescent moons as significant offering. The Gueber assert that among the images and relics left by Mahabbat and his successors in the Kaaba was the black stone, an emblem of Saturn. They also call the city Meccah, or the moon's place, from an exceedingly beautiful image of the moon, whence they say the Arabs derived Mecca. And the Sabaeans equally respect the Kaaba and the pyramids, which they assert to be the tombs of Seth, Enoch or Hermes, and Sabi, the son of Enoch. Mecca then, it is claimed, as a sacred place, and the Hajar al-Aswad as well as the Kaaba are revered as holy emblems by 4 different faiths, the Hindu, Sabaean, Gueber, and Muslim. I have little doubt, and hope to prove at another time, that the Jews connected it with traditions about Abraham. This would be the 5th religion that looks towards the Kaaba, a rare meeting place of devotion. End of footnote. The black stone forms a part of the sharp angle of the building. Footnote. Presenting this appearance in profile, the Hajar was suffered from the iconoclastic principle of Islam, having once narrowly escaped destruction by the order of Al-Hakim of Egypt. In these days the metal rim serves as a protection as well as an ornament. End of footnote. It forms a part of the sharp angle of the building at 4 or 5 feet above the ground. Footnote. The height of the Hajar from the ground, according to my measurement, is 4 feet 9 inches. Ali Bey places it at 42 inches above the pavement. End of footnote. It is an irregular oval, about 7 inches in diameter, with an undulating surface, composed of about a dozen smaller stones of different sizes and shapes, well joined together with a small quantity of cement, and perfectly well smoothed. It looks as if the whole had been broken into many pieces by a violent blow, and then united again. It is very difficult to determine accurately the quality of this stone, which has been worn to its present surface by the million touches and kisses it has received. It appears to me like a lava, containing several small extraneous particles of whitish and of yellowish substances. Its color is now deep reddish brown, approaching to black. It is surrounded on all sides by a border composed of substances which I took to be a close cement of pitch and gravel of a similar, but not quite the same brownish color. [Footnote: The color was black and metallic, and the center of the stone was sunk about 2 inches below the metal circle. Round the sides was a reddish brown cement, almost level with the metal and sloping down to the middle of the stone. Ibn Jubayr declares the depth of the stone unknown, but that most people believe that it extends 2 cubits into the wall. In his day it was 3 shibrs broad. Shibr is the large span from thumb to the little fingertip, and 1 span long, with knobs and a joining of 4 pieces, which the Karamitah had broken. The stone was set in a silver band. Its softness and moisture were such, says Ibn Jubayr, that the sinner would never remove his mouth from it, which phenomenon made the Prophet declare it to be the covenant of Allah on earth. End of footnote. This border serves to support its detached pieces. It is 2 or 3 inches in breadth, and rises a little above the surface of the stone. Both the border and the stone itself are encircled by a silver band, broader below than above. [Footnote: The band is now a massive circle of gold or silver gilt. I found the aperture in which the stone is 1 span and 3 fingers broad. End of footnote. And on the 2 sides with a considerable swelling below, as if a part of the stone were hidden under it. The lower part of the border is studded with silver nails. On the southeast corner of the Kaaba, or as the Arabs call it, Rukn al-Yamani, there is another stone about 5 feet from the ground. [Footnote: The Rukn al-Yamani is the corner facing the south. The part alluded to in the text is the wall of the Kaaba, between the Shami and the Yamani angles, distant about 3 feet from the latter, and near the side of the old western door, long since closed. The stone is darker and redder than the rest of the wall. It is called Al-Mustajab, or Al-Mustajab min al-Dhunub, or Mustajab al-Du'a, where prayer is granted. Pilgrims here extend their arms, press their bodies against the building, and beg pardon for their sins. End of footnote. It is 1 foot and a half in length and 2 inches in breadth, placed upright on of the common Mecca stone. This the people walking round the Kaaba touch only with their right hand, and they do not kiss it. [Footnote: I have frequently seen it kissed by men and women. End of footnote. On the north side of the Kaaba, just by its door and close to the wall, is a slight hollow in the ground. [Footnote: Al-Mahajjan is the place of mixing or kneading, because the patriarchs here kneaded the mud used as cement in the holy building. Some call it Al-Hufra, or the hole, and it is generally known as Maqam Jibril, the place of Gabriel, because here descended the inspired order for the 5 daily prayers, and at this spot the Archangel and the Prophet performed their devotions, making it a most auspicious spot. It is on the north of the door, from which it is distant about 2 feet. Its length is 7 spans and 7 fingers, breadth 7 spans 3 fingers, and depth 1 span 4 fingers. The following sentence from Herkalet Qanun-e-Islam, chapter 12, section 5, may serve to show the extent of error still popular. The author, after separating the Baytullah from the Kaaba, erroneously making the former the name of the whole temple, proceeds to say, the rain water which falls on the Kaaba terrace runs off through a golden spout on a stone near it, called the Rukn al-Yamani, or the alabaster stone, and stands over the grave of Ismail. End of footnote. Lined with marble, and sufficiently large to admit of 3 persons sitting. Here it is thought meritorious to pray. The spot is called Al-Mahajjan, and supposed to be where Abraham and his son Ismail kneaded the chalk and mud which they used in building the Kaaba. And near this Mahajjan the former is said to have placed a large stone upon which he stood while working at the masonry. On the basis of the Kaaba, just over the Ma'jan, is an ancient Kufic inscription, but this I was unable to decipher and had no opportunity of copying it. On the west or the northwest side of the Kaaba, about 2 feet below its summit, is the famous Mizab, or the water spout. Footnote: generally called Mizab al-Rahman, or spout of mercy. It carries rain from the roof and discharges it upon Ismail's grave, where pilgrims stand fighting to catch it. In Al-Idrisi's time it was of wood, now it is said to be of gold, but it looks really dingy. End of footnote. Through which the rainwater collected on the roof of the building is discharged, so as to fall upon the ground. It is about 4 feet in length and 6 inches in breadth, as well as I could judge from below, with borders equal in height to its breadth. At the mouth hangs what is called the beard of the Mizab, a gilt board over which the water flows. This spout was sent hither from Constantinople in A.H. 981, and is reported to be of pure gold. The pavement round the Kaaba below the Mizab was laid down in A.H. 826, and consists of various coloured stones, forming a very handsome specimen of mosaic. There are 2 large slabs of fine verde antico in the centre, which, according to Makrizi, were sent thither as presents from Cairo in A.H. 241. Footnote: usually called the Hajar al-Akhdar, or the green stone. Al-Idrisi speaks of a white stone covering Ismail's name. Ibn Jubayr of green marble, longish, in the form of mihrab arch, and near it a white round slab, in both of which are spots that make them appear yellow. And near them, we are told, and towards the Iraqi corner, is the tomb of Hajar, under a green slab 1 span and half broad, and pilgrims used to pray at both places. Ali Bey earnestly applies the words Al-Hajar Ismail to the parapet about the slab. End of footnote. This is the spot where, according to the Muhammadian tradition, Ismail, the son of Ibrahim, and his mother Hajra were buried. And here it is meritorious for the pilgrim to recite a prayer of 2 rak'ats. On this side is a semicircular wall, the 2 extremities of which are in a line with the sides of the Kaaba, and distant from it 3 or 4 feet, leaving an opening which leads to the burial place of Ismail. Footnote: my measurements give 5 feet 6 inches. In Al-Idrisi's day the wall was 50 cubits long. End of footnote. The wall bears the name Al-Hatim. Footnote: Al-Hatim literally means the broken. Burckhardt asserts that the Makkawi no longer apply the word, as some historians do, to the space bounded by the Kaaba, the partition, the Zamzam, and the Maqam of Ibrahim. I heard it, however, so used by learned Meccans, and they gave as the meaning of the name the break in this part of the oval pavement which surrounds the Kaaba. Historians relate that all who rebuilt the House of Allah followed Abraham's plan till the Quraysh, and after them Al-Hajjaj curtailed it in the direction of Al-Hatim, which part was then first broken off, and ever since remained so. End of footnote. And the area which it encloses is called Hijr, or Hijr Ismail. Footnote: Al-Hijr is the space separated from the Kaaba, as the name denotes. Some supposes that Abraham here penned his sheep. Possibly Ali Bey means this part of the temple when he speaks of Al-Hajar Ismail, la pierre d'Ismail. End of footnote. On account of its being separated from the Kaaba, the wall itself also is sometimes so called. Tradition says that the Kaaba once extended as far as the Hatim, and that the side having fallen down at the time of the Hajj, the expenses of repairing it were demanded from the pilgrims, under a pretence that the revenues of the government were not acquired in a manner sufficiently pure to admit their application towards a purpose so sacred. The sum, however, obtained proved very inadequate. All that could be done, therefore, was to raise the wall which marked the space formerly occupied by the Kaaba. This tradition, although current among the Mutawwifs or Cicerones, is at variance with history, which declares that the Hijr was built by the Bani Quraysh, who contracted the dimensions of the Kaaba, that it was united to the building by the Hajjaj, and again separated from it by Ibn Zubayr. Footnote: Al-Hajjaj. This, as will afterwards be seen, is a mistake. He excluded the Hatim. End of footnote. It is asserted by Al-Fasi that a part of the Hijr as it now stands was never comprehended within the Kaaba. The law regards it as a portion of the Kaaba, inasmuch as it is esteemed equally meritorious to pray in the Hijr as in the Kaaba itself, and the pilgrims who have not had an opportunity of entering the latter are permitted to affirm upon an oath that they have prayed inside the Kaaba, although they have only prostrated themselves within the enclosure of the Hatim. The wall is built of solid stone, about 5 feet in height and 4 in thickness, cased all over with white marble, and inscribed with prayers and invocations neatly sculptured upon the stone in modern characters. Footnote. As well as memory serves me, for I have preserved no note, the inscriptions are in the marble casing, and indeed no other stone meets the eye. End of footnote. These and the casings are the work of Al-Ghuri, the Egyptian Sultan, in AH 917. The walk around the Kaaba is performed on the outside of the wall, the nearer to it is the better. Around the Kaaba is a good pavement of marble, about 8 inches below the level of the great square. Footnote. As well as memory serves me, for I have preserved no note, the inscriptions are in the marble casing, and indeed no other stone meets the eye. End of footnote. It was laid in AH 981 by the order of the Sultan, and describes an irregular oval. It is surrounded by 32 slender gilt pillars, or rather poles, between every 2 of which are suspended 7 glass lamps, always lighted after sunset. Footnote. It is a fine, close, grey polished granite. The wall is called Al-Mataf, or the place of circumambulation. End of footnote. Beyond the poles is a second pavement, about 8 paces broad, somewhat elevated above the first, but of coarse work. Then another 6 inches higher and 18 paces broad, upon which stand several small buildings. Beyond this is the gravelled ground, so that 2 broad steps may be said to lead from the square down to the Kaaba. The small buildings just mentioned, which surround the Kaaba, are the 5 maqams, with the well of Zamzam, the arch called Bab al-Salam, and the Mambar. Footnote. These are now iron posts, very numerous, supporting cross rods, and of tolerably elegant shape. In Ali Bey's time there were 31 colonnes minces, and piliers, and bronze. Some native works say 33, including the 2 marble columns. Between each 2 hang several white or green glass globe lamps, with wicks and oil floating on water. Their light is faint and dismal. The whole of the lamps in the Haram is said to be more than 1,000, yet they serve but to make darkness more visible. End of footnote. Opposite the 4 sides of the Kaaba stand 4 other small buildings, where the Imams of the orthodox Mohammedan sects, the Hanafi, Shafi'i, Hanbali, and Maliki, take their station and guide the congregation in their prayers. The Maqam al-Maliki on the south, and that of Hanbali opposite the Black Stone, are small pavilions, open on all sides, and supported by 4 slender pillars with a light sloping roof, terminating in a point exactly in the style of Indian pagodas. Footnote. There are only 4 maqams, the Hanafi, Maliki, Hanbali, and the Maqam Ibrahim, and there is some error of diction below, for in these it means that the Imams stand before their congregations, and nearest to the Kaaba. In Ibn Jubayr's time, the Zaidi sect was allowed an Imam, though known to be schismatics and abusers of the Caliphs. Now, not being permitted to have a separate station for prayer, they suppose theirs to be suspended from heaven above the Kaaba roof. End of footnote. The Maqam al-Hanafi, which is the largest, being 15 paces by 8, is open on all sides and supported by 12 small pillars. It has an upper story, also open, where the Mueddin who calls to prayers takes his stand. This was built in AH 923 by Sultan Salim I. It was afterwards rebuilt by Khushgildi, governor of Jeddah, in 947, but all the 4 maqams as they now stand were built in AH 1074. The Maqam al-Shafi'i is over the well Zamzam, to which it serves as an upper chamber. Footnote. The Maqam al-Maliki is on the west of, and 37 cubits from, the Kaaba. That of the Hanbali is 47 paces distant. End of footnote. Near their respective maqams, the adherents of the 4 different sects seat themselves for prayer. During my stay at Mecca, the Hanafis always begin their prayer first, but according to Mussulman custom, the Shafi'is should pray first in the mosque, then the Hanafis, Malikis, and Hanbalis. The prayer of Maghrib is an exception, which they are all enjoined to utter together. Footnote: in Burckhardt's time, the school prays according to the seniority of their founders, and they uttered the azan of Maghrib together, because that is a peculiarly delicate hour which easily passes by unnoticed. In the 12th century, at all times but the evening, the Shafi'i began, then came the Maliki and Hanbali simultaneously, and lastly the Hanafi. Now the Shaykh al-Muazzinin begins the call, which is taken up by the others. He is a Hanafi, as indeed are all the principal people at Mecca, only a few wild Sharifs of the hills being Shafi'i. End of footnote. The Maqam al-Hanbali is the place where the officers of the government and other great people are seated during prayers. Here the Pasha and the Sharif are placed, and in their absence the eunuchs of the temple. These fill the space under this Maqam in front, and behind it the female Hajjis who visit the temple have their places assigned to which they repair principally for the 2 evening prayers, few of them being seen in the mosque at the 3 other daily prayers. They also perform the tawaf, or the walk around the Kaaba, but generally at night, though it is not uncommon to see them walking in the daytime among the men. End of Appendix 2, Part 1. Appendix 2, Part 2 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Appendix 2, Part 2 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. The Baytullah. The present building, which encloses Zamzam, stands close by the Maqam al-Hanbali and was erected in AH 1072. It is of a square shape and of massive construction, with an entrance to the north, opening into the room which contains the well. Footnote: the door of the Zamzam building fronts the southeast. End of footnote. This room is beautifully ornamented with marbles of various colors, and adjoining to it, but having separate door, is a small room with a stone reservoir, which is always full of Zamzam water. This the Hajjis get to drink by passing their hands with a cup through an iron grated opening, which serves as a window into the reservoir without entering the room. The mouth of the well is surrounded by a wall 5 feet in height and about 10 feet in diameter. Upon this the people stand, who draw up the water in leathern buckets, an iron railing being so placed as to prevent their falling in. In Al-Wasi's time there were 8 marble basins in this room for the purpose of ablution. On the northeast or the southeast side of Zamzam stand 2 small buildings, one behind the other, called Al-Qubbatain. Footnote: this is not exactly correct, as the plan will show the angle of one building touches the angle of its neighbour. End of footnote. They are covered by domes painted in the same manner as the mosque, and in them are kept water jars, lamps, carpets, mats, brooms, and other articles used in the very mosque. Footnote: their names and offices are now changed. One is called Qubbat al-Sa'at, and contains the clocks and chronometers, 2 of them English, sent as presents to the mosque by the Sultan. The other is known as the Qubbat al-Kutub, is used as a storeroom for manuscripts bequeathed to the mosque. They still are open to Burckhardt's just criticism, being nothing but the common dome springing from 4 walls, and vulgarly painted with bands of red, yellow, and green. In Ibn Jubayr's time the 2 domes contained bequests of books and candles. The Qubbat Abbas, or that further from the Kaaba than its neighbour, was also called Qubbat al-Sharab, or the dome of drink, because Zamzam water was here kept cooling for the pilgrims in dawrak, or earthen jars. The nearer was termed Qubbat al-Yahudi, and the tradition, they told me, was that a Jew, having refused to sell his house upon the spot, was allowed to remain in loco by the Prophet, as a lasting testimony to his regard for justice. A similar tale is told of an old woman's hut, which was allowed to stand in the corner of the great Nushirawan's royal halls. End of footnote. These two ugly buildings are injurious to the interior appearance of the building, their heavy forms and structures being very disadvantageously contrasted to the light and airy shape of the maqams. I heard some Hajis from Greece, men of better taste than Arabs, express their regret that the Qubbatain should be allowed to disfigure the mosque. They were built by Khushgildi, the governor of Jeddah, in AH 947. One is called Qubbat al-Abbas, from having been placed on the site of a small tank said to have been formed by Abbas, the uncle of Muhammad. A few paces west or northwest of Zamzam, and directly opposite to the door of the Kaaba, stands a ladder or a staircase. Footnote: called a Daraj. A correct drawing of it may be found in Ali Bey's work. End of footnote. Which is moved up to the wall of the Kaaba on days when that building is opened, and by which the visitors ascend to the door. It is of wood, with some carved ornaments, moves on low wheels, and is sufficiently broad to admit of 4 persons ascending abreast. The first ladder was sent hither from Cairo in AH 818 by Muayyid Abu Nasr, king of Egypt. In the same line with the ladder, and close by it, stands a lightly built insulated and circular arch, about 15 feet wide and 18 feet high. This is called the Bab al-Salam, which must not be confounded with the great gate of the mosque, bearing the same name. Those who enter the Baytullah for the first time are enjoined to do so by the outer and inner Bab al-Salam. In passing under the latter, they are to exclaim, O God, may it be a happy entrance. I do not know by whom this arch was built, but it appears to be modern. Footnote: the Bab al-Salam, or Bab al-Nabi, or Bab Banu Shayba, resembles in its isolation a triumphal arch, and is built of cut stone. End of footnote. Nearly in front of the Bab al-Salam, and nearer the Kaaba than any of the other surrounding buildings, stands the Maqam Ibrahim. Footnote: the praying place of Abraham. Readers will remember that the Meccan mosque is peculiarly connected with Ibrahim, whom Muslims prefer to all prophets except Muhammad. End of footnote. This is a small building supported by 6 pillars about 8 feet high, 4 of which are surrounded from top to bottom by a fine iron railing, while they leave the space beyond the 2 hind pillars open. Within the railing is a frame about 5 feet square, terminating in a pyramid top, and said to contain the sacred stone upon which Ibrahim stood while he built the Kaaba, and which with the help of his son Ismail he had removed from hence to the place called Al-Mu'ajjan, already mentioned. The stone is said to have yielded under the weight of the patriarch, and to preserve the impression of his foot still visible upon it, but no Haji has ever seen it, as the frame is always entirely covered with a brocade of red silk richly embroidered. Footnote: this I believe to be incorrect. I was asked $5 for permission to enter, but the sum was too high for my finances. Learned men told me that the stone shows the impress of 2 feet, especially the big toes, and devout pilgrims fill the cavities with water, which they rub all over their eyes and faces. When the Caliph al-Mahdi visited Mecca, one Abdullah bin Uthman presented himself at the unusual hour of noon, and informing the prince that he had brought him a relic which no man but himself had yet seen, produced this celebrated stone. Al-Mahdi, rejoicing greatly, kissed it, rubbed his face against it, and pouring water upon it, drank the draught. Qutb al-Din, one of the Meccan historians, says that it was visited in his day. In Ali Bey's time it was covered with un magnifique drap noir brode, en et en argent, avec des gros glands en. He does not say, however, that he saw the stone. Its veils, called Sitr Ibrahim al-Khalil, are a green ibersham, or silk mixed with cotton and embroidered with gold. They are made at Cairo of 3 different colors, black, red, and green, and one is devoted to each year. The gold embroidery is in the Thulthi character, and expresses the throne verse, the chapter of the cave, and the name of the reigning sultan. On the top is Allah, below it Muhammad, and beneath this is Ibrahim al-Khalil, and at each corner is the name of the four caliphs. In a note to the Dabistan, volume 2, page 410, we find two learned orientalists confounding the black stone with Abraham's station or platform. The Prophet honored the black stone upon which Abraham conversed with Hajar, to which he tied his camels, and upon which the traces of his feet are still seen. And a footnote. Persons are constantly seen before the railing invoking the good offices of Ibrahim, and a short prayer must be uttered by the side of the maqam after the walk around the Kaaba is completed. It is said that many of the Sahaba, or first adherents of Muhammad, were interred in the open space between this maqam and Zamzam, from which circumstance it is one of the most favorite places of prayers in the mosque. Footnote. Not only here, I was told by learned Meccans, but under all the oval pavements surrounding the Kaaba. End of footnote. In this part of the area, the Caliph Sulaiman bin Abd al-Malik, brother of Walid, built a fine reservoir in AH 97, which was filled from a spring east of Arafat. But the Makkawis destroyed it after his death, on the pretense that the water of Zamzam was preferable. Footnote. The spring gushes from the southern base of Mount Arafat, as will afterwards be noticed. It is exceedingly pure. End of footnote. On the side of Maqam Ibrahim, facing the middle part of the front of the Kaaba, stands the Mambar, or the pulpit of the mosque. It is elegantly formed of fine white marble, with many sculptured ornaments, and was sent as present to the mosque in AH 969 by Sultan Sulaiman bin Selim. Footnote. The author informs us that the first pulpit was sent from Cairo in AH 818, together with a staircase, both being the gifts of Mu'ayyid, Caliph of Egypt. Ali Bey accurately describes the present mimbar. End of footnote. A straight narrow staircase leads up to the post of the Khatib, or the preacher, which is surmounted by a gilt polygonal pointed steeple, resembling an obelisk. Here the sermon is preached on Fridays and on certain festivals. These, like the Friday sermons of all mosques in the Mohammedan countries, are usually of the same turn, with some slight alterations upon extraordinary occasions. Footnote. The curious will find a specimen of a Muslim sermon in Lane's module Egypt, Volume 1, Chapter 3. End of footnote. I have now described all the buildings within the enclosure of the temple. The gates of the mosque are 19 in number, and are distributed about it without any order of symmetry. Footnote. Burckhardt subjoins their names as they are usually written upon small cards by the Mutawwifs. In another column are the names by which they were known in more ancient times, principally taken from the Azraqi and the Qutubi. I have added a few remarks in brackets. Mention is made of modern name, arches, and ancient names. 1. Bab al-Salam, composed of 3 gates or arches, and the ancient name is Bab Bani Sheba. This is properly applied to the inner, not the outer, Salam gate. 2. Modern name is Bab al-Nabi. It has 2 gates or arches. Ancient name is Bab al-Jinais, gate of the biers, the dead being carried through it into the mosque. 3. Bab al-Abbas. Opposite to this, the house of Abbas once stood. Number of arches or gates, 3. Ancient name, Bab Sartaqat. Some Muslim authors confound this Bab al-Abbas with the gate of biers. 4. Modern name is Bab Ali. Number of gates or arches is 3. Ancient name is Bab Bani Hashim. 5. Bab al-Zayd or Bab al-Ashara. Number of arches and gates, 2. Ancient name is Bab Bazan, so called from a neighboring hill. 6. Bab al-Baghla. Number of arches or gates, 2. No ancient name. 7. Bab al-Safa. 5 arches or gates. Ancient name Bab Bani Makhzum. 8. Bab al-Sharif. Number of arches and gates, 2. Ancient name Bab al-Jiyad, so called because leading to the hill Ajiyad. 9. Bab Mujahid. Number of gates and arches, 2. Ancient name Bab al-Dukhma. 10. Bab Zulaykha. Gate and arches, 2. Ancient name Bab Sharif Ajillan, who built it. 11. Bab Hani. so called from the daughter of Abi Talib. Gate and arches 2. Ancient name Bab al-Hazurra. Some write this Bab al-Zarura. 12. Bab al-Wada', through which the pilgrim passes when taking his final leave of the temple. Gate and arches 2. Ancient name Bab Jum'ah. 13. Bab Ibrahim or Bab al-Khayatin, so called from a tailor who had a shop near it. Gate or arches 1. No ancient name. 14. Bab al-Umrah, through which pilgrims issue to visit the Umrah, also called Bani Saham. Arch and gate 1. Ancient name Bab Amir ibn Ilyas or Bab al-Sidra. 15. Bab Atiq, arch and gate 1. Ancient name Bab al-Ajali. 16. Bab al-Basti, gate and arch 1. Ancient name Bab Ziyad Dar al-Nadwa. 17. Bab al-Qutubi, so called from the historian of Mecca who lived in an adjoining lane and opened this small gate into the mosque. Number of gate and arches 1. No ancient name. 18. Bab Ziyadeh, number of arches and gate 3. Ancient name is called Bab al-Ziyada, or the gate of access, because it is a new structure thrown out into the Shamia or the Syrian quarter. 19. Bab Daraibeh, gate or arches 1. Ancient name Bab Madrasa. The total number of the arches are 39. An old pair of slippers is here what a shocking bad hat is at a crowded house in Europe, a self-preserver. Burckhardt lost 3 pairs, I, more fortunately, only 1. End of footnote. Burckhardt's description of the gates is short and imperfect. On the eastern side of the mosque there are 4 principal entrances, 7 on the southern side, 3 in the western, and 5 in the northern wall. The eastern gates are the greater Bab al-Salam, through which the pilgrim enters the mosque. Next to it is the lesser Bab al-Salam, with 2 small arches. Thirdly, the Bab al-Nabi, where the Prophet used to pass through from Khadijah's house. And lastly, near the southeast corner, the Bab Ali, or of the Banu Hashim, opening from the street between Safa and Marwa. Between the northeastern corner and the northern wall is the Bab Durayba, a small entrance with 1 arch. Next to it, almost fronting the Kaaba and its grand added, Bab al-Ziyada, also known as Bab al-Nadwa. Here the colonnade, projecting far beyond the normal line, forms a small square or hall supported by pillars, and a false colonnade of 61 columns leads to the true cloister of the mosque. This portion of the building, being cool and shady, is crowded by the poor, the diseased, and the dying, during divine worship, and at other times by idlers, schoolboys, and merchants. Passing through the 3 external arches, pilgrims descend by a flight of steps into the hall, where they deposit their slippers, it not being considered decorous to hold them when circumambulating the Kaaba. A broad pavement in the shape of an irregular triangle, whose base is the cloister, leads to the circuit of the house. Next to the Ziyada gate is a small single-arched entrance, Bab Qutubi, and beyond it one similar, the Bab al-Ajla, also named al-Basitiyya, from its proximity to the college of Abd al-Basit. Close to the northwest angle of the cloister is the Bab al-Nadwa, anciently called Bab al-Umrah, and now Bab al-Atiq, the old gate. Near this place, and opening into the Kaaba, stood the town hall, or Dar al-Nadwa, built by Qusay for containing the oriflamme al-Liwa, and as a council chamber for the ancients of the city. Footnote. Many authorities place this building upon the site of the modern Maqam Hanafi. End of footnote. In the western wall are 3 entrances. The single-arched gate nearest to the north angle is called Bab Banu Saham, or Bab al-Umrah, because pilgrims pass through it to the Tan'im and to the ceremony al-Umrah, little pilgrimage. In the center of the wall is the Bab Ibrahim, or Bab al-Khayatin, the tailor's gate, a single arch leading into a large projecting square, like that of the Ziyada entrance, but somewhat smaller. Near the southwest corner is a double arch added, the Bab al-Wada', or the farewell gate. Hence departing pilgrims issue forth from the temple. At the western end of the southern hall is the 2-arched Bab Hani, so called after the ladies' residence when it was included into the mosque. Next to it is a similar building, Bab Ajlan, which derives its name from a large college, Madrasat Ujlan. Some call it Bab al-Sharif because it is opposite one of the palaces, after which, and also pierced with two arches, is Bab al-Jihad. Some erroneously spell it Bab al-Jihad, or of war, the gate leading to Jabal al-Jihad. The next is double arched and called the Bab al-Mujahid, or Bab al-Rahmah, gate of mercy. Near opposite the Kaaba and connected with the pavement by a raised line of stone is the Bab al-Safa, through which pilgrims now issue to perform the ceremony as Sa'i. It is a small and unconspicuous erection. Next to it is the Bab al-Baghla, with two arches, and close to the southeast angle of the mosque, the Bab Yunus, alias Bab Batan, alias Bab al-Zaid, alias Bab al-Ashara, or Gate of the Ten, because of a favorite within the first 10 Sahaba, or the companions of the Prophet. Most these gates, says Burckhardt, have high pointed arches, but a few round arches are seen among them, which, like all arches of its kind in Al-Hijaz, are nearly semicircular. They are without ornament, except the inscription on the exterior which commemorates the name of the builder, and they are all posterior in date to the 14th century. As each gate consists of 2 or 3 arches or divisions separated by narrow walls, these divisions are counted in the enumeration of the gates leading into the Kaaba, and they make up the number 39. There being no doors to the gates, the mosque is consequently open at all times. I have crossed at every hour of the night, and have always found people there, either at prayers or walking about. Footnote: the Meccans love to boast that no hour of the day or night is the Kaaba ever seen without a devotee performing a tawaf. End of footnote. The outside walls of the mosque are those of the houses which surround it on all sides. These houses belonged originally to the mosque. The greater part are now the property of individuals. They are let out to the richest Hajis at very high prices, as much as 500 piastres being given during the pilgrimage for a good apartment with a window opening into the mosque. Footnote: this would be about $50, whereas 25 is a fair sum for a single apartment. Like English lodging housekeepers, the Meccans make the season pay for the year. In Burckhardt's time, the colonato was worth from 9 to 12 piastres. The value of the latter coin is now greatly decreased, for 28 go to the Spanish dollars all over Al-Hijaz. End of footnote. Windows have in consequence been opened in many parts of the walls on level with the street, and above that of the floor of the colonnades. Hajis living in these apartments are allowed to perform the Friday prayers at home, because, having the Kaaba in view from the windows, they are supposed to be in the mosque itself, and to join in prayer those assembled within the temple. Upon a level with the ground floor of the colonnades, and opening into them, are small apartments formed in the walls, having the appearance of dungeons. These have remained the property of the mosque, while the house above them belonged to private individuals. They are let out to watermen who deposit in the Zamzam jars, or to less opulent Hajis who wish to live in the mosque. Footnote: I entered one of these caves, and never experienced such a sense of suffocation, even in that favourite spot for Britons to asphyxiate themselves, the baths of Nero. End of footnote. Some of the surrounding houses still belong to the mosque, and were originally intended for public schools, as their names of madrasas implies. They are now let out to Hajis. The exterior of the mosque is adorned with 7 minarets irregularly distributed: 1. Minaret Bab al-Umrah, 2. Minaret Bab al-Salam, 3. Minaret Bab Ali, 4. Minaret Bab al-Wada', 5. Minaret Madrasat Kait Bey, 6. Minaret Bab al-Ziyadi, 7. Minaret Madrasat Sultan Sulaiman. Footnote: the magnificent son of Salim I, who built Al-Madinah, the minaret bearing his name. The minarets at Mecca are far inferior to those of her rival, and their bands of gaudy colours give them an appearance of tawdry vulgarity. End of footnote. They are quadrangle or round steeples, in no way differing from other minarets. The entrance to them is from the different buildings around the mosque which they adjoin. Footnote: 2 minarets, namely those of the Bab al-Salam and the Bab al-Safa, are separated from the mosque by private dwelling houses, a plan neither common nor regular. End of footnote. A beautiful view of the busy crowd below is attained by ascending the most northern one. Footnote: a stranger must be careful how he appears at a minaret window, unless he would have a bullet whizzing past his head. Arabs are especially jealous of being overlooked, and have no fellow feeling for votaries of beautiful views. For this reason here, as in Egypt, a blind Muezzin is preferred, and many ridiculous stories are told about men who for years have counterfeited necessity to live in idleness. End of footnote. Having described at length the establishment attached to the Mosque of Al-Madinah, I spare my readers detailed account of the crowd of idlers that hang about the Meccan temple. The Naib al-Haram, or vice-intendant, is one Sayyid Ali, said to be of Indian extraction. He is a superior to all the attendants. There are about 80 eunuchs, whose chief Sarur Agha was a slave of Muhammad Ali Pasha. Their pay varies from 100 to 1000 piastres per mensem. It is, however, inferior to the Medina salaries. The Imam, Muezzins, Khatibs, Zamzamis, etc., etc., are under their respective shaykhs, who are ulama. Footnote: I have illustrated this chapter, which otherwise might be unintelligible to many, by a plan of the Kaaba, taken from Ali Bey al-Abbasi, which Burckhardt pronounced to be perfectly correct. This author has not been duly appreciated. In the first place, his disguise was against him, and secondly, he was a spy of the French government. According to Mr. Banks, who had access to the original papers at Constantinople, Ali Bey was a Catalonian named Badia, and was suspected to have been of Jewish extraction. He claimed for Napoleon a reward for his services, returned to the East, and died, it is supposed, of poisoning in the Hauran near Damascus. In the edition which I have consulted, Paris 1814, the author labours to persuade the world, by marking the days with their planetary signs, etc., etc., that he is a real Oriental, but he perpetually betrays himself. Some years ago, accurate plans of the two Harams were made by order of the present Sultan. They were doubtless to be found amongst the archives at Constantinople. End of footnote. Briefly to relate the history of the Kaaba. The House of Allah is supposed to have been built and rebuilt 10 times. 1. The first origin of the idea is manifestly as a symbolical allusion to the angels standing before the Almighty and praising His name. When Allah, it is said, informed the celestial throng that He was about to send a vice-regent on earth, they deprecated the design, being reproved with these words, God knoweth what ye know not, and dreading the eternal anger, they compassed the Arsh, or throne, in adoration. Upon this Allah created the Bayt al-Ma'mur, 4 jasper pillars with a ruby roof, and the angels circumambulated it, crying, Praise to Allah, and exalted be Allah, and there is no Allah but Allah, and Allah is omnipotent. The Creator then ordered them to build a similar house for man on earth. This, according to Ali, took place 40, according to Abu Hurairah, 2000 years before the creation. Both authorities, however, are agreed that the firmaments were spread above and the 7 earths beneath this Bayt al-Ma'mur. 2. There is a considerable contradiction concerning the second house. Ka'b related that Allah sent down with Adam a khayma, or a tabernacle of hollow ruby, which the angels raised on stone pillars. Footnote: it must be remembered that the Muslims, like many of the Jews, hold that Paradise was not on earth, but in the lowest firmament, which is, as it were, a reflection of earth. End of footnote. This was also called Bayt al-Ma'mur. Adam received an order to compass it about, after which he begged a reward for obedience, and was promised a pardon to himself and to all his progeny who repent. Others declare that Adam, expelled from Paradise, and lamenting that he no longer heard the prayers of the angels, was ordered by Allah to take the stones of the 5 hills, Lebanon, Sinai, Tur Zayt or Olivet, Ararat, and Hira, which afforded the first stone. Gabriel, smiting his wing upon earth, opened a foundation to the 7th layer, and the position of the building is exactly below the heavenly Bayt al-Ma'mur. A Moslem corruption of the legends concerning the heavenly and the earthly Jerusalem. Our first father circumambulated it as he had seen the angels do, and was by them taught the formula of prayer and the number of circuits. According to others again, this second house was not erected till after the angelic foundation was destroyed by time. 3. The history of the third house is also somewhat confused. When the Bayt al-Ma'mur, or as they say, the tabernacle, was removed to heaven after Adam's death, a stone and mud building was placed in its stead by his son Shays or Seth. For this reason it is respected by the Sabaeans or the Christians of St. John, as well as by the Muslims. This Kaaba, according to some, was destroyed by the deluge, which materially altered its site. Others believe that it has raised to heaven. Others again declare that only the pillars supporting the heavenly tabernacle were allowed to remain. Most authorities agree in asserting that the black stone was stored up in Abu Qubays, whence the first created of mountains is called Al-Amin, or the Honest. 4. Abraham and his son were ordered to build the fourth house upon the old foundations. Its materials, according to some, were taken from the 5 hills which supplied the second. Others give the names Uhud, Quds, Warqa, Sinai, Hira, and a sixth, Abu Qubays. It was of irregular shape, 32 cubits from the eastern to the northern corner, 32 from the north to the west, 31 from west to south, 20 from south to east, and only 9 cubits high. There was no roof. 2 doors level with the ground were pierced in the eastern and western walls, and inside, on the right hand, near the present entrance, a hole for treasure was dug. Gabriel restored the black stone, which Abraham, by his direction, placed in its present corner, as a sign where circumambulation is to begin, and the patriarch then learned all the complicated rites of pilgrimage. When this house was completed, Abraham, by Allah's orders, ascended Jabal Sabir, and called the world to visit the sanctified spot, and all earth's sons heard him, even those in their father's loins or in their mother's womb, from that day unto the day of resurrection. 5. The Amalika descended from Imlik, the great son of Sam, the son of Noah, who first settled near Mecca, founded the fifth house. At-Tabari and the Muslim historians generally made the erection of the Amalika to precede that of the Jurham. These, according to others, repaired the house which Abraham built. 6. The sixth Kaaba was built about the beginning of the Christian era by the Banu Jurham, the children of Qahtan, fifth descendant from Noah. According to the Muslims, Ismail married a daughter of this tribe, Da'ala bint Muzaz bin Umar, and abandoning Hebrew he began to speak Arabic, Ta'arrab. Hence his descendants are called Arabicized Arabs. After Ismail's death, which happened when he was 130 years old, Thabit, the eldest of his 12 sons, became the lord of the house. He was succeeded by his maternal grandfather Muzaz, and afterwards by his children. The Jurham inhabited the higher parts of Mecca, especially Jabal Qaq'an, so called from their clashing arms, whereas the Amalika dwelt in the lower grounds, which obtained the name of Ajiyad from their generous horses. 7. Qusay bin Kilab, governor of Mecca and fifth forefather of the Prophet, built the seventh house according to Abraham's plan. He roofed it over with palm leaves, stocked it with idols, and persuaded his tribe to settle near the Haram. 8. Qusay's house was burnt down by a woman's censer, which accidentally set fire to the kiswa or covering, and the walls were destroyed by a torrent. A merchant ship belonging to a Greek trader called Baqum, being wrecked at Jeddah, afforded material for the roof, and the crew were employed as masons. The Quraysh tribe, who rebuilt the house, failing in funds of pure money, curtailed its proportions by nearly 7 cubits, and called the omitted portion Al-Hatim. In digging the foundation, they came to a green stone, like a camel's hunch, which, struck with a pickaxe, sent forth a blinding light and prevented further excavation. The Quraysh, amongst other alterations, raised the walls from 9 to 18 cubits, built a staircase in the northern breadth, closed the western door, and placed the eastern entrance above the ground, to prevent men entering without their leave. When the eighth house was being built, Muhammad was in his 25th year. His surname of Al-Amin, the Honest, probably induced the tribes to take him, to make him their umpire for the decision of a dispute about the position of the black stone, and who should have the honour of raising it to its place. Others derive the surname from this decision. End of footnote. He decided for the corner chosen by Abraham, and distributed the privilege amongst the clans. The Banu Zahra and Banu Abd Manaf took the front wall and the door. The Banu Jama and the Banu Saham was allotted the back wall. The Banu Makhzum and their Qurayshi relations stood at the southern wall, and at the stone corner were posted the Banu Abd Dar, Banu As'ad, and Banu Ada. 9. Abdullah bin Zubayr, nephew of Aisha, rebuilt the Kaaba in AH 64. It had been weakened by fire, which burnt the covering, besides splitting the black stone into 3 pieces, and by the manjaniq, or the catapults, of Husayn bin Numayr, general of Yazid, who obstinately besieged Mecca till he heard of his sovereign's death. Abdullah, hoping to fulfill a prophecy, and seeing that the people of Mecca fled in alarm, pulled down the building by means of his thin-calved Abyssinian slaves. Footnote. As will afterwards be mentioned, almost every Meccan knows the prophecy of Muhammad, that the birthplace of his faith will be destroyed by an army from Abyssinia. Such things bring their own fulfilment. End of footnote. When they came to Abraham's foundation, he saw that it included Al-Hijr, which part the Quraysh had been unable to build. The building was made of cut stone and fine lime brought from Al-Yaman. Abdullah, taking in the Hatim, lengthened the building by 7 cubits, and added to its former height 9 cubits, thus making a total of 27. He roofed over the whole, or part, reopened the western door to serve as an exit, and followed the advice of his aunt, who quoted the Prophet's words. He supported the interior with a single row of 3 columns, instead of double row of 6, placed there by the Quraysh. Finally, he paved the mataf, or the circuit, 10 cubits round with the remaining slabs, and increased the Haram by taking in the nearer houses. During the building, a curtain was stretched around the walls, and the pilgrims compassed them externally. When it finished, it was perfumed inside and outside, and invested with brocade. Then Abdullah and all the citizens went forth in a procession to the Tan'im, a reverend place near Mecca, returned to perform Umrah, or the lesser pilgrimage, slew 100 victims, and rejoiced with great festivities. The Caliph Abd al-Malik bin Marwan besieged Abdullah bin Zubayr, who after a brave defense was slain. In AH 74, Al-Hajjaj bin Yusuf, the general of Abd al-Malik's troops, wrote to the prince informing him that Abdullah had made unauthorized additions to and changes in the Haram. The reply brought an order to rebuild the house. Al-Hajjaj again excluded the Hatim, and retired the northern wall 6 cubits and a span, making it 25 cubits long by 24 broad. The other 3 sides were allowed to remain as built by the son of Zubayr. He gave the house a double roof, closed the western door, and raised the eastern 4 cubits and a span above the mataf, or circuit, which he paved over. The Haram was enlarged and beautified by the Abbasids, especially by Al-Mahdi, Al-Mu'tamid, and Al-Muttazid. Some authors reckon as an 11th house the repairs made by Sultan Murad Khan. On the night of Tuesday, 20th of Sha'ban, AH 1030, a violent torrent swept the Haram. It rose 1 cubit above the threshold of the Kaaba, carried away the lamp post and the Maqam Ibrahim, all the northern wall of the house, half of the eastern, and 1/3 of the western side. It subsided on Wednesday night. The repairs were not finished until AH 1040. The greater part, however, of the building dates from the time of Al-Hajjaj, and Muslims who never mention his name without a curse knowingly circumambulate his work. The ulama, indeed, have insisted upon its remaining untouched, lest kings in wantonness should change its form. Harun al-Rashid desired to rebuild it, but was forbidden by the Imam Malik. The present proofs of the Kaaba's sanctity, as adduced by the learned, are puerile enough, but curious. The ulama have made much of the verselet, verily the first house built for mankind to worship in is that in Mecca, or Mecca, blessed and a salvation to the 3 worlds. Therein are manifest signs, the standing place of Abraham, which whoso enter shall be saved. Quran chapter 3. The word therein is interpreted to mean Mecca, and the manifest signs the Kaaba, which contains such marvels as the footprints of an Abraham's platform, and the spiritual safeguard of all who enter the sanctuary. [Footnote: Meccah, our Mecca, is a common word. Bakka is a synonym, never used but in books. The former means a concourse of people. But why derive it from the Hebrew and translate it as slaughter? Is this a likely name for a holy place? Dr. Colenso actually turns the Makaraba of Ptolemy into the Makkah Rabah, plentiful slaughter. But if Makkah Rabah be Mecca, it is evidence of corruption of Mecca and Araba, the Arab race. Again, supposing the Meccan temple to be originally dedicated to the sun, why should the pure Arab Baal become Hebraized Hobal, and the deity being the only one in the 160 that formed the pantheon? End of footnote. The other signs, historical, psychical, and physical, are briefly these: the preservation of the Hajar al-Aswad and the Maqam Ibrahim from many foes, and the miracles put forth, as in the war of the elephant to defend the house; the violent and terrible deaths of the sacrilegious, and the fact that in the deluge the large fish did not eat the little fish in the Haram. A wonderful desire and love impel men from distant regions to visit the holy spot, and the first sight of the Kaaba causes awe and fear, horripilation and tears. Furthermore, ravenous beasts will not destroy their prey in the sanctuary land, and the pigeons and other birds never perch upon the house except to be cured of sickness from fear of defiling the roof. The Kaaba, though small, can contain any number of devotees. No one is ever hurt, and invalids recover their health by rubbing themselves against the Kiswa and the black stone. [Footnote: This is an audacious falsehood. The Kaaba is scarcely ever opened without some accident happening. End of footnote. Finally, it is observed that every day 100,000 mercies descend upon the house, and especially that if rain come up from the northern corner, there is plenty in Iraq; if from the south, there is plenty in Yemen; if from the east, there is plenty in India; if from the west, there is plenty in Syria; and if from all four angles, general plenty is presignified. End of Appendix 2.
Chapter 46 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Chapter 46 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca by Richard Francis Burton. Appendix 3. This document is written upon slips of paper pasted together 4 feet 5 inches long by about 6½ inches broad, and contains altogether 71 lines below the triangle. The divisions are in red ink. It rolls up and fits into a cylinder of tin, to which are attached small silk cords to sling it over the shoulder when travelling or on pilgrimage. Specimen of a Murshid's diploma in the Qadri order of the mystic craft at Tasawwuf. This is the tree whose root is firm, and whose branches are spreading, and whose shade is perpetual, and the bearer is a good man. We beg of Allah to grant him purity of intention by the power of him upon whom revelation descended and inspiration. I have passed it on, and I, the poorest of men, and the servant of the poor, am Sayyid A. The names are here omitted for obvious reasons. Son of Sayyid B, the Qadri, the servant of the prayer rug of his grandsire, of the Shaykh Abdul Qadir Jilani. Allah sanctify his honoured tomb. Amen. There is no God but Allah. Shaykh Abdul Qadir, a thing to Allah. Facsimile of the seal of great Abdul Qadir. This upon the document is a sign that the owner has become a master in the craft. Sayyid A, son of Sayyid B of C. This is the living Shaykh's seal, and is the only one applied to the apprentice's diploma. And of him, in the name of Allah, the Merciful, the Compassionate, we beg aid. Praise be to Allah, opener of the locks of hearts with His name, and withdrawer of the veils of hidden things with His beneficence, and raiser of the flags of increase to those who persevere in thanking Him. I praise Him because that He hath made us of the people of unity, and I thank Him, being desirous of His benefits. And I bless and salute our Lord Muhammad, the best of His prophets and of His servants, and I bless and salute his, Muhammad's, family and companions, the excelling in dignity, for the increase of their dignity and its augmentation. But afterwards thus saith the needy slave, who confesseth his sins, and his weakness, and his faults, and hopeth for the pardon of his Lord the Almighty, Sayyid A. the Qadri, son of Sayyid B. the Qadri, son of Sayyid Abu Bakr the Qadri, son of Sayyid Ismail the Qadri, son of Sayyid Abdul Wahhab the Qadri, son of Sayyid Nuruddin the Qadri, son of Sayyid Darwish the Qadri, son of Sayyid Husamuddin the Qadri, son of Sayyid Nuruddin the Qadri, son of Sayyid Waliuddin the Qadri, son of Sayyid Zainuddin the Qadri, son of Sayyid Sharafuddin the Qadri, son of Sayyid Shamsuddin the Qadri, son of Sayyid Muhammad al-Hattak, the son of Sayyid Abdul Aziz, son of the Sayyid of Sayyids, polar star of existence, the white pearl, the lord of the reins of worldly possession, the chief of Allah's friends, the incomparable Imam, the essence of negativing accidents, the polar star of polar stars, or prince of princes, a particular degree in Tasawwuf, the greatest assistance. Note, Ghaus, assistance, also means a person who, in Tasawwuf, has arrived at the highest point to which fervour of devotion leads. End note. The uniter of the lover and the beloved. Note, the human soul and its supreme source. End note. The Sayyid Prince, the Sheikh teacher, Muhyiddin, Abdul Qadir of Jilan. Note, for a short notice of this celebrated mystic, see Der below Abd al-Qadir. End note. Allah sanctify his honoured sepulchre, and Allah enlighten his place of rest. Son of Abu Salih Musa Jangi Dost, son of Sayyid Abdullah al-Jaili, son of Sayyid Yahya Zahid, son of Sayyid Muhammad, son of Sayyid Daoud, son of Sayyid Musa, son of Sayyid Abdullah, son of Sayyid Musa al-Juni, son of Sayyid Abdullah al-Mahs, son of Sayyid Hassan al-Musanna. Note, Hassan the second, from whom sprung the Sharifs of Al-Hijaz. End note. Son of the Imam Hassan, son of the Imam and the Amir of true believers, Ali the son of Abu Talib, may Allah be satisfied with him, son of Abdul Muttalib. Note, father to Abdullah, father of Muhammad. End note. Son of Hashim, son of Abdul Manaf, son of Qasay, son of Kilab, son of Murrat, son of Ka'ab, son of Luwi, son of Ghalib, son of Fihr, Quraysh, son of Malik, son of Nazr, son of Kanana, son of Khuzaymah, son of Mudrika, son of Ilyas, son of Muzar, son of Nizar, son of Adnan. Note, dated by M.C. de Percival about 130 years B.C. End note. Son of Ada, son of Udad, son of Mahmisa, son of Hamal, son of Nayyit, son of Quzar, son of Ismail, son of Ibrahim, son of Karikh, son of Kasir, son of Arghwa, son of Faligh, son of Shalikh, son of Kainan, son of Arfakhshad, son of Sam, son of Noah, son of Shais, son of Adam, the father of mankind. Thus between Adnan and Adam we have 18 generations. Al-Wakili and At-Tabari give 40 between Adnan and Ishmael, which Ibn Khaldun, confirmed by M.C. de Percival, thinks is too small a number. The text, however, expresses the popular estimate, but it must be remembered that the Prophet used to say, "Beyond Adnan none but Allah knoweth, and the genealogists lie." With whom be peace, and upon our Prophet the best of blessings and salutation. And Adam was of dust, and dust is of the earth, and earth is of foam, and foam is of the wave, and the wave is of water. Note, Muslims cleaving to the Neptunian theory of earthly origin. End note. And water is of the rainy firmament, and the rainy firmament is of power, and power is of will, and will is of the omniscience of the glorious God. But afterwards that good man, the approaching to his Lord, the averse to all besides him, the desirous of the abodes of futurity, the hoper for mercy, the Darwaish, Abdullah, your humble servant, gentle reader, end note, son of the pilgrim Joseph the Afghan, henceforward let him be known by the name of Darwaish, king in the name of Allah, hath come to us, and visited us, and begged of us instruction in the saying of unity. I therefore taught him the saying which I learned by ordinance from my Shaykh and my instructor and my personal uncle, the Sayyid, the Shaykh Abdul Qadir. Note, the former genealogy proved my master to be what is technically called Khalifa Jaddi, or hereditary in his dignity. The following table shows that he is also Khulfai, adopted to succeed, and gives the name and the descent of the holy man who adopted him. The Qadri, son of the Sayyid the Shaykh Abu Bakr the Qadri, son of the Sayyid the Shaykh Ismail the Qadri, son of the Sayyid the Shaykh Abdul Wahhab the Qadri, son of the Sayyid the Shaykh Nuruddin the Qadri, son of the Sayyid the Shaykh Shahr Darwaish the Qadri, son of the Sayyid the Shaykh Husaymuddin the Qadri, son of the Sayyid the Shaykh Nuruddin the Qadri, from his sire and Shaykh Waliuddin the Qadri, from his sire and Shaykh Zainuddin the Qadri, from his sire and Shaykh Sharafiluddin the Qadri, from his sire and Shaykh Muhammad al-Hattak the Qadri, from his sire and Shaykh Abdul Aziz. Allah sanctify his honoured sepulchre, and Allah enlighten his place of rest. From his sire and Shaykh Sayyid, the polar star of existence, the white pearl, the polar star of holy men, the director of those that tread the path, the Sayyid, the Shaykh Muhyiddin Abdul Qahir of Jilan. Allah sanctify his honoured sepulchre, and Allah enlighten his place of rest. Amen. From his Shaykh, the Shaykh Abu Sa'id al-Mubarak al-Makhzumi, from the Shaykh Abul Hasan al-Hankari, from his Shaykh, the Shaykh Abu Faras al-Tartusi, from his Shaykh, the Shaykh Abdul Wahid al-Tamimi, from his Shaykh, the Shaykh Abul Qasim al-Junaid of Baghdad, from his Shaykh, the Shaykh Asir al-Sakati, from his Shaykh, the Shaykh al-Ma'ruf al-Karhi, from his Shaykh, the Shaykh Daoud al-Tayi, from his Shaykh, the Shaykh Habibul Ajami, from his Shaykh, the Shaykh al-Hasan of Basra, from his Shaykh, the Prince of True Believers, Ali son of Abu Talib, Allah be satisfied with him, and Allah honour his countenance, from the Prophet of Allah, upon whom may Allah have mercy, from Jibreel, from the Omnipotent, the Glorious. And afterwards we taught him, that is, that good man Abdullah, the saying of unity, and ordered its recital 165 times after each fariza. Note, each obligatory prayer is called a fariza. The Shaykh therefore directs the saying of unity, that is, La ilaha illallah, to be repeated 825 times per diem, and on all occasions according to his capability. And Allah have mercy upon our Lord Muhammad, and upon his family, and upon his companions, one and all. And praise be to Allah, Lord of the three worlds. It is finished. There is no God but Allah. Number, note, that is, of repetitions after each obligatory prayer, end note, 165. End of chapter 46. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England.
Appendix 4, Part 1 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barty Begley. Appendix 4, Part 1 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca by Richard Francis Burton. Appendix 4. The Navigation and Voyages of Ludovicus Vertomannus, Gentleman of Rome, A.D. 1503. The first of the pilgrims to Mecca and Al-Madinah who has left an authentic account of the holy cities is Louis Vertomannus, Lodovico Bertema, Gentleman of the City of Rome. Footnote: I have consulted the Navigation and Voyages of Louis Vertomannus to the regions of Arabia, Egypt, Persia, Syria, Ethiopia, and East India, both within and without the river of Ganges, etc., containing many notable and strange things, both historical and natural, translated out of Latin into English by Richard Eden, in the year of our Lord 1576. Hakluyt's Voyages, Volume 4. The curious reader will also find the work in Purchas, Pilgrims and Pilgrimage, Volume 2, and Ramusio, Raccolta della Navigazione e Viaggi, Toma 1. The Travels of Bartema were first published at Milan, A.D. 1511, and the first English translation appeared in Wills and Eden's Decades, 4 tomes, A.D. 1555. End of footnote. If any man, says this author, shall demand of me the cause of this my voyage, certainly I can show no better reason than is the ardent desire of knowledge, which hath moved many other to see the world and the miracles of God therein. In the year of our Lord 1503, he departed from Venice with prosperous winds, arrived at Alexandria and visited Babylon of Egypt, Berinto, Tripoli, Antioch, and Damascus. He started from the latter place on the 8th of April 1503, in familiarity and friendship with a certain Captain Mameluke, which term he applies to all such Christians as have forsaken their faith to serve the Mahometans and Turks, and in the garb of a Mameluki renegado. He estimates the Damascus caravan to consist of 40,000 men and 35,000 camels, nearly 6 times its present number. Footnote: the number of pilgrims in this caravan is still grossly exaggerated. I cannot believe that it contains more than 7,000 of both sexes and all ages. End of footnote. On the way they were enforced to conflict with a great multitude of the Arabians, but the 60 Mamluks composing their escort were more than a match for 50,000 Bedouin. On one occasion the caravan, attacked by 24,000 Arabians, slew 1,500 of the enemies, losing in the conflict only a man and a woman. Footnote: this may confirm Strabo's account of Aelius Gallus' loss after a conflict with a host of Arabs, 2 Roman soldiers. Monsignor Jomard, noticing the case, pleasantly remarks that the 2 individuals in question are to be pitied for their extreme ill luck. End of footnote. This marvel, which is probably not without some exaggeration, he explains by the strength and valiance of the Mamelukes, by the practice still popular of using the camels in the stead of a bulwark and placing the merchants in the midst of the army, that is, in the midst of the camels, while the pilgrims fought manfully on every side, and, finally, by the circumstance that the Arabs were unarmed and wear only a thin loose vesture, and are beside almost naked, their horses also being ill furnished and without saddles or other furniture. The Hijazi Badui of this day are a much more dangerous enemy. The matchlock and musket have made him so, and the only means of crippling him is to prevent the importation of firearms and lead, and by slow degrees to disarm the population. After performing the ceremonies of pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca, he escaped to Zida or Jeddah, despite the trumpeter of the caravana giving warning to all the Mamluks to make ready their horses, to direct their journey towards Syria with proclamation of death to all that should refuse to do so, and embarked for Persia upon the Red Sea. He touched at certain ports of Al-Yaman, and got into trouble at Aden, where the Mahometans took him and put shackles on his legs which came by occasion of a certain idolater who cried after him, saying, O Christian dog, born of dogs. Footnote. This venerable form of abuse still survives the lapse of time. One of the first salutations reaching the ears of the overlands at Alexandria is some little boy's Ya Nazrani Kalbawani, etc., etc. O Nazarene, O dog obscene, etc., etc. In Percy's Reliques, we read of the knight calling his Muslim opponent unchristian hound, a retort courteous to the Christian hound previously applied to him by the pagan. End of footnote. The lieutenant of the Sultan assembled his council, consulted them about putting the traveller to death as a spy of Portugales, and threw him ironed into a dungeon. On being carried shackled into the presence of the Sultan, Barthema said that he was a Roman, professed a Mameluke in Babylon of Al-Khair. But when told to utter the formula of the Muslim faith, he held his tongue, either that it pleased not God, or that for fear and scruple of conscience he durst not. For which offence he was again deprived of ye fruition of heaven. But, happily for Barthema, in those days the women of Arabia were greatly in love with white men. Before escaping from Mecca, he lay hid in the house of a Mohammedan, and could not express his gratitude for the good wife's care. Also, he says, this furthered my good entertainment, that there was in the house a fair young maid, the niece of the Mohammedan, who was greatly in love with me. At Aden he was equally fortunate. One of the Sultan's 3 wives, on the departure of her lord and master, bestowed her heart upon the traveller. She was very fair and comely after their manner, and of colour inclining to black. She would spend the whole day in beholding Barthema, who wandered about simulating madness. Footnote. For a full account of the mania fit, I must refer the curious reader to the original, Book 2, Chapter 5. The only mistake the traveller seems to have committed was that, by his ignorance of the rules of ablution, he made men agree that he was no saint but a madman. End of footnote. And, in the mean season, divers times, sent him secretly much good meat by her maidens. He seems to have played his part to some purpose under the colour of madness, converting a great fat sheep to Mohammedanism, killing an ass because he refused to be a proselyte, and finally he handled a Jew so ill that he had almost killed him. After sundry adventures and a trip to Sana'a, he started for Persia with the Indian fleet, in which, by means of fair promises, he had made friendship with a certain captain. He visited Zela and Berbera in the Somali country, and at last reached Hormuz. The 3rd book entreateth of Persia, the 4th of India and of the cities and other notable things seen there. The 8th book contains the Voyage of India, in which he includes Pegu, Sumatra, Borneo and Java, where, abhorring the beastly manners of a cannibal population, he made but a short stay. Returning to Calicut, he used great subtlety, escaped to the Portugales, and was well received by the Viceroy. After describing in his 7th book the voyage or navigation of Ethiopia, Melinda, Mombasa, Mozambique, and Zafala, Sofala, he passed the cape called Caput Bona Spei, and repaired to the goodly city of Luxburn, Lisbon, where he had the honour of kissing hands. The king confirmed with his great seal the letters patentes, whereby his lieutenant, the Viceroy of India, had given the pilgrim the order of knighthood. And thus, says Barthema by way of conclusion, departing from thence with the king's passport and safe conduct, at the length after these my long and great travails and dangers, I came to my long desired native country, the city of Rome, by the grace of God, to whom be all honour and glory. This old traveller's pages abound with the information to be collected in a fresh field by an unscrupulous and hard-headed observer. They are, of course, disfigured with a little romancing. His Jews at Kabor near Al-Madinah were 5 or 6 spans long. At Mecca he saw 2 unicorns, the younger at the age of 1 year and like a young colt. The horn of this is the length of 4 handfuls. Footnote. He proceeds, however, to say that the head is like a hart's, the legs thin and slender, like a fawn or hide, the hoofs divided much like the feet of a goat, that they were sent from Ethiopia, the Somali country, and were showed to the people for a miracle. They might therefore possibly have been African antelopes, which a lusus naturae had deprived of their second horn, but the suspicion of fable remains. End of footnote. And so credulous is he about anthropophagy, that he relates of Mahomet, son to the Sultan of Sana'a, how he, by a certain natural tyranny and madness, delighteth to eat men's flesh, and therefore secretly killeth many to eat them. Footnote. This is a tale not unfamiliar to the Western world. Louis XI of France was supposed to drink the blood of babes pour rajeunir sa veine épuisée. The reasons in favour of such unnatural diet have been fully explained by the infamous Marquis de Sade. End of footnote. But all things well considered, Lodovico Bartema, for correctness of observation and readiness of wit, stands in the foremost rank of the old Oriental travellers. I proceed to quote and to illustrate with notes the few chapters devoted in the first volume of this little-known work to Mecca and Al-Madinah. Chapter 11. Of a mountain inhabited with Jews, and of the city of Medinah where Muhammad was buried. In the space of 8 days we came to a mountain which containeth in circuit 10 or 12 miles. This is inhabited with Jews, to the number of 5,000 or thereabout. They are very little stature, as of the height of 5 or 6 spans, of some much less. They have small voices like women, and of black colour, yet some blacker than other. They feed of none other meat than goats' fleshes. Footnote. This is to the present day a food confined to the Bedouin. End of footnote. They are circumcised, and deny not themselves to be Jews. If by chance any Mahometan come into their hands, they flay him alive. At the foot of the mountain we found a certain hole, out of which flowed abundance of water. By finding this opportunity, we laded 16,000 camels, which thing greatly offended the Jews. They wandered in that mountain, scattered like wild goats or prickets, yet durst they not come down, partly for fear, and partly for hatred against the Mahometans. Beneath the mountain are seen 7 or 8 thorn trees, very fair, and in them we found a pair of turtle doves, which seemed to us in manner a miracle, having before made so long journeys, and saw neither beast nor fowl. Then proceeding 2 days' journey, we came to a certain city named Madinah 4 miles from the said city we found a well. Here the caravana, that is, the whole herd of camels, rested, and remaining here 1 day, we washed ourselves, and changed our shirts, the more freshly to enter into the city. It is well peopled, and containeth about 300 houses. The walls are like bulwarks of earth, and the houses both of stone and brick. The soil about the city is utterly barren, except that about 2 miles from the city are seen about 50 palm trees that bear dates. Footnote. This alludes to the gardens of Kuba. The number of date trees is now greatly increased. See chapter 19. End of footnote. There, by a certain garden, runneth a course of water falling into a lower plain, where also passengers are accustomed to water their camels. Footnote. The Ain al-Zarqa, flowing from the direction of Kuba. Chapter 18. End of footnote. And here opportunity now serveth to confute the opinion of them which think that the ark or tomb of wicked Mahomet to hang in the air, not borne up with anything. As touching which thing I am utterly of another opinion, and affirm this neither to be true, nor to have any likeness of truth, as I presently beheld these things, and saw the place where Mahomet is buried, in the said city of Madinah. For we tarried there 3 days, to come to the true knowledge of all these things. When we were desirous to enter into their temple, which they call Meschita, footnote, Masjid, a mosque, end of footnote, and all other churches by the same name, we could not be suffered to enter without a companion little or great. They, taking us by the hand, brought us to the place where they say Mahomet is buried. Chapter 12. Of the temple or chapel and sepulchre of Mahomet, and of his fellows. His temple is vaulted, and is 100 paces in length, 80 in breadth. The entry into it is by 2 gates. From the sides it is covered with 3 vaults. It is borne up with 400 columns or pillars of white brick. There are seen hanging lamps, about the number of 3,000. From the other part of the temple, in the first place of the Meshitah, is seen a tower of the circuit of 5 paces, vaulted on every side, and covered with a cloth or silk, and is borne up with a grate of copper, curiously wrought, and distant from it 2 paces, and of them that go thither is seen as it were through a lattice. Footnote: nothing can to more correct than this part of Bartama's description. Toward the left hand is the way to the tower, and when you come thither you must enter by a narrower gate. On every side of those gates or doors are seen many books in manner of a library, on the one side 20, and on the other side 25. These contain the filthy traditions and life of Mahomet and his fellows. Within the said gate is seen a sepulchre, that is, a digged place, where they say Mahomet is buried and his fellows, which are these: Nabi, Bubakar, Othomar, Aumar, and Fatumah. Footnote: Nabi, the Prophet, Abu Bakr, Osman, Omar, and Fatima. It was never believed that Osman was buried in the Prophet's mosque. This part of the description is utterly incorrect. The tombs are within the tower above mentioned, and Bartama, in his 13th chapter, quoted below, seems to be aware of the fact. End of footnote. But Mahomet was their chief captain and an Arabian born. Hali was son-in-law to Mahomet, for he took to wife his daughter Fatumah. Bubakar is he who they say was exalted to the dignity of a chief counsellor and great governor, although he came not to the high degree of an apostle or prophet, as did Mahomet. Othomar and Aumar were chief captains of the army of Mahomet. Every of these have their proper books of facts and traditions, and hereof proceedeth the great dissension and discord of religion and manners among this kind of filthy men, while some confirm one doctrine and some another, by reason of their diverse sects of patrons, doctors, and saints, as they call them. By this means they are marvellously divided among themselves, and like beasts kill themselves for such quarrels of diverse opinions and all faults. This also is the chief cause of war between the Sofi of Persia and the great Turk, being nevertheless both Mahometans, and live in mortal hatred one against the other for the maintenance of their sects, saints, and apostles, while every of them thinketh their own to be best. Chapter 13. Of the sect of Mahomet. Now will we speak of the manners and sect of Mahomet. Understand, therefore, that in the highest part of the tower aforesaid is an open round place. Now shall you understand what craft they use to deceive our caravans. The first evening that we came thither to see the sepulchre of Mahomet, our captain sent for the chief priest of the temple to come to him, and when he came, declared unto him that the only cause of his coming thither was to visit the sepulchre and body of Nabi, by which word is signified the Prophet Mahomet, and that he understood that the price to be admitted to the sight of these mysteries should be 4,000 seraphs of gold. Also, that he had no parents, neither brothers, sisters, kinfolks, children, or wives, neither that he came thither to buy merchandise as spices, or bacca, or nardus, or any manner of precious jewels, but only for very zeal of religion and salutation of his soul, and was therefore greatly desirous to see the body of the Prophet. To whom the priest of the temple, they called him sighed, with countenance like one that were distraught. Footnote: the request was an unconscionable one, and the chief priest knew that the body, being enclosed within 4 walls, could not be seen. End of footnote. Made answer in this manner: Darest thou with those eyes, with the which thou hast committed so many horrible sins, desire to see him by whose sight God hath created heaven and earth? To whom again our captain answered thus: My lord, you have said truly. Nevertheless, I pray you that I may find so much favour with you that I may see the Prophet, whom when I have seen I will immediately thrust out mine eyes. The side answered, O Prince, I will open all things unto thee. So it is that no man can deny but that our prophet died here, who, if he would, might have died at Mecca. But to show in himself a token of humility, and thereby to give us example to follow him, was willing rather here than elsewhere to depart out of this world, and was incontinent of angels born into heaven, and there received as equal with them. Then our captain said to him, Where is Jesus Christus, the son of Marie? To whom the side answered, At the feet of Mahomet. Footnote. This is incorrect. Hazrat Isa, after his second coming, will be buried in the Prophet's Hujra, but no Muslim ever believed that the founder of Christianity left his corpse in this world. See chapter 16. End of footnote. Then said our captain again, It sufficeth, it sufficeth, I will know no more. After this, our captain coming out of the temple, and turning to us, said, See, I pray you, for what goodly stuff I would have paid 3,000 seraphs of gold. The same day at evening, at almost 3 o'clock of the night, 10 or 12 of the elders of the sect of Mahomet entered into our caravana, which remained not past a stone cast from the gate of the city. Footnote. Most probably in the Bar al-Manakah, where the Damascus caravan still pitches tents. End of footnote. These ran hither and thither, crying like madmen, with these words, Mahomet, the messenger and apostle of God, shall rise again. O Prophet, O God, Mahomet shall rise again. Have mercy on us, God. Our captain and we, all raised with this cry, took weapon with all expedition, suspecting that the Arabians were come to rob our caravana. We asked what was the cause of that exclamation, and what they cried, for they cried as do the Christians when suddenly any marvellous thing chanceth. The elders answered, Saw you not the lightning which shone out of the sepulchre of the Prophet Mahomet? Footnote. This passage shows the antiquity of the still popular superstition which makes a light to proceed from the Prophet's tomb. End of footnote. Our captain answered that he saw nothing, and we also, being demanded, answered in like manner. Then said one of the old men, Are you slaves? That is to say, bought men, meaning thereby Mamelukes. Then said our captain, We are indeed Mamelukes. Then again the old man said, You, my lords, cannot see heavenly things, as being neophyte, that is, newly come to the faith, and not yet confirmed in our religion. To this our captain answered again, O you mad and insensate beasts, I had thought to have given you 3,000 pieces of gold, but now, O you dogs and progeny of dogs, I will give you nothing. It is therefore to be understood that none other shining came out of the sepulchre than a certain flame which the priests caused to come out of the open place of the tower. Footnote. It is unnecessary to suppose any deception of the kind. If only the Illuminati could see this light, the sight would necessarily be confined to a very small number. End of footnote. Spoken of here before, whereby they would have deceived us, and therefore our captain commanded that thereafter none of us should enter into the temple. Of this also we have most true experience, and most certainly assure you that there is neither iron or steel, or the manganese stone, that should so make the tomb of Mahomet to hang in the air, as some have falsely imagined. Neither is there any mountain nearer than 4 miles. We remained here 3 days to refresh our company. To this city victuals and all kind of corn is brought from Arabia Felix, and Babylon or Alcaire, and also from Ethiopia, by the Red Sea, which is from this city but 4 days' journey. Footnote. This account is correct. Qusair, Suez, and Jeddah still supply Al-Madinah. End of footnote. Chapter 14. The Journey to Mecca. Footnote. It is impossible to distinguish from this description the route taken by the Damascus caravan in AD 1503. Of one thing only we may be certain, namely, that between Al-Madinah and Mecca there are no seas of sand. End of footnote. After we were satisfied, or rather wearied, with the filthiness and loathsomeness of the trumperies, deceits, trifles, and hypocrisies of the religion of Mahomet, we determined to go forward on our journey, and that by guiding of a pilot who might direct our course with the mariner's box or compass, with also the card of the sea, even as is used in sailing on the sea. And thus, bending our journey to the west, we found a very fair well or fountain, from the which flowed great abundance of water. The inhabitants affirm that St. Mark the Evangelist was the author of this fountain, by a miracle of God, when that region was in manner burned with incredible dryness. Footnote. The name of St. Mark is utterly unknown in Al-Hijaz. Probably the origin of the fountain described in the text was a theory that sprang from the brains of the Christian Mamluks. End of footnote. Here we and our beasts were satisfied with drink. I may not here omit to speak of the sea of sand and of the dangers thereof. This was found of us before we came to the mountain of the Jews. In this sea of sand we travelled the journey of 3 days and nights. This is a great broad plain, all covered with white sand, in manner as small as flour. If by evil fortune it so chanced that any travel that way southward, if in the meantime the wind come to the north, they are overwhelmed with sand, that they scatter out of the way, and can scarcely see the one the other 10 paces off. And therefore the inhabitants travelling this way are enclosed in cages of wood, borne with camels, and live in them. Footnote. A fair description of the still favourite vehicles, the Shugduf, Takt Rawan, and the Shibriya. It is almost needless to say that the use of the mariner's compass is unknown to the guides in Al-Hijaz. End of footnote. So passing the journey, guided by pilots with mariner's compass and card, even as on the sea, as we have said. In this journey also many perish for thirst, and many for drinking too much when they find such good waters. In these sands is found momia, which is the flesh of such men as are drowned in these sands, and there dried by the heat of the sun, so that those bodies are preserved from putrefaction by the dryness of the sand, and therefore that dry flesh is esteemed medicinable. Footnote. Wonderful tales are still told about this same momia, mummy. I was assured by an Arab physician that he had broken a fowl's leg and bound it tightly with a cloth containing man's dried flesh, which caused the bird to walk about with a sound shank on the 2nd day. End of footnote. Albeit there is another kind of more precious momia, which is the dried and embalmed bodies of kings and princes, which of long time have been preserved dry without corruption. When the wind bloweth from the north-east, then the sand riseth, and is driven against a certain mountain, which is an arm of the Mount Sinai. Footnote. This is probably Jabal Warkan, on the Darb al-Sultani, or sea road to Mecca. For the Muslim tradition about its Sinaitic origin, see chapter 20. End of footnote. There we found certain pillars artificially wrought, which they call Yan Yuan. On the left hand of the said mountain, in the top or ridge thereof, is a den, and the entry into it is by an iron gate. Some feign that in that place Mahomet lived in contemplation. Here we heard a certain horrible noise and cry, for passing the said mountain we were in so great danger that we thought never to have escaped. Departing therefore from the fountain, we continued our journey for the space of 10 days, and twice in the way fought with 50,000 Arabians, and so at the length came to the city of Mecca, where all things were troubled by reason of the wars between two brethren, contending which of them should possess the kingdom of Mecca. End of Appendix 4, Part 1.
Appendix 4 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Appendix 4 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. The Navigation and Voyages of Ludovicus Vertomannus, Gentleman of Rome, A.D. 1503, Part 2. Chapter 15. of the form and situation of the city of Mecca, and why the Mahometans resort thither. Now the time requireth to speak somewhat of the famous city of Mecca or Mecca, what it is, how it is situate, and by whom it is governed. The city is very fair and well inhabited, and containeth in round form 6000 houses, as well builded as ours, and some that cost 3 or 4000 pieces of gold. It hath no walls. About 2 furlongs from the city is a mount. This is probably Jabal Warqan, on the Darb al-Sultani or sea road to Mecca. For the Muslim tradition about its Sinaitic origin, see chapter 20. Where the way is cut out, which leadeth to a plain beneath. It is on every side fortified with mountains, in the stead of walls or bulwarks, and hath 4 entries. The governor is a Sultan, and one of the 4 brethren of the progeny of Mahomet, and is subject to the Sultan of Babylon, of whom we have spoken before. His other 3 brethren be at continual war with him. The 18th day of May, we entered into the city by the north side, then by a declining way we came into a plain. On the south side are 2 mountains, the one very near, the other distant only by a little valley, which is the way that leadeth to the gate of Mecca. On the east side is an open place between 2 mountains, like into a valley. The Saniyat Kuda, a pass opening upon the Mecca plain. Here 2 towers are now erected. And is the way to the mountain where they sacrifice to the patriarchs Abraham and Isaac. An error. The sacrifice is performed at Muna, not on Arafat, the mountain here alluded to. This mountain is from the city about 10 or 12 miles, and the height of 3 stones cast. It is of stone, and as hard as marble, yet no marble. The material is a close grey granite. In the top of the mountain is a temple, or meskita, made after their fashion, and hath 3 ways to enter into it. The form of the building has now been changed. At the foot of the mountain are 2 cisterns, which consumes water without corruption. Of these, the one is reserved to minister water to the camels of the caravana of Babylon or Al-Cair, and the other for them of Damascus. It is rain water, and is derived far off. The Meccans have a tradition concerning it, that it is derived from Baghdad. But to return to speak of the city, for as touching the manner of sacrifice which they use at the foot of the mountain, we will speak hereafter. Entering therefore into the city, we found there the caravana of Memphis or Babylon, which prevented us 8 days, and came not the way that we came. This caravana contained 64,000 camels, and 100 Mamluks to guide them. And here ought you to consider that by the opinion of all men this city is greatly cursed of God, as apparently by the great barrenness thereof, for it is destitute of all manners of fruits and corn. Muslims who are disposed to be facetious on serious subjects often remark that it is a mystery why Allah should have built his house in a spot so barren and desolate. It is scorched with dryness for lack of water, and therefore the water is there grown to such a price that you cannot for 12 pence buy as much water as will satisfy your thirst for 1 day. Now therefore I will declare that what provision they have for victuals, the most part is brought them from the city of Babylon, otherwise named Memphis, Cairo, or Al-Cair, a city of the river of Nilus in Egypt, as we have said before, and is brought by the Red Sea, called Mare Erythraeum, from a certain port named Gidda, distant from Mecca 40 miles. This is still correct. Suez supplies Jeddah with corn and other provisions. The rest of their provisions is brought from Arabia Felix, that is, the happy or blessed Arabia, so named for the fruitfulness thereof, in respect of the other 2 Arabias, called Petrea and Deserta, that is, stone and desert. They have also much corn from Ethiopia. Here we found marvellous number of strangers and peregrines or pilgrims, of the which some came from Syria, some from Persia, and other from both the East Indies, that is to say, both India within the river of Ganges, and also the other India without the same river. I never saw in any place greater abundance and frequentation of people, for as much as I could perceive, by tarrying there the space of 20 days. These people resort thither for divers causes, as some for merchandise, some to observe their vow of pilgrimage, and others to have pardon for their sins, as touching the which we will speak more hereafter. Chapter 17. Of the pardons or indulgences of Mecca. Now let us return to speak of the pardons of the pilgrims, for which so many strange nations resort thither. In the midst of the city is a temple, in fashion like unto the Colossus of Rome, the amphitheatrum, I mean, like unto a stage, yet not of marble or hewed stones, but of burnt bricks. For this temple, like unto an amphitheatre, hath 80 or 100 gates, and is vaulted. [Footnote: A prodigious exaggeration. Burckhardt enumerates 20. The principal gates are 17 in number. In the old building they were more numerous. Joseph Pitt says it hath about 40 doors to enter into it, not so much, I think, for necessity, as figure, for in some places they are close by one another. End of footnote. The entrance is by a descent of 12 stairs or degrees in every part. [Footnote: Bartema alludes probably to the Bab al-Ziyada in the northern enceinte. End of footnote. In the church porch are sold only jewels and precious stones. In the entry the gilded walls shine on every side with incomparable splendor. In the lower part of the temple, that is under the vaulted places, is seen a marvelous multitude of men. For there are 5 or 6,000 men that sell none other thing than sweet ointments, and especially a certain odoriferous and most sweet powder, wherewith dead bodies are embalmed. [Footnote: I saw nothing of the kind, though consistently, in the Haram at Meccah. End of footnote. And hence all manner of sweet savours are carried in manner into the countries of all the Mahometans. It passeth all belief to think of the exceeding sweetness of these savours, far surmounting the shops of the apothecaries. The 23rd day of May the pardons began to be granted in the temple, and in what manner we will now declare. The temple in the midst is open without any enclosing, and in the midst also thereof is a turret of largeness of 6 passes in circuit. [Footnote: The Kaaba is an oblong massive structure, 18 paces in length, 14 in breadth, and from 35 to 40 feet in height. Burckhardt, Volume 1, page 248. My measurements, concerning which more hereafter, gave 18 paces in breadth and 22 in length. End of footnote. And involued or hanged with cloth or tapestry of silk. [Footnote: In ancient times possibly it was silk, now it is of silk and cotton mixed. End of footnote. And passeth not the height of a man. They enter into the turret by a gate of silver, and is on every side beset with vessels full of balm. On the day of Pentecost license is granted to all men to see these things. The inhabitants affirm that balm or balsam to be part of the treasure of the Sultan, that is the Lord of Meccah. At every vault of the turret is fastened a round circle of iron, like the ring of a door. [Footnote: These are the brazen rings which serve to fasten the lower edge of the kiswa, or of the covering. End of footnote. On the 22nd day of May a great multitude of people began, early in the morning before day, 7 times to walk about the turret, kissing every corner thereof, oftentimes feeling and handling them. From this turret, about 10 or 12 paces, is on other turret, like a chapel, builded after a manner. This hath 3 or 4 entries. In the midst thereof is a well of 70 cubits deep. The water of this well is infected with saltpeter or salt nitre. [Footnote: A true description of the water of the well Zemzem. End of footnote. Egypt men are thereunto appointed to draw water for all the people, and when a multitude of people have 7 times gone round about the first turret, they come to this well, and touching the mouth or the brim thereof, they say, Be it in the honour of God, God pardon me and forgive me my sins. When these words are said, they that draw the water pour 3 buckets of water on the heads of every one of them, and stand near about the well, and wash them all wet from head to foot, although they be apparelled with silk. Then doting fools dream that they are clean from all their sins, and their sins are forgiven them. They say, furthermore, that the first turret whereof we have spoken was the first house that ever Abraham builded, and therefore while they are yet all wet of the said washing, they go to the mountain, where, as we have said before, they are accustomed to sacrifice to Abraham. There is great confusion in this part of Bartema's narrative. On the 9th of Dhul-Hijjah the pilgrims leave Mount Arafat. On the 10th many hasten into Mecca and enter the Kaaba. They then return to the valley of Muna, where their tents are pitched, and they sacrifice the victims. On the 12th the tents are struck, and the pilgrims re-enter Mecca. And remaining there 2 days, they make the said sacrifice to Abraham at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 18. The manner of sacrificing at Mecca. Forasmuch as for the most part noble spirits are delighted with novelties of great and strange things, therefore to satisfy their expectation I will describe their manner of sacrificing. Therefore when they intend to sacrifice, some of them kill 3 sheep, some 4 and 10, so that the butchery sometimes so floweth with blood that in one sacrifice are slain about 3000 sheep. They are slain at the rising of the sun, and shortly after are distributed to the poor for God's sake. For I saw there a great and confounded multitude of poor people, as to the number of 20,000. These make many and long ditches in the fields, where they keep fire with camel's dung, and roast or seethe the flesh that is given them, and eat it even there. I believe that these poor people came thither rather for hunger than for devotion, which I think by this conjecture, that great abundance of cucumbers are brought thither from Arabia Felix, which they ate, casting away the paranges without their houses or tabernacles, where a multitude of the said poor people gather them, even out of the mire and the sand, and eat them, and are so greedy of these paranges that they fight who may gather most. This well describes the wretched state of the poor Takruri and other Africans, but it attributes them an unworthy motive. I once asked a learned Arab what induced the wretches to rush upon destruction as they do, when the faith renders pilgrimage obligatory only upon those who can afford necessaries for the way. By Allah, he replied, there is fire within their hearts, which can be quenched only at God's house and at his Prophet's tomb. The day following, Bartema alludes to the day of Arafat, 9th of Dhul-Hijjah, which precedes, not follows, the day of sacrifice. Their Qadi, which are in place with them, as with us the preachers of God's word, ascended into a high mountain, to preach to the people that remaineth beneath, and preached to them in their language the space of an hour. The sum of the sermon was, that with tears they should bewail their sins, and beat their breasts with sighs and lamentation. And for the preacher himself with loud voice spake these words: O Abraham, beloved of God! O Isaac, chosen of God, and his friend, pray to God for the people of Nabi. When these words were said, suddenly we heard lamenting voices. When the sermon was done, a rumour was spreaded that a great army of Arabians, to the number of 20,000, were coming; with which news that they kept the caravans, being greatly feared, with all speed like madmen fled into the city of Mecca. And we again, bearing news of the Arabians' approach, fled also into the cities. But while we were in the midway between the mountain and Mecca, we came by a despicable wall, of the breadth of 4 cubits. The people passing this wall had covered the way with stones, and cause whereof they say to be this: when Abraham was commanded to sacrifice his son, he willed his son Isaac to follow him to the place where he should execute the commandment of God. As Isaac went to follow his father, there appeared to him in the way a devil, in likeness of a fair and friendly person, not far from the said wall, and asked him friendly whither he went. Isaac answered that he went to his father, who tarried for him. To this the enemy of mankind answered that it was best for him to tarry, and if that he went any further his father would sacrifice him. But Isaac, nothing fearing this advertisement of the devil, went forward, that his father on him might execute the commandment of God. And with this answer, as they say, the devil departed. Yet as Isaac went forward, the devil appeared to him again in the likeness of another friendly person, and forbade him as before. Then Isaac, taking up a stone in that place, hurled it at the devil, and wounded him in the forehead. In witness and remembrance whereof, the people passing that way, when they come near the wall, are accustomed to cast stones against it, and from thence go into the city. Bartama alludes to the Shaitan al-Kabir, or the Great Devil, as the buttress of Al-Munna is called. His account of Satan's appearance is not strictly correct. Most Muslims believe that Abraham threw the stone at the regime, the lapidated one, but there are various traditions upon the subject. As we went this way, the air was in manner darkened with a multitude of stock doves. They say that these doves are of the progeny of the dove that spake in the ear of Mahomet in likeness of the Holy Ghost. A Christian version of an obscure Muslim legend about a white dove alighting on the Prophet's shoulder, and appearing to whisper in his ear whilst he was addressing a congregation. Butler alludes to it. The apostles of this fierce religion, like Mahomet's, were As and Wijan, the latter word being probably a clerical error for pigeon. When describing the Kaaba, I shall have occasion to allude to the blue rocks of Mecca. These are seen everywhere, as in the villages, houses, taverns, and granaries of corn and rice, and are so tame that one can scarcely drive them away. To take them or kill them is esteemed a thing worthy death, and therefore a certain pension is given to nourish them in the temple. No one would eat the pigeons of the Kaaba, but in other places, Al-Madinah for instance, they are sometimes used as article of food. Chapter 20. Of divers things which chanced to me in Mecca, and of Zidda, a port of Mecca. It may seem good here to make mention of certain things in which is seen sharpness of wit in the case of urgent necessity, which hath no law, as saith the proverb. For I was driven to the point how I might privily escape from Mecca. Therefore, whereas my captain gave me charge to buy certain things, as I was in the market place, a certain Mamluk knew me to be a Christian, and therefore in his own language spake unto me these words: Inta min ammi, that is, where art thou? In the vulgar dialect, Ant minen. To whom I answered that I was a Mahometan. But he said, Thou sayest not truly. I said again, By the head of Mahomet, I am a Mahometan. Then he said again, Come home to my house. I followed him willingly. When we were there, he began to speak to me in the Italian tongue, and asked me again from whence I was, affirming that he knew me, and that I was no Mahometan; also that he had been some time in Geneva and Venice, and that his words might be better believed, he rehearsed many things which testified that he said truth. When I understood this, I confessed freely that I was a Romain, but professed to the faith of Mahomet in the city of Babylon, and there made one of the Mamluks, whereof he seemed greatly to rejoice, and therefore used me honourably. But because my desire was yet to go further, I asked the Mahometan whether that city of Mecca was so famous as all the world spake of it, and inquired of him where was the great abundance of pearls, precious stones, spices, and other rich merchandise that the bruit went of to be in that city. And all my talk was to the end to grope the mind of the Mahometan, that I might know the cause why such things were not brought thither as in time past. But to avoid all suspicion, I durst here make no mention of the dominion which the King of Portugal had in the most part of that ocean, and of the gulfs of the Red Sea and Persia. Then he began with more attentive mind, in order to declare unto me the cause what Mart was not so greatly frequented as it had been before, and laid the only fault thereof in the King of Portugal. But when he made mention of the king, I began of purpose to detract his fame, lest Mahometan might think that I rejoiced that the Christians came thither for merchandise. When he perceived that I was of profession an enemy to the Christians, he had met me yet in greater estimation, and proceeded to tell many things more. When I was well instructed in all things, I spake unto him friendly these words in the Mahometan language: Munabba min al-Habib, that is to say, I pray you assist me. Footnote: I confess inability to explain these words. The printer has probably done more than the author to make him unintelligible. Atmannik min al-Nabi in vulgar tongue and rather corrupt Arabic would mean I beg you to aid me for the sake of the Prophet. And a footnote. He asked me wherein? To help me, I said, how I may secretly depart hence, confirming by great others that I would go to those kings that were most enemies to the Christians, affirming furthermore that I knew certain secrets greatly to be esteemed, which if they were known to the said kings, I doubted not but that in short time I should be sent for from Meccah. Astonished at these words, he said unto me, I pray you, what art or secret do you know? I answered that I would give place to no man in making of all manner of guns and artillery. Then said he, Praised be Mohammed who sent thee hither, to do him and his saints good service, and willed me to remain secretly in his house with his wife, and required me earnestly to obtain leave of our captain, that under his name he might lead from Mecca 15 camels laden with spices, without paying any custom, for they ordinarily pay to the Sultan 30 sarafs of gold. Footnote: Ashrafi or ducats. End of footnote. For transporting of such merchandise for the change of so many camels. I put him in good hope of his request. He greatly rejoiced, although he would ask for 100, affirming that might easily be obtained by the privileges of the Mamluks, and therefore desired him that I might feel safe remain in his house. Then nothing doubting to obtain his request, he greatly rejoiced, and talking with me yet more freely, gave me further instructions, and counselled me to repair a certain king of the Greater India, in the kingdom and realm of the Sham. Footnote: the Deccan. End of footnote. Wherefore we will speak hereafter. Therefore, the day before the caravana departed from Mecca, he willed me to lie hid in the most secret part of his house. The day following, early in the morning, the trumpeter of the caravana gave warning to all the Mamluks to make ready their horses, to direct their journey towards Syria, with proclamation of death to all that should refuse to do so. When I heard the sound of the trumpet, and was advertised of the strait commandment, I was marvellously troubled in mind, and with heavy countenance desired the Mahometan's wife not to beware of me, and with earnest prayer committed myself to the mercy of God. On the Tuesday following, our caravana departed from Mecca, and I remained in the Mahometan's house with his wife, but he followed the caravana. Yet before he departed, he gave commandment to his wife to bring me to the caravana, which should depart from Zidda, the port of Mecca. Footnote: Jeddah. This port is distant from Mecca 40 miles. Whilst I lay thus hid in the Mahometan's house, I cannot express how friendly his wife used me. This also furthered my good entertainment, that there was in the house a fair young maid, the niece of the Mahometan, who was greatly in love with me. But at that time, in the midst of the house troubles and fear, the fire of Venus was almost extinct in me, and therefore with dalliances of fair words and promises I still kept myself in her favour. Therefore the Friday following, about noontide, I departed, following the caravana of India, and about midnight we came to a certain village of the Arabians, and there remained the rest of that night, and the next day till noon. From hence we went forward on our journey towards Zidda, and came thither in the silence of the night. The city hath no walls, yet fair houses, somewhat after the building of Italy. There is great abundance of all kind of merchandise, by reason of resort in manner of all nations thither, except Jews and Christians, to whom it is not lawful to come thither. As soon as I entered into the city, I went into their temple or mezquita, where I saw a great multitude of poor people, as about the number of 25,000, attending a certain pilot who should bring them into their country. Here I suffered much trouble and affliction, being enforced to hide myself among these poor folks, feigning myself very sick, to the end that none should be inquisitive what I was, whence I came, or whither I would. The lord of this city is the Sultan of Babylon, brother of the Sultan of Meccah, who is his subject. The inhabitants are Mahometans. The soil is unfruitful, and lacketh fresh water. The sea beateth against the town. There is nevertheless abundance of all things, but brought thither from other places, as from Babylon of Nilus, Arabia Felix, and divers other places. The heat is here so great that men are in manner dried up therewith, and therefore there is ever a great number of sick folks. The city containeth about 500 houses. After 15 days were past, I contacted a pilot who was ready to depart from thence into Persia, and agreed of the price, to go with him. There lay at anchor in the haven almost 100 brigantines and foisters. A foist or bust was a kind of felucca, partially decked, with divers boats and barks of sundry sorts, both with oars and without oars. Therefore, after 3 days, giving wind to our sails, we entered into the Red Sea, otherwise named Mare Erythraeum. End of Appendix 4, Part 2. Appendix 5 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Appendix 5 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. The Pilgrimage of Joseph Pitts to Mecca and Al-Madinah, AD 1680. Part 1. Our second pilgrim was Joseph Pitts of Exon. It is curious, as Crichton, in Arabia Volume 2, page 208, observes that Gibbon seems not to have seen or known anything of the little work published by Pitts on his return home. It is entitled A Faithful Account of the Religion and the Manners of the Mahometans, in which is a particular relation of their pilgrimage to Mecca and the place of Mahomet's birth, and description of Medina and his tomb there, etc., etc. My copy is the 4th edition, printed for T. Longman and R. Hett, London, A.D. 1708. The only remarkable feature in the getting up of the little octavo is, that the engraving headed "The most sacred and ancient temple of the Mahometans at Mecca" is the reverse of the impression. A youth 15 or 16 years old, when in A.D. 1678 his genius leading him to be a sailor and see foreign countries caused him to be captured by an Algerine pirate. After living in slavery for some years, he was taken by his patroon to Mecca and Al-Madinah via Alexandria, Rosetta, Cairo, and Suez. His description of these places is accurate in the main points, and though tainted with prejudice and bigotry, he is free from superstition and credulity. Conversant with Turkish and Arabic, he has required more knowledge of the tenets and the practice of Al-Islam than his predecessor, and the term of his residence at Algiers, 15 years, sufficed, despite the defects of his education, to give fullness and finish to his observation. His chief patroon, captain of a troop of horse, was a profligate and debauched man in his time, and a murderer, who determined to proselyte a Christian slave as an atonement for past impieties. He began by large offers and failed. He succeeded by dint of a great cudgel repeatedly applied to Joseph Pitts' bare feet. I roared out, says the relator, to feel the pain of his cruel strokes, but the more I cried, the more furiously he laid on, and to stop the noise of my crying, would stamp with his feet on my mouth. At last, through terror, he turned and spake the words La ilaha, etc., as usual, holding up the forefinger of the right hand. Then he was circumcised in due form. Of course, such conversion was not a sincere one. There was yet swine's flesh in his teeth. He boasts of saying his prayers in a state of impurity, hates his fellow religionists, was truly pleased to hear Mahomet called Sabatero, i.e. shoemaker, reads his Bible, talks of the horrid evil of apostasy, calls the Prophet a bloody impostor, eats heartily in private of hog, and is very much concerned for one of his countrymen who went home to his own country, but came again to Algiers, and voluntarily, without the least force used towards him, became a Mahometan. His first letter from his father reached him some days after he had been compelled by his patron's barbarity to abjure his faith. One sentence appears particularly to have afflicted him, was this: "To have a care and keep close to God, and to be sure never by any methods of cruelty that could be used towards me be prevailed to deny my blessed Saviour, and that He the Father would rather hear of my death than of me being a Mahometan." Indeed, throughout the work it appears that his repentance was sincere. "God be merciful to me, a sinner," is the deprecation that precedes the account of his turning Turk, and the book concludes with, "To him therefore, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, three persons and one God, be all honour, glory, and praise, world without end. Amen." Having received from his patron, whom he acknowledges to have been a second parent to him, a letter of freedom at Mecca, and having entered into pay, still living with his master, Pitts began to think of escape. The Grand Turk had sent to Algiers for ships, and the renegade was allowed to embark on board one of them, provided with a diplomatic letter from Mr. Baker, consul of Algiers, to Mr. Ray, consul at Smyrna. Some years afterwards, Mr. Consul Baker, when waited upon by Pitts in London, gave him a copy of the letter, with the following memorandum upon the back of it: "Copy of my letter to Consul Ray at Smyrna, to favour the escape of Joseph Pitts, an English renegade from a squadron of Algiers men of war. Had my kindness to him been discovered by the government of Algiers, my legs and arms had first been broken, and my carcass burnt, a danger hitherto not courted by any." The devil, we are told, was very busy with him in the Levant, tempting him to lay aside all thoughts of escaping, to return to Algiers, and to continue a Mussulman; and the loss of 8 months' pay and certain other moneys seems to have weighed heavily upon his soul. Still he prepared for the desperate enterprise, in which failure would have exposed him to be dragged about the streets on the stone till half dead, and then be burned to ashes in the Jews' burial place. A generous friend, Mr. Elliot, a Cornish merchant, who had served some part of his apprenticeship in Axen, and had settled at Smyrna, paid £4 for his passage in a French ship to Leghorn. Therefrom, in the evening, before sailing, he went on board, apparelled as an Englishman, with his beard shaven, a campaign periwig, and a cane in his hand, accompanied with 3 or 4 of his friends. At Leghorn he prostrated himself and kissed the earth, blessing Almighty God for his mercy and goodness to him, that he once more set footing on the European Christian part of the world. The italics in the text are the author's. This is admirably characteristic of the man. Asiatic Christendom would not satisfy him. He seems to hate the damnable doctrines of the Papists almost as much as those of the Moslems. He travelled through Italy, Germany, and Holland, where he received many and great kindnesses, but his patriotism was damped as he entered England, his own native country, and the civilized land must have made him for a time regret having left Algiers. The very first night he lay ashore he was impressed into the king's service, we having at that time war with France. Despite arguments and tears, he spent some days in Colchester jail, and finally he was put on board a smack to be carried to the Dreadnought man of war. But happily for himself, he had written to Sir William Falconer, one of the Smyrna or Turkey Company in London. That gentleman used his interest to procure a protection from the Admiralty Office, upon the receipt of which good news Joseph Pitts did rejoice exceedingly, and could not forbear leaping upon the deck. He went to London, thanked Sir William, and hurried down to Exeter, where he ends his 15 years' tale with a homely, heartful, and affecting description of his first meeting with his father. His mother died about a year before his return. The following passages are part of the 7th and 8th chapter of Pitts' little-known work. Next we came to Gidda, the nearest port town to Mecca, not quite 1 day's journey from it. He must have been accustomed to long days' journey. Al-Idrisi makes Jeddah 40 miles from Mecca. I calculated about 42. Here we are met by dalils, i.e. certain persons who came from Mecca on purpose to instruct the Hajjis or pilgrims in the ceremonies, most of them being ignorant of them, which are to be used in their worship at the temple there. Footnote: Dalil, a guide, generally called at Mecca Mutawwif. End of footnote. In the middle of which is a place which they call Beet Allah, i.e. the house of God. They say that Abraham built it, to which I give no credit. As soon as we come to the town of Mecca, the dalil or guide carries us into the great street, which is in the midst of the town and to which the temple joins. Footnote: Pitts note that before they'll provide for themselves, they serve God in their way. End of footnote. When the camels are laid down, he first directs us to the fountain, there to take abdes. Footnote: Abdast is the Turkish word borrowed from the Persian for wuzu, the minor ablution. End of footnote. Which being done, he brings us to the temple, into which, having left our shoes with one who constantly attends to receive them, we enter at the door called Bab al-Salam, i.e. the welcome gate, or gate of peace. After a few paces entrance, the dalil makes a stand and holds up his hands towards the Beet Allah, it being in the middle of the mosque, the Hajjis imitating him and saying after him the same words which he speaks. At the very first sight of the Beet Allah, the Hajjis melt into tears. Then we are led up to it, still speaking after the dalil. Then we are led round it 7 times, and then to make 2 erkaets. Footnote: Rak'at, a bending. This 2-bow prayer is in honor of the mosque. End of footnote. This being done, we are led into the street again, where we are sometimes to run and sometimes to walk very quickly with the dalil, from one place of the street to the other, about a bow shot. Footnote: This is the ceremony technically called as-say, or running between Safa and Marwa. Burckhardt describes it accurately, Volume 1, page 174 till 175. End of footnote. I profess I could not choose but admire to see those poor creatures so extraordinary devout and affectionate when they are about these superstitions, and with what awe and trembling they were possessed, insomuch that I could scarce forbear shedding of tears, to see their zeal, though blind and idolatrous. After all this is done, we return to the place in the street where we left our camels, with our provisions and necessaries, and then look out for lodgings, where when we came, we disrobe and take our hirawims, footnote, ihram, the pilgrim garb, end of footnote, and put on our ordinary clothes again. All the pilgrims hold it to their great duty well to improve their time whilst they are at Mecca, not to do their accustomed duty and devotion in the temple, but to spend all their leisure time there, and as far as strength will permit to continue at Tawaf, i.e. to walk around the Beet Allah, which is about 24 paces square. At one corner of the beat there is a black stone fastened and framed with silver plate, footnote, now gold or gilt, end of footnote. And every time they come to that corner they kiss the stone, and having gone round 7 times, they perform 2 erkaets namaz or prayer. This stone, they say, was formerly white, and then it was called Hajar Asad, i.e. the white stone. But by reason of the sins of the multitudes of people who kiss it, it is become black, and is now called Hajar Aswad, or the black stone. Footnote: This is an error. The stone is called Hajar Aswad, or the black stone, or Hajar Asad, the blessed stone. Moreover, it did not change its color on account of the sins of the people who kissed it. End of footnote. This place is so much frequented by people going around it, that the place of the Tawaf, i.e. the circuit which they take in going around it, is seldom void of people at any time of the day or night. Footnote: The Meccans in effect still make this a boast. End of footnote. Many have waited several weeks, nay months, for the opportunity of finding it so. For they say that if any person is blessed with such an opportunity, that for his or her zeal in keeping up the honour of the Tawaf, let they petition what they will at the Beet Allah, they shall be answered. Many will walk round till they are quite weary, then rest, and at it again, carefully remembering at the end of every 7th time to perform 2 erkaets. This beet is in effect the object of their devotion, the idol which they adore, for let them never be so far distant from it, east, west, north, or south of it, they will be sure to bow down towards it. But when they are at the beet, they may go on which side they please, and pay their salah towards it. Footnote: nothing more blindly prejudiced than this statement. Muslims turn towards Mecca as Christians towards Jerusalem. End of footnote. Sometimes there are several hundreds at Tawaf at once, especially after Aksham Namaz, or fourth time of service, which is after candle lighting, as you heard before. And these both men and women, but the women walk on the outside the men, and the men nearest to the beat. In so great a resort as this, it is not to be supposed that every individual person can come to kiss the stone aforementioned. Therefore, in such a case, the lifting up the hands towards it, smoothing down their faces, and using a short expression of devotion, as Allah Waik Barik, i.e. blessed God, or Allah Kabur, i.e. great God, some such like, and so passing by it till opportunity of kissing it offers, is thought sufficient. Footnote: as will afterwards be explained, all the four orthodox schools do not think it necessary to kiss the stone after each circumambulation. End of footnote. But when there are but few men at Tawaf, then the women get opportunity to kiss the said stone, and when they have gotten it, they close in with it as they come round, and walk round as quick as they can to come to it again, and keep possession of it for a considerable time. The men, when they see that the women have got the place, will be so civil as to pass by and give them leave to take their fill, as I may say, in their tawaf or walking round, during which they are using some formal expressions. When the women are at the stone, then it is esteemed a very rude and abominable thing to go near them, respecting the time and place. I shall now give you a more peculiar description of Mecca and the temple there. First, as to Mecca, it is a town situated in a barren place, about 1 day's journey from the Red Sea, in a valley, or rather in the midst of many little hills. It is a place of no force, wanting both walls and gates. Its buildings are, as I said before, very ordinary, insomuch that it would be a place of no tolerable entertainment, were it not for the anniversary resort of so many thousand Hagges, or pilgrims, on whose coming the whole dependence of the town in a manner is, for many shops are scarcely open all the year besides. The people here, I observed, are poor sort of people, very thin, lean, and swarthy. The town is surrounded for several miles with many thousands of little hills, which are very near one to the other. I have been on the top of some of them near Mecca, where I could see some miles about, yet was not able to see the farthest of the hills. They are all stony rock and blackish, and pretty near of bigness, appearing at a distance like cocks of hay, but all pointing towards Mecca. Some of them are half a mile in circumference, but all near of one height. The people here have an odd and foolish sort of tradition concerning them, viz., that when Abraham went about building the Bayt Allah, God by his wonderful providence did so order it that every mountain in the world should contribute something to the building thereof, and accordingly every one did send its proportion, though there is a mountain near Algiers which is called Karadok, i.e. Black Mountain. And the reason of its blackness, they say, is because it did not send any part of itself towards the building of the temple at Mecca. Footnote: these are mere local traditions. The original Kaaba was composed of materials gathered from the 6 mountains of Paradise, chapter 20. The present building is of grey granite quarried in a hill near Mecca. End of footnote. Between these hills is good and plain travelling, though they stand one to another. There is upon the top of one of them a cave, which they term Hira, i.e. blessing. Footnote: now Jabal Nur. End of footnote. Into which they say Mahomet did usually retire for his solitary devotions, meditations, and fastings, and here they believe he had a great part of the Al-Quran brought to him by the angel Gabriel. I have been in this cave and observed that it is not at all beautified, at which I admired. About half a mile out of Mecca is a very steep hill, and there are stairs made to go to the top of it, where there is a cupola, under which is a cloven rock. Into this, they say, Mahomet, when very young, viz. about 4 years of age, was carried by the angel Gabriel, who opened his breast and took out his heart, from which he picked some black blood specks, which was his original corruption, then put it into its place again, and afterwards closed up the part, and that during this operation Mahomet felt no pain. Into this very place I myself went, because the rest of my company did so, and performed some erkads, as they did. The town hath plenty of water, and yet but few herbs, unless in some particular places. Here are several sorts of good fruits to be had, viz. grapes, melons, watermelons, cucumbers, pumpkins, and the like, but these are brought 2 or 3 days' journey off, where there is a place of very great plenty, called, if I mistake not, Habbash. They come from the well-known Taif, which the country people call Hijaz, but never Habbash. The word Taif literally means a circumambulator. It is said that when Adam settled at Mecca, finding the country barren, he prayed to Allah to supply him with a bit of fertile land. Immediately appeared a mountain, which, having performed tawaf round the Kaaba, settled itself down eastward of Mecca. Hence, to the present day, Taif is called Qita' min al-Sham, a piece of Syria, its fatherland. Likewise, sheep are brought hither and sold, so that as to Mecca itself, it affords little or nothing of comfortable provisions. It lieth in a very hot country, insomuch that people run from one side of the streets to the other to get into the shadows, as the motion of the sun causes it. The inhabitants, especially men, do usually sleep on the tops of the houses for the air, or in the streets before their doors. Some lay in the small bedding that have on a thin mat on the ground, others have a slight frame, made much like drink stalls, on which we place barrels, standing on 4 legs corded with palm cordage, on which they put their bedding. Before they bring out their bedding, they sweep the streets and water them. As for my own part, I usually lay open without any bed covering on the top of the house. Only I took a linen cloth, dipped in water, and after I had wrung it, covered myself with it in the night. And when I awoke, I should find it dry. Then I would wet it again, and thus I did 2 or 3 times in a night. Secondly, I shall next give you some account of the temple of Mecca. It hath about 40 doors to enter into it, not so much, I think, for necessity as figure. In some places they are close by one another. The form of it is much resembling that of the Royal Exchange in London, but I believe it is near 10 times bigger. It is all open and gravelled in the midst, except some paths that come from certain doors which lead to the Bayt Allah, and are paved with broad stones. The walks or cloisters all round are arched overhead, and paved beneath with fine broad stone, and all round are little rooms or cells, where which dwell and give themselves up for reading, studying, and a devout life, who are much akin to their dervises or hermits. The Bayt Allah, which stands in the middle of the temple, is 4 square, about 24 paces each square, and near 24 foot in height. This is an error of printing for paces. It is built with great stone, all smooth and plain, without the least bit of carved work on it. It is covered all over, from top to bottom, with a thick sort of silk. Above the middle part of the covering are embroidered all round letters of gold, the meaning of which I cannot well call to mind, but I think there were some devout expressions. Each letter is near 2 foot in length and 2 inches broad. Near the lower end of this bead are large brass rings fastened into it, through which passeth a great cotton rope, and to this the lower end of the covering is tacked. The threshold of the door that belongs to the beat is as high as a man can reach, and therefore, when any person enter into it, a sort of ladder stairs are brought for that purpose. The door is plated all over with silver. Not a massy gold, as late French author, who I am sure was never there, says. The door is of wood, only plated over with silver. Much less is the inside of the beat, sealed with massy gold, as the same Frenchman asserts. I can assure the world there is no such thing. The door is of wood, thickly plated over with silver, in many parts gilt, and whatever hereabouts is gilt, the Meccans always call gold, RFB. And there is a covering, hangs over it, and reaches to the ground, which is kept turned up all the week, except Thursday night and Friday, which is their Sabbath. The said covering of the door is very thick, embroidered with gold, insomuch that it weighs several score pounds. The top of the beat is flat, beaten with lime and sand, and there is a long gutter or spout to carry off the water when it rains, at which time the people will run, throng, and struggle to get under the said gutter, so that the water that comes off the beat may fall upon them, accounting it as the dew of heaven, and looking on it as a great happiness to have it drop upon them. But if they can recover some of this water to drink, they esteem it to be yet a much greater happiness. Many poor people make it their endeavour to get some of it, and present it to the Hagges, for which they are well rewarded. My patroon had a present made him of this water, with which he was not a little pleased, and gave him that brought it a good reward. This Beat Allah is open but 2 days in the space of 6 weeks, viz. 1 day for the men, and the next day for the women. This is no longer the case. Few women ever enter the Kaaba, on account of the personal danger they run there. I was at Mecca about 4 months. I had the opportunity of entering into it twice, a reputed advantage which many thousands of Hajjis have not met with, for those that come by land make no longer stay at Mecca than 16 or 17 days. When any enter into the Beat, all that they have to do is perform 2 erkats on each side. More correctly, at 3 of the corners, and the 4th opposite the southern third of the western wall. With the holding up their 2 hands and petitioning at the conclusion of each 2 erkats, and they are so very reverent and devout in doing this that they will not suffer their eyes to wander and gaze about, for they account it very sinful to do so. Nay, they say that one was smitten blind for gazing about when in the Beat, as the reward of his vain and unlawful curiosity. It is deemed disrespectful to look at the ceiling, but pilgrims may turn their eyes in any other direction they please. I could not, for my part, give any credit for this story, but looked on it as a legendary relation, and therefore was resolved, if I could, to take my view of it. I mean not to continue gazing about it, but now and then to cast an observing eye. And I profess I found nothing worth seeing in it, only 2 wooden pillars in the midst to keep up the roof. There are now 3, and a bar of iron fastened to them, on which hang 3 or 4 silver lamps, which are, I suppose, but seldom if ever lighted. In one corner of the Beat is an iron or brass chain. I cannot tell which, for I made no use of it. The pilgrims just clap it about their necks in token of repentance. The floor of the Beat is marble, and so is the inside of the walls, on which there is written something in Arabic, which I had no time to read. The walls, though of marble on the inside, are hung over with silk, which is pulled off before the Hagges enter. It is tucked up about 6 feet high. Those that go into the Beat tarry there but a very little while, viz. scarce so much as half a quarter of an hour, because others wait for the same privilege, and while some go in, others are going out. After all is over, and all that will have done this, the Sultan of Mecca, who is Sharif, i.e. one of the race of the Mahomet, accounts himself not too good to cleanse the Beat, and therefore with some of his favourites doth wash and cleanse it. And first of all they wash it with the holy water Zemzem, and after that with sweet water. The stairs which were brought to enter in at the door of the Beat being removed, the people crowd under the door to receive on them the sweepings of the said water, and the besoms wherewith the Beat is cleansed are broken in pieces and thrown out amongst the mob, and he that gets a small stick or twig of it keeps it as a sacred relic. But to speak something further of the Temple of Mecca, for I am willing to be very particular in matters about it, though in so being I should, it may be, speak of things which by some people may be thought trivial. The compass of the ground around the Beat, where the people exercise themselves in the duty of Tawaf, is paved with marble about 50 foot in breadth. It is a close kind of grey granite, which takes a high polish from the pilgrims' feet. And round this marble pavement stand pillars of brass about 15 foot high, now iron posts, and 20 foot distant from each other, above the middle part of which iron bars are fastened. reaching from one to the other, and several lamps made of glass are hanged to each of the said bars, with brass wires in the form of a triangle, to give light in the night season, for they pay their devotions at the Beat Allah as much by night as by day, during the Hajj's stay at Mecca. These glasses are half filled with water, and a third part with oil, on which a round wire brass is buoyed up with 3 little corks. In the midst of this wire is made a place to put in the wick or cotton, which burns till the oil is spent. Every day they are washed clean and replenished with fresh water, oil, and cotton. On each of the 4 squares of the beat is a little room built, and over every one of them is a little chamber with windows all around it, in which chambers of the Imams, together with the Muezzins, perform Salah, in the audience of all the people which are below. These 4 chambers are built one at each square of the beat, by reason that there are 4 sorts of the Mahometans. The first called Hanafi, most of them are Turks; the second Shafi'i. The Shafi'i school have never had a peculiar oratory like the other 3 schools. They pray near the well Zamzam. Whose manners and ways the Arabians follow. The third Hanbali, of which there are but few. The fourth Maliki, of which there are those that lived westward of Egypt, even to the Emperor of Morocco's country. These all agree in fundamentals, only there is some small difference between them in the ceremonial part. About 12 paces from the beat is, as they say, the sepulchre of Abraham. This place contains the stone which served Abraham for a scaffold when he was erecting the Kaaba. Some of our popular writers confound this stone with the Hajar al-Aswad. Who, by God's immediate command, they tell you, built this Beat Allah, which sepulchre is enclosed within iron gates. It is made somewhat like the tombstone which people of fashion have among us, but with a very handsome embroidered covering. Into this persons are apt to gaze. A small distance from it, on the left hand, is a well, which they call Bir al-Zamzam. The water, therefore, they call holy water, and as superstitiously esteem it as the Papists do theirs. In the month of Ramadan they will be sure to break their fast with it. They report that it is as sweet as milk, but for my part I could perceive no other taste in it than in common water, except that it was somewhat brackish. The Hagis, when they come first to Mecca, drink of it unreasonably, by which means they are not much purged, but their flesh breaks out all in pimples, and this they call the purging of their spiritual corruptions. There are hundreds of pitchers belonging to the temple, which in the month of Ramadan are filled with the said water, and placed all along before the people with cups to drink, as they are kneeling and waiting for Aksham Namaz, or evening service. And as soon as the Muezzins, or clerks on the tops of the minarets, began their bawling to call them to the Namaz, they fall a drinking thereof before they begin their devotions. This Bir, or well of Zamzam, is in the midst of one of the little rooms before mentioned, at each square of the beat, distant about 12 or 14 paces from it, out of which 4 men are employed to draw water without any pay or reward for any that shall desire it. Each of these men have 2 leather buckets tied to a rope on a small wheel, one of which comes up full while the other goes down empty. They do not only drink this water, but oftentimes bathe themselves with it, at which time they take off their clothes, on covering their lower parts with thin wrapper, and one of the drawers pours on each person's head 5 or 6 buckets of water. The worthy Mons, the Fenot, saith that the waters of Mecca are bitter, but I never found them so, but as sweet and as good as any others, for aught as I could perceive. Pitts has just remarked that he found the waters of Zamzam brackish. To my taste it was salt bitter, which was exceedingly disagreeable. RFB. The person bathing may lawfully wash himself therewith above the middle, but not his lower parts, because they account they are not worthy, only letting the water take its way downwards. In short, they make use of this water only to drink, take abdis, and for bathing. Neither may take abdis with it, unless they first cleanse their sacred parts with other common water. Yea, such a high esteem they have for it, that many Hajis carry it home to their respective countries in little latten or tin pots, and present it to their friends. Half a spoonful may be to each, who receive it in the hollow of their hand with great care and abundance of thanks. sipping a little of it and bestowing the rest on their faces and naked heads, at the same time holding up their hands and desiring God that they also may be so happy and prosperous as to go on pilgrimage to Mecca. The reason of their putting such a high value upon the water of this well is because, as they say, it is the place where Ishmael was laid by his mother Hagar. I have heard them tell the story exactly as it is recorded on the 21st chapter of Genesis, and they say that in the very place where the child paddled with his feet the water flowed out. End of Appendix 5, Part 1. Appendix 5 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Appendix 5 of Personal Narrative of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Meccah by Richard Francis Burton. The Pilgrimage of Joseph Pitts to Mecca and Al-Madinah, AD 1680, Part 2. I shall now inform you how, when, and where they receive the honourable title of Hajis, for which they are at all this pains and expense. The Qurban Biram, or the Feast of Sacrifice, follows 2 months and 10 days after the Ramadan fast. The 8th day after the set 2 months they all enter into Hirawim, i.e. put on their mortifying habit again, and in that manner go to a certain hill called Jabal Urfat, i.e. Arafat, Arafat, i.e. the mountain of knowledge, for there, they say, Adam first found and knew his wife Eve. And they likewise say that she was buried at Gidda near the Red Sea, at whose sepulchre all the Hajis who come to Mecca by way of the Red Sea perform to Erka its namaz, and I think no more. I could not help but smile to hear this their ridiculous tradition, for so I must pronounce it, when observing the marks which were set, the one at the head and the other at the foot of the grave. I guessed them to be a bow-shot distant from each other. On the middle of her supposed grave is a little mosque built, where the Hagis pay their religious respect. This Gibel, or hill, is not so big as to contain the vast multitudes which resort thither, for it is said by them that there meet no less than 70,000 souls every year in the 9th day after the 2 months after Ramadan. And if it happen that in any year there be wanting some of that number, God, they say, will supply the deficiency with so many angels. Footnote: they are not so modest. 600,000 is the mystical number. Others declare it to be incalculable. Oftentimes 7,000 have met at Arafat. End of footnote. I do confess the number of Hagis I saw at this mountain was very great. Nevertheless, I cannot think they could amount to so many as 70,000. There are certain bound stones placed round the Gibbel in the plain, to shew how far the sacred ground, as they esteem it, extends. And many are so zealous as to come and pitch their tents within these bounds, some time before the hour of paying their devotion here comes, waiting for it. But why they so solemnly approach this mountain beyond any other place, and receive from hence the title of Hagis, I confess I do not more fully understand than what I have already said, giving but little heed to these delusions. I observed nothing worth seeing on this hill, for there was only a small cupola on the top of it. Footnote: the cupola has now disappeared. There is a tall pillar of masonry work, whitewashed, rising from a plastered floor, for praying. End of footnote. Neither are there many inhabitants nearer to it than Mecca. About 1 or 2 of the clock, which is the time of Yola Namaz, having washed and made themselves ready for it, they perform that, and at the same time perform Ikindo Namaz, which they never do at the same time, but upon this occasion, because at the time when Ikindo Namaz should be performed in the accustomed order, viz. about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they are imploring pardon for their sins, and receiving the Imam's benediction. Footnote: on the 9th of Dhul Hijjah, or the day of Arafat, the pilgrims, having taken their stations within the sacred limits, perform ablution about noon, and pray as directed at that hour. At 3 p.m., after again performing the usual devotions, or more frequently after neglecting them, they repair to the hill and hear the sermon. End of footnote. It was a sight indeed, able to pierce one's heart, to behold so many thousands in their garments of humility and mortification, with their naked heads and cheeks watered with tears, and to hear their grievous sighs and sobs, begging earnestly for the remission of their sins, promising newness of life, using a form of penitential expressions, and thus continuing for the space of 4 or 5 hours, viz. until the time of Aksham Namaz, which is to be performed about half an hour after sunset. It is a matter of sorrowful reflection to compare the indifference of many Christians with this zeal of these poor blind Mahometans, who will, it is said to be feared, rise up in judgment against them and condemn them. After their solemn performance of their devotions thus at the Jebel, they all at once receive that honourable title of Hajji from the Imam, and are so styled to their dying day. Immediately upon their receiving this name, the trumpet is sounded, and they all leave the hill and return for Meccah, and being gone 2 or 3 miles on their way, they then rest for the night. Footnote at Muzdalifah. End of footnote. But after Namaz, before they go to rest, each person gathers 49 small stones about the bigness of a hazelnut, the meaning of which I shall acquaint you presently. The next morning they move to a place called Mina or Muna, the place, as they say, where Abraham went to offer up his son Isaac, and therefore in this place they sacrifice their sheep. Footnote. This I scarcely need say, speaking as a Christian. All Muslims believe that Ishmael, not Isaac, was ordered to be sacrificed. The place to which Pitts alludes is still shown to pilgrims. End of footnote. It is about 2 or 3 miles from Mecca. I was here shown a stone, or a little rock, which was parted in the middle. They told me that when Abraham was going to sacrifice his son, instead of striking him, Providence directed his hand to this stone, which he clave in 2. It must be a good stroke indeed. Here they all pitch their tents, it being in a spacious plain, and spend the time of the Qurban Biram, viz. 3 days. As soon as their tents are pitched, and all things orderly disposed, every individual Haggi, the first day, goes and throws 7 of the small stones which they had gathered against a small pillar, or little square stone building. Footnote. Pittsnote. Monsieur de Thevenot saith that they throw these stones at the Gibbel or mount, but indeed it is otherwise, though I must needs say he is very exact in almost everything of Turkish matters, and I pay much deference to that great author. End of footnote. Which action of theirs is intended to testify their defiance of the devil and his deeds, for they are at the same time pronounce the following words: Erzumle Shaitane was behe. Footnote. The Rami, or jaculator, now usually says, as he casts each stone, in the name of Allah, and Allah is omnipotent, Raghman lil-Shaytani wa khizyatih, in token of abhorrence to Satan, and for his ignominy I do this. End of footnote. I.e., stone the devil and them that please him. Footnote. The Arabic would mean stone the devil and slay him, unless wasbihi be an error of washabih and his companions. End of footnote. And there are 2 other of the like pillars which are situated near one another, at each of which, I mean all 3, the second day they throw 7 stones, and the same they do the 3rd day. As I was going to perform the ceremony of throwing stones, a facetious Haggi met me, saith, You may save your labour at present, if you please, for I have hit out the devil's eyes already. You must observe that after they have thrown the 7 stones on the first day, the country people having brought great flocks of sheep to be sold, every one buys a sheep and sacrifices it, some of which they give to their friends, some to the poor which come out of Mecca and the country adjacent, very ragged poor, and the rest they eat themselves. After which they shave their heads, throw off hirawim, and put on other clothes, and then salute one another with a kiss, saying, Biram Mubarak Ila, i.e., the feast be a blessing to you. These 3 days of Biram they spent festively, rejoicing with abundance of illuminations all night, shooting of guns and fireworks flying in the air, for they reckon that all their sins are now done away, and they shall, when they die, go directly to heaven, if they don't apostatize, and that for the future, if they keep their vow and do well, God will set down for every good action 10. But if they do ill, God will likewise reckon every evil action 10, and any person who, after having received the title of Haggi, shall fall back to a vicious course of life, is esteemed to be very vile and infamous by them. Footnote: even the present day men who have led wild lives in their youth often date their reformation from the first pilgrimage. End of footnote. Some have written that many of the Hajjis, after they have returned home, have been so austere to themselves as to pore a long time over red-hot bricks of ingots of iron, and by that means willingly lose their sight, desiring to see nothing evil or profane after so sacred a site as the temple at Mecca. But I never knew any such thing done. During their 3 days' stay at Mina, scarce any Hajji, unless impotent, but thinks it is his duty to pay his visit at least once to the temple at Mecca. They scarce cease running all the way thitherward, shewing their vehement desire to have a fresh sight of the Beat Allah, which as soon as ever they come in sight, they burst into tears for joy, and after having performed Tawaf for a while and a few Arkats, they return again to Mina. And when the 3 days of Biram are expired, they all, with their tents, etc., come back again to Mecca. They say that after the Hajjis are gone from Mina to Mecca, God doth usually send a good shower of rain to wash away the filth and dung of the sacrifices there slain, and also that those vast numbers of little stones, which I told you the Hajjis throw in defiance of the devil, are all carried away by the angels before the year comes about again. But I am sure I saw vast numbers of them that were thrown the year before lie upon the ground. After they are returned to Mecca, they can tarry there no longer than the stated time, which is about 10 or 12 days, during which time there is a great fair held, where sold all manners of East India goods, and abundance of fine stones for rings and bracelets, etc., brought from the Yemen. Footnote: Al-Yemen, southern of Arabia, whose Aqiq or cornelians were celebrated. End of footnote. Also chinaware and musk, and variety of other curiosities. Now is the time in which the Hajjis are busily employed in buying, for they do not think it lawful to buy anything till they have received the title of Hajji. Every one almost now buys a coffin, or a shroud of fine linen, to be buried in, for they never use coffins for that purpose, which might have been procured at Algiers or their other respective homes at a much cheaper rate. But they choose to buy it here because they have the advantage of dipping it in the holy water Zemzem. They are very careful to carry the said coffin with them wherever they travel, whether by sea or land, that they may be sure to be buried therein. The evening before they leave Mecca, every one must go to take their solemn leave of the Beat, entering at the gate called Bab al-Salam, i.e. the welcome gate, and having continued at Tawaf as long as they please, which many do so till they are quite tired, and it being their last time paying their devotions to it, they do it with floods of tears, as being extremely unwilling to part and bid farewell, and having drank their fill of the water Zemzem, they go to one side of the Beat, their backs being toward the door called by the name Bab al-Widuh, i.e. the farewell door, which is opposite to the welcome door, where, having performed 2 or 3 Arkats, they get upon their legs and hold up their hands towards the Beat, making earnest petitions, and then keep going backward till they come to the above said farewell gate, being guided by some other, for they account it a very irreverent thing to turn their backs towards the Beat when they have to take leave of it. All the way as they retreat they continue petitioning, holding up their hands with their eyes fixed upon the Beat, till they are out of sight of it, and so go to their lodgings weeping. Ere I leave Mecca, I shall acquaint you with a passage of a Turk to me in the temple cloister, in the night time, between Aksham Namaz and Giga Namaz, i.e. between the evening and the night services. The Hajjis, as usually, spend that time, or a good part of it, which is about an hour and a half, at Tawaf, and then sit down on the mats and rest themselves. This I did, and after I had sat a while, and for my more ease at last was lying on my back with my feet towards the Beat, but at a distance as many others did, a Turk which sat by me asked me what countryman I was. A Maghribi, I said, i.e. one of the West. Pray, quoth he, how far west did you come? I told him from Gazair, i.e. Algiers. Ah, he replied, have you taken so much pains and been at so much cost, and now be guilty of this irreverent posture before the Beat Allah? Here are many Moors who get beggarly livelihood by selling models of the temple unto strangers, and in being serviceable to the pilgrims. Here are also several Effendis or masters of learning, who daily expound out the Al-Quran, sitting in high chairs, and some of the learned pilgrims, whilst they are here to undertake the same. Under the room of the Hanafis, which I mentioned before, people do usually gather together between the hours of devotion, and sitting round cross-legged, it might be 20 or 30 of them. They have a very large pair of tasbihs or beads, each bead near as big as a man's fist, which they keep passing round, bead after bead, one to the other, all the time, using some devout expressions. I myself was once got in amongst them, and methought it was pretty play enough for children. However, I was to appearance very devout. There are likewise some dervishes that get money here, as well as at other places, by burning of incense, swinging their censers as they go along before the people that are sitting, as this they do commonly on Friday, their Sabbath. In all other gameler or mosques, when the Khatib is preaching, and the people all sitting still at their devotion, they are all in ranks, so that the dervishes, without the least disturbance to any, walks between every rank, with his censer in one hand, and with the other takes his powdered incense out of a little pouch that hangs by his side. This is still practiced in Moslem countries, being considered a decent way of begging during public prayers, without interrupting them. But though this place, Mecca, is esteemed so very holy, yet it comes short of none for lewdness and debauchery. As for uncleanliness, it is equal to Grand Cairo, and they will steal even in the temple itself. Chapter 8. Of the Pilgrims' return from Mecca, their visit made at Madinah to Mahomet's tomb there. Having thus given you an account of the Turks' pilgrimage to Mecca, and of their worship there, the manner and circumstances of which I have faithfully and punctually related, and may challenge the world to convict me of known falsehood, I now come to take leave of the temple and town of Mecca. Having hired camels of the carriers, we set out, but we give as much for the hire of one from Mecca to Egypt, which is about 40 days' journey, as the real worth of it is about 5 or 6 pounds sterling. If it happen that the camel dies by the way, the carrier is to supply us with another, and therefore those carriers who come from Egypt to Mecca with a caravan, these people will contract to board the pilgrim, and to provide him with a tent, as well as to convey his luggage. Those carriers who come from Egypt to Mecca with a caravan bring with them several spare camels, for there is hardly a night passeth but many die upon the road. For if a camel should chance to fall, it is seldom known that it is able to rise again, and if it should, they despair of its being capable of performing the journey, or even being useful any more. It is a common thing, therefore, that when a camel falls, to take off its burden and to put it on another, and then kill it, which the poorer sort of the company eat. I myself have eaten a camel's flesh, and it was very sweet and nourishing. If a camel tires, they even leave him upon the place. The first day we set out from Mecca, it was without any order at all hurly-burly. But the next day every one laboured to get forward, and in order to it there was many time much quarrelling and fighting. But after every one had taken his place in the caravan, they orderly and peaceably kept the same place till they came to Grand Cairo. They travel 4 camels in abreast, which are all tied one after the other, like in teams. The whole body is called a caravan, which is divided into several qatars or companies, each of which hath its name, and consists, it may be, of several thousand camels, and they move one qatar after another, like distinct troops. The usual way now is in qitar, or the Indian file, each camel's halter being tied to the tail of the beast that precedes him. Pitt's qatar must be a qitar, but he uses the word in another of its numerous senses. In the head of each qatar is some great gentleman or officer, who is carried in a thing like a horse litter, borne by 2 camels, one before and the other behind, which is covered all over with cere cloth, and over that again with green broad cloth, and set forth very handsomely. If the said great person hath a wife with him, she is carried in another of the same. This vehicle is the Takhtrawan of Arabia. In the head of every cutter there goes likewise a sumpter camel, which carries his treasures, etc. This camel hath two bells, about the bigness of our market bells, having one on each side, the sound of which may be heard a great way off. Some other of the camels have round bells about their necks, some about their legs, like those which our carriers put about their four horses' necks, which, together with the servants who belong to the camels and travel on foot, singing all night, make a pleasant noise, and the journey passes away delightfully. They say this music makes the camels brisk and lively. Thus they travel in good order every day till they come to Grand Cairo, and were it not for this order, you may guess that confusion would be amongst such a vast multitude. They have lights by night, which is the chief time of travelling, because of the exceeding heat of the sun by day, which are carried on tops of high poles to direct Hajjis on their marches. He describes the mashals still in use. Lane has sketched them. Maud Egypt, chapter 6. They are somewhat like iron stoves, into which they put short dry wood, which some of the camels are loaded with. It is carried in great sacks, which have a hole near the bottom, where the servants take it out, as they see the fires need a recruit. Every cutter hath one of these poles belonging to it, some which have 10, some 12. Of these lights on their tops are more or less, and they are likewise of different figures as well as numbers. One perhaps oval way, like a gate; another triangular, or like an N or an M, etc., so that everyone knows by them his respective cutter. They are carried in the front, and set up in the place where the caravan is to pitch before that comes up, and at some distance from another. They are also carried by day, not lighted, but yet by the figure and the number of them. The Hajjis are directed to what cutter they belong, as soldiers are by their colours, where to rendezvous, and without such direction it would be impossible to avoid confusion in such a vast number of people. Every day, viz. in the morning, they pitch their tents, and rest several hours. When the camels are unloaded, the owners drive them to water, and give them their provender, etc., so that we had nothing to do with them beside helping to load them. As soon as our tents were pitched, my business was to make a little fire and get a pot of coffee. When we had ate some small matter and drank the coffee, we lay down to sleep. Between 11 and 12 we boiled something for dinner, and having dined, lay down again till about 4 in the afternoon, when the trumpet was sounded, which gave notice to everyone to take down their tents, pack up their things, and load their camels in order to proceed on their journey. It takes about 2 hours' time ere they are in all their places again. At the time Aksham Namaz and also Giga Namaz, they make halt and perform their salah, so punctual are they in their worship, and then they travel till next morning. If water be scarce, what I call imaginary abdes will do. Pitts means by imaginary abdes is the sand ablution, lawful when water is wanted for sustaining life. As for ancient men, it being very troublesome for such to alight off the camels and get up again, it is lawful for them to defer these 2 times of namaz till the next day, but they will be sure to perform it then. As for provision, we bring enough out of Egypt to suffice us till we return thither again. At Meccah we compute how much will serve us for 1 day, and consequently for the 40 days' journey to Egypt, and if we find we have more than we may well guess will suffice us for a long time, we sell the overplus at Meccah. There is charity maintained by the Grand Signore for water to refresh the poor who travel on foot all the way, for there are many such undertake this journey or pilgrimage without any money, relying on the charity of the Hagges for subsistence, knowing that they largely extend it at such time. Every Hajji carries his provision, water, bedding, etc. with him, and usually 3 or 4 diet together, and sometimes discharge a poor man's expenses the whole journey for his attendance on them. There was an Irish renegade who was taken very young, insomuch that he had not only lost his Christian religion, but his native language also. This man had endured 30 years slavery in Spain, and in the French galleys, but was afterwards redeemed, and came home to Algiers. He was looked upon as a very pious man and a great zealot, but the Turks, for his not turning from the Mohammedan faith, notwithstanding the great temptations he had to do so. Some of my neighbours who intended for Meccah the same year I went with my patroon thither, offered this renegado that if he would serve them on this journey, they would defray his charges throughout. He gladly embraced the offer, and I remember When we arrived at Mecca, he passionately told me that God had delivered him out of hell upon earth, meaning his former slavery in France and Spain, and had brought him into a heaven upon earth, viz. Mecca. I admired much of his zeal, but pitied his condition. Their water they carry in goatskin, which they fasten to one side of their camels. It sometimes happens that no water is to be met with for 2, 3, or more days. Yet it is well known that a camel is the creature that can live long without drinking, God in his wise providence so ordering it, for otherwise it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to travel throughout the parched deserts of Arabia. In this journey many times the skulking, thievish Arabs do much mischief to some of the Hajis. For the night they will steal upon them, especially such are the ones outside the caravan, and being taken to be some of the servants that belong to the carriers or owners of the camels, they are not suspected. When they see a Haji fast asleep, for it is usual for them to sleep on the road, they loose a camel before and behind, and one of the thieves lead it away with the Haji upon its back asleep. Another of them, in the meanwhile, pulls on the next camel to tie it to the camel from whence the halter of the other was cut, for if that camel be not fastened again to the leading camel, it will stop, and all that are behind will then stop the course, which might be the means of discovering the robbers. When they have gotten the stolen camel, with its rider, at a convenient distance from the caravan, and think themselves out of danger, they awake the Haji, and sometimes destroy him immediately, but at other times, being a little more inclined to mercy, they strip him naked and let him return to the caravan. Footnote. As I shall explain at a future time, there are still some Hijazi Bedouin whose young men, before entering life, risk everything in order to plunder a Haji. They care little for the value of the article stolen, the exploit consists in stealing it. End of footnote. About the 10th easy day's journey, we come out of Mecca. We enter into Medina, the place where Mahomet lies entombed. Although it be, as I take it, 2 or 3 days' journey out of the direct way from Mecca to Egypt, yet the Hajis pay their visits there for the space of 2 days, and come away the 3rd. Those Mahometans which live to the southward of Mecca, at the East Indies and their way, are not bound to make visit to Medina, but to Mecca only, because it would be so much out of their way. But such as come from Turkey, Tartary, Egypt, and Africa, think themselves obliged to do so. Medina is but a little town and poor, yet it is walled round. Footnote. The walls therefore were built between A.D. 1503 and A.D. 1680. End of footnote. And hath in it a great mosque, but nothing near so big as the temple at Mecca. In one corner of the mosque is a place built about 14 or 15 paces square. About this place are great windows. Footnote. These are not windows, but simply the intercolumnar spaces filled with grating. End of footnote. Fenced with brass gates. In the inside it is checked with some lamps and ornaments. It is arched all overhead. I find some relate that there are also no less than 3000 lamps about Mahomet's tomb, but it is a mistake, for there are not, as I verily believed, 100, and I speak what I know and have been an eye witness of. In the middle of this place is the tomb of Mahomet, where the corpse of that bloody impostor is laid, which hath silk curtains all around it like a bed, which curtains are not costly nor beautiful. There is nothing of his tomb to be seen by any, by reason of the curtains around it, nor are any of the Hajis permitted to enter there. Footnote. This account is perfectly correct. The eunuchs, however, do not go into the tomb, they only light the lamps in and sweep the passage round the sepulchre. End of footnote. None go in but the eunuchs, who keep watch over it, and they only light the lamps which burn there by night, and to sweep and cleanse the place. All the privilege the Haji have is only to thrust their hands at the windows, between the brass grates. Footnote. These are the small apertures in the southern grating. See chapter 16. End of footnote. And to petition the dead juggler, which they do with a wonderful deal of reverence, affection, and zeal. My patroon had his silk handkerchief stolen out of his bosom, while he stood at his devotion here. It is storied by some that the coffin of Mahomet hangs up by the attractive virtue of a lodestone to the roof of the mosque. But believe me, it is a false story. When I looked through the brass gate, I saw as much as any of the Hajis, and the top of the curtains which covered the tomb were not half so high as the roof or arch, so that it is impossible that his coffin should be hanging there. I never heard the Mahometans say anything like it. On the outside of this place where Mahomet's tomb is are some sepulchres of their reputed saints, among which one is prepared for Jesus Christ, when he shall come again personally into the world. For they hold that Christ will come again in the flesh 40 years before the end of the world, to confirm the Mahometan faith, and say likewise that our Saviour was not crucified in person but in effigy, or one like him. Medina is much supplied by the opposite Abyssine country, which is on the other side of the Red Sea. From thence they have corn and necessaries brought in ships, an odd sort of vessels I ever saw, their sails being made of matting, such as they use in the houses and mosques to trade upon. When we had taken our leave of Medina the third day, and travelled about 10 days more, we were met by a great many Arabians, who brought abundance of fruit to us, particularly raisins, but from whence I cannot tell. The caravan must have been near the harbour of Muayla, where supplies are abundant. When we came within 15 days' journey of Grand Cairo, we were met by many people who came from thence, with their camels laden with presents for the Hajis, sent from their friends and relations, as sweetmeats, etc. But some of them came rather for profit, to sell fresh provisions to the Hajis, and trade with them. About 10 days before we got to Cairo, we came to a very long steep hill, called Aqaba, which the Hajis are usually much afraid how they shall be able to get up. Those who can will walk it. The poor camels, having no hoofs, find it very hard to work, and may drop here. They are all untied, and we dealt gently with them, moving very slowly, and often halting. Before we came to this hill I observed no descent, and when we were at the top there was none, but all plain as before. We passed by Mount Sinai by night, and perhaps when I was asleep, so that I had no prospect of it. When we came within 7 days' journey of Cairo, we were met by abundance of people more, some hundreds, who came to welcome their friends and relations. But it being night, it was difficult to find those they wanted, and therefore, as the caravans passed along, they kept calling them aloud by their names, and by this means found them out. When we were in 3 days' journey of it, we had many camel loads of the water of the Nile brought us to drink. By the day and night before we came to Cairo, thousands came out to meet us with extraordinary rejoicing. It is 37 days' journey from Mecca to Cairo, and 3 days we tarry by the way, which together makes us, as I said, 40 days' journey. And all this way there is scarce any green thing to be met with, nor beast nor fowl to be seen or heard, nothing but sand and stones, excepting one place which we passed through by night. I suppose it was a village, where were some trees, and we thought gardens. End of Appendix 5.
Chapter 50 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Chapter 50 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca by Richard Francis Burton. Appendix 6. Giovanni Finati. The third pilgrim on our list is Giovanni Finati, who, under the Muslim name of Haji Muhammad, made the campaign against the Wahhabis for the recovery of Mecca and Al-Madinah. A native of Ferrara, the eldest of the 4 scions of a large landed proprietor, tenderly attached to his mother, and brought up most unwillingly for a holy vocation, to use his own words, instructed in all that course of frivolous and empty ceremonials and mysteries which form a principal feature in the training of a priest for the Romish Church, In AD 1805, Giovanni Finati's name appeared in the list of Italian conscripts. After a few vain struggles with fate, he was marched to Milan, drilled and trained. The next year his division was ordered to the Tyrol, where the young man, brought up for the church, instantly deserted. Discovered in his native town, he was sent under circumstances of suitable indignity to join his regiment at Venice, where a general act of grace, promulgated on occasion of Napoleon's short visit, preserved him from a platoon of infantry. His next move was to Spalato, in Dalmatia, under General Marmont, to Cattaro, the last retreat of the hardy and warlike Montenegrins. At Budoa, a sea-point south-east of Ragusa, having consulted an Albanian captain merchant, Giovanni Finati and 15 other Italians, including the sergeant's wife, swore fidelity to one another, and deserted with all their arms and accoutrements. They passed into the Albanese territory, and were hospitably treated as soldiers who had deserted from the infidel army in Dalmatia, by the Pasha, posted at Antivari to keep check upon the French operations. At first they were lodged in the mosque, and the sergeant's wife had been set apart from the rest, but as they refused to apostatize, they were made common slaves, and worked at the quarries till their backs were sore. Under these circumstances, the sergeant discovering and promulgating his discovery that the Mahometans believe as we do in a God, and upon examination that we might find the differences from our mother church to be less than we had imagined, all at once came the determination of professing to be Mohammedans. Our Italian Candide took the name of Mahomet, and became a pipe-bearer to a Turkish general officer in the garrison. This young man trusted the deserter to such an extent that the doors of the harem were opened to him, and Giovanni Finati repaid his kindness by seducing Fatima, a Georgian girl, his master's favourite wife. Note: he describes the harem as containing the females of different countries, all of them young, and all more or less attractive, and the merriest creatures I ever saw. His narration proves that affection and fidelity were not wanting there. The garrison then removed to Scutari. Being of course hated by his fellow servants, the renegade at last fell into disgrace, and exchanging the pipe stick for the hatchet, he became a hewer of wood. This degradation did not diminish poor Fatima's affection. She continued to visit him, and to leave little presents and tokens for him in his room. But presently the girl proved likely to be a mother. Their intercourse was more than suspected. Giovanni Finati had a dread of circumcision. Note: Mr. Banks, Finati's employer and translator, here comments upon Ali Bey's assertion: even to travellers in Mohammedan countries, I look upon the safety of their journey as almost impossible, unless they have previously submitted to the rite. Ali Bey is correct. The danger is doubled by non-compliance with the custom. Mr. Banks apprehends that very few renegados do submit to it. In bigoted Muslim countries it is considered a sine qua non. So he came to the felon resolution of flying alone from Scutari. He happened to meet his original friend, the captain merchant, and in March 1809 obtained from him a passage to Egypt, the El Dorado to which all poverty-struck Albanian adventurers were then flocking. At Alexandria, the new Mahomet, after twice deserting from a Christian service, at the risk of life and honour, voluntarily enlisted as an Albanian private soldier in a Moslem land. The naivete with which he admires and comments upon his conduct is a curious moral phenomenon. Thence he proceeded to Cairo, and became a balikbash corporal in charge of 6 Albanian privates of Muhammad Ali's bodyguard. Ensued a campaign against the Mamluks in Upper Egypt, and his being present at the massacre of those miscreants in the citadel of Cairo, he confined his part in the affair to plundering from the beys a saddle richly mounted in silver gilt, and a slave girl with trinkets and money. He married the captive, and was stationed for 6 months at Mataria, Heliopolis, with the force preparing to march upon Mecca under Tusun Pasha. Here he suffered from thieves, and shot by mistake his bimbashi or sergeant, who was engaged in the unwanted and dangerous exercise of prayer in the dark. The affair was compromised by the amiable young commander-in-chief, who paid the blood money amounting to some 1,000 piastres. On the 6th October 1811 the army started for Suez, where 18 vessels waited to convey them to Yanbu. Mohammed assisted at the capture of that port, and was fortunate enough to escape alive from the desperate action of Jedaidah. See chapter 13 of this work. Rheumatism obliged him to return to Cairo, where he began by divorcing his wife for great levity of conduct. In the early part of 1814, Mohammed, inspired by the news of Muhammad Ali Pasha's success in Al-Hijaz, joined a reinforcement of Albanians, travelled to Suez, touched at Yambu and at Jeddah, assisted at the siege and capture of Kunfuda, and was present at its recapture by the Wahhabis. Wounded, sick, harassed by the Badawin, and disgusted by his commanding officer, he determined to desert again, adding as an excuse, not that the step, on my part at least, had the character of a complete desertion, since I intended to join the main body of the army, and to his mania for desertion we owe the following particulars concerning the city of Mecca. Exulting in my escape, my mind was in a state to receive very strong impressions. I was much struck with all I saw upon entering the city, for though it is neither large nor beautiful in itself, there is something in it that is calculated to impress a sort of awe, and it was the hour of noon, when everything is very silent, except the muezzins calling from the minarets. The principal feature of the city is that celebrated sacred enclosure which is placed about the centre of it. It is a vast paved court, with doorways opening into it from every side, and a covered colonnade carried all round like a cloister, while in the midst of the open space stands the edifice called the Kaaba, whose walls are entirely covered over on the outside with hangings of rich velvet. Black cloth according to Ali Bey, and I believe he is correct. So Mr. Banks. If Ali Bey meant broadcloth, both are in error, as the specimen in my possession, a mixture of silk and cotton, proves, on which there are Arabic inscriptions embroidered in gold. Facing one of its angles, for this little edifice is of a square form, Ali Bey showed by his measurements that no two sides correspond exactly. To all appearance the sides are equal, though it is certain they are not. The height exceeds the length and the breadth. There is a well which is called the well of Zemzem, of which the water is considered so peculiarly holy that some of it is even sent annually to the Sultan at Constantinople, and no person who comes to Mecca, whether on pilgrimage or for mere worldly considerations, ever fails both to drink of it and to use it in his ablutions, since it is supposed to wipe out the stain of all past transgressions. There is a stone also near the bottom of the building itself, which all the visitants kiss as they pass round it, and the multitude of them has been so prodigious as to have worn the surface quite away. Quite detached, but fronting to the Kaaba, stands 4 pavilions, corresponding to the 4 sects of the Mahometan religion, adapted for the pilgrims, and though the concourse had of late years been from time to time much interrupted, there arrived just when I came to Mecca 2 caravans of them, one Asiatic and one from the African side, amounting to no less than about 40,000 persons, who all seemed to be full of reverence towards the holy place. Ali Bey, A.D. 1807, computes 80,000 men, 2,000 women, and 1,000 children at Arafat. Burckhardt, A.D. 1814, calculated it at 70,000. I do not think that in all there were more than 50,000 souls assembled together in 1853. After commenting on the crowded state of the city, the lodging of pilgrims in tents and huts, or on the bare ground outside the walls, rich pilgrims always secure lodgings, the poorer class cannot afford them. Therefore the great caravans from Egypt, Damascus, Baghdad, and other places pitch on certain spots outside the city." And the extravagant prices of provisions, Haji Mahomet proceeds with his description. Over and above the general ceremonies of the purification at the well, and of the kissing of the cornerstone, the stone is fixed in a massive gold or silver gilt circle to the south-east angle, but it is not part of the building, and of the walking round the Kaaba a certain number of times in a devout manner, every one has also his own separate prayers to put up, and so to fulfil the conditions of his vow and the objects of his particular pilgrimage. We have then an account of the mosque pigeons, for whom it is said, "Some pilgrims bring with them, even from the most remote countries, a small quantity of grain, with which they may take the opportunity of feeding these birds. This may have occurred in times of scarcity. The grain is now sold in the mosque." The superstitions and ceremonies of the place, we are told, are by no means completed within the city, for the pilgrims, after having performed their devotions for a certain time at the Kaaba, at last in a sort of procession go to a place called Arafat, an eminence which stands detached in the centre of a valley, and in the way thither there is a part of the road for about the space of a mile where it is customary to run. Ali Bey is correct in stating that the running is on the return from Arafat, directly after sunset. The road also passes near a spot where was formerly a well, which is superstitiously supposed to be something unholy and cursed by the Prophet himself, and for this reason every pilgrim as he goes by it throws a stone, and the custom is so universal, and has prevailed so long, that none can be picked up in the neighbourhood, and it is necessary therefore to provide them from a distance, and some persons even bring them out of their own remote countries, thinking thereby to gain the greater favour in the sight of heaven. This sentence abounds in blunders. Sale, Ali Bey, and Burckhardt all give correct accounts of the little pillar of masonry. It has nothing to do with the well, which denotes the place where Satan appeared to Abraham. The pilgrims do not throw one stone, but many. The pebbles are partly brought from Muzdalifa, partly from the valley of Muna, in which stands the pillar. Beyond this point stands a column. Mr. Banks confounds this column with the Devil's Pillar at Muna. Finati alludes to the landmarks of the Arafat plain, now called Al-Alamain, the two marks. The pilgrims must stand within these boundaries on a certain day, the 9th of Zul Hijjah, otherwise he has failed to observe a ritual ordinance. Which is set up as the extreme limit of the pilgrimage, and this every pilgrim must have passed before sunrise, while all such as have gone beyond it by that time must wait till the next year, if they wish to be entitled to the consideration and privileges of complete Hajis, since without this circumstance all the rest remains imperfect. The hill of Arafat lies at a distance of 7 hours from Mecca. It is necessary to set out very early in order to be there in time, many of the pilgrims, and especially the more devout amongst them, performing all the way on foot. When they have reached the place, he appears to confound the proper place with Arafat, the sacrifice is performed in the valley of Muna after leaving the mountain, but Finati, we are told by his translator, wrote from memory, a pernicious practice for a traveller. All who have any money according to their means sacrifice a sheep, and the rich often furnish those who are poor and destitute with the means of buying one. Such a quantity of sacrifices quite fills the whole open space with victims, and the poor flock from all the country round to have meat distributed to them. After which, at the conclusion of the whole ceremony, all the names are registered by a scribe appointed for the purpose. This custom is now obsolete as regards the grand body of pilgrims. Anciently, a certificate from the Sharif was given to all who could afford money for a proof of having performed the pilgrimage, but no such practice at present exists. My friends have frequently asked me what proof there is of a Muslim's having become a Haji. None whatever. Consequently, impostors abound. Sa'di in the Golestan notices a case. But the ceremonies of the Hajj are so complicated and unintelligible by mere description that a little cross-questioning applied to the false Haji would easily detect him. And when this is finished, the African and Asiatic caravans part company and return to their own several countries, many detachments of the pilgrims visiting Medina in the way. Being desirous of enrolment in some new division of Muhammad Ali's army, Finati overcame the difficulty of personal access to him by getting a memorial written in Turkish and standing at the window of a house joined onto the enclosure of the great temple. After the 6th day, the Pasha observed him, and in the greatest rage imaginable desired a detailed account of the defeat at Kunfuda. Finati then received 500 piastres and an order to join a corps at Taif, together with a strict charge of secrecy, since it was of importance that no reverse or check should be generally talked of. Before starting, our author adds some singular particulars which escaped him in his account of Mecca. Many of the pilgrims go through the ceremony of walking the entire circuit of the city upon the outside, and the order in which this is performed is as follows. The devoted first goes without the gates, and after presenting himself there to the religious officer who presides, throws off all his clothes and takes a sort of large wrapping garment in lieu of them to cover himself, upon which he sets off walking at a very quick pace, or rather running, to reach the nearest of the 4 corners of the city, a sort of guide going with him at the same rate all the way, who prompts certain ejaculations or prayers, which he ought to mention at particular spots as he passes. At every angle he finds a barber, who with wonderful quickness wets and shaves 1/4 of his head, and so on, till he has reached the barber at the 4th angle, who completes the work. After which the pilgrim takes his clothes again, and has finished that act of devotion. Note: no wonder Mr. Banks is somewhat puzzled by this passage. Certainly none but a pilgrim could guess that the author refers to the rites called Al-Umrah and As-Say, or the running between Mount Safa and Marwa. The curious reader may compare the above with Burckhardt's correct description of the ceremonies. As regards the shaving, Finati possibly was right in his day. In Ali Bey's, as in my time, the head was only shaved once, and a few strokes of the razor sufficed for the purpose of religious tonsure. There is also near the Holy City an eminence called the Hill of Light, Jabal Nur, anciently Hira, in a dull grey as of granite. It derives its modern name from the spiritual light of religion. Circumstances prevented my ascending it, so I cannot comment upon Finati's custom of leaping, as I imagine from its remarkable whiteness. Upon this the pilgrims have a custom of leaping, while they repeat at the same time prayers and verses of the Quran. Many also resort to a lesser hill about a mile distant from the city, on which there is a small mosque, which is reputed as a place of great sanctity. An annual ceremony takes place in the great temple itself, which is worth mentioning before I quit the subject altogether. I have already spoken of the little square building whose walls are covered with hangings of black and gold, and which is called the Kaaba. Once in the year, open 3 days in the year according to Ali Bey, the same in Burckhardt's and in my time. Besides these public occasions, private largesses can always turn the key. And once only this Holy of Holies is opened, and as there is nothing to prevent admission, it appears surprising at first to see so few who are willing to go into the interior, and especially since this act is supposed to have great efficacy in the remission of all past sins. But the reason must be sought for in the conditions which are annexed, since he who enters is, in the first place, bound to exercise no gainful pursuit or trade, or to work for his livelihood in any way whatever. And next, he must submit patiently to all offences and injuries, and must never again touch anything that is impure or unholy. Note, I heard from good authority that the Kaaba is never opened without several pilgrims being crushed to death. Ali Bey, remarks Mr. Banks, says nothing of the supposed conditions annexed. In my next volume, Part 3, Mecca, of this work, I shall give them, as I received them from the lips of learned and respectable Muslims. They differ considerably from Finati's, and no wonder. His account is completely opposed to the strong good sense which pervades the customs of Al-Islam. As regards his sneer at the monastic orders in Italy, that the conditions of entering are stricter and more binding than those of the Kaaba, yet that numbers are ready to profess in them, it must not be imagined that Arab human nature differs very materially from Italian. Many unworthy feet pass the threshold of the Kaaba, but there are many Muslims, my friend Omar Effendi for instance, who have performed the pilgrimage a dozen times, and would never, from conscientious motives, enter the holy edifice. One more remark with reference to the great scene of sacrifice at Arafat. Though the Pasha's power in Arabia had been now for some time established, yet it was not complete or universal by any means, the Wahhabis still retaining upon many sides a very considerable footing, so that open and unprotected places, even within half a day's journey of Mecca, might be liable to surprise and violence. For this reason, our author informs us, a sufficient force was disposed round Arafat, and the prodigious multitude went and returned without molestation or insult. Note, in 1807, according to Ali Bey, the Wahhabis took the same precaution, says Mr. Banks. The fact is, some such precautions must always be taken. The pilgrims are forbidden to quarrel, to fight, or to destroy life, except under circumstances duly provided for. Moreover, as I shall explain in another part of this work, it was of old, and still is, the custom of the fiercer kind of Badawin to flock to Arafat, where the victim is sure to be found, for the purpose of revenging their blood losses. As our authorities at Aden well know, there cannot be a congregation of different Arab tribes without a little murder. After fighting with the common foe, or if unable to fight with him, the wild men invariably turn their swords against their private enemies. After the pilgrimage, Haji Muhammad repaired to Taif. On the road he remarked a phenomenon observable in Al-Hijaz, the lightness of the nights there. Finati attributes it to the southern position of the place. But observing a perceptible twilight there, I was forced to seek further cause. May not the absence of vegetation, and the heat-absorbing nature of the soil, granite, quartz, and basalt, account for the phenomenon? So on the wild and tree-clad heights of the Nailguri hills, despite the brilliance of the stars, every traveller remarks the darkness of the atmosphere at night. The natives, as usual, observing it, have invested its origin with the garb of fable. It is not my intention to accompany Mahomet to the shameful defeat at Taraba, where Tusun Pasha lost 3/4 of his army, or to the glorious victory of Bissel, where Muhammad Ali, on the 10th of January 1815, broke 24,000 Wahhabis, commanded by Faisal bin Saud. His account of this interesting campaign is not full or accurate like Mengin's. Still, being the tale of an eyewitness, it attracts attention. Nothing can be more graphic than his picture of the old conqueror sitting with exulting countenance upon the carpet where he had vowed to await death or victory, and surrounded by heaps of enemies' heads. Muhammad Ali gave $6 for every Arab head, which fact accounts for the heaps that surrounded him. One would suppose that when acting against an enemy so quick and agile as the Arabs, such an order would be an unwise one. Experience, however, proves the contrary. Still less would it be to the purpose to describe the latter details of Haji Muhammad's career, his return to Cairo, his accompanying Mr. Banks to Upper Egypt and Syria, and his various trips to Aleppo, Kurdistan, the Said, the Great Oasis, Nabathia, Sennaar,
and Dongola. We concede to him the praise claimed by his translator, that he was a traveller to no ordinary extent, but beyond this we cannot go. He was so ignorant that he had forgotten to write. Note, Finati's long disuse of European writing, says Mr. Banks, made him very slow with his pen. Fortunately, he found in London some person who took down the story in easy, unaffected, and not inelegant Italian. In 1828 Mr. Banks translated it into English, securing accuracy by consulting the author when necessary. End note. His curiosity and his powers of observation keep pace with his knowledge. Note, his translator and editor is obliged to explain that he means Kufic by characters that are not now in use, and the statue of Memnon by one or two enormous sitting figures in the plain, from which, according to an old story or superstition, a sound proceeds when the sun rises. When the crew of his Nile boat form in circle upon the bank, and perform a sort of religious mummery, shaking their heads and shoulders violently, and uttering a hoarse sobbing or barking noise, till some of them would drop or fall into convulsions, a sight likely to excite the curiosity of most men, he takes his gun in pursuit of wild geese. He allowed Mr. Banks' mare to eat oleander leaves, and thus to die of the commonest poison. Briefly, he seems to have been a man who, under favourable circumstances, learned as little as possible. End note. His moral character, as it appears in print, is of that description which knows no sense of shame. It is not candour, but sheer insensibility, which makes him relate circumstantially his repeated desertions, his betrayal of Fatima, and his various plunderings. End of section 50. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England. Chapter 51 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Chapter 51 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca by Richard Francis Burton. Appendix 7. Notes on My Journey by A. Sprenger. In the map to a former edition of the pilgrimage, Captain Burton's route from Medina to Mecca is wrongly laid out, owing to a typographical error of the text, from Wadi Laymun to Mecca southeast 45 degrees, see volume 2, page 155 ante, whereas the road runs southwest 45 degrees, or as Hamdani expresses himself in the commentary on the Qasida Rod, between west and south, and therefore the setting sun shines at the evening prayer, your face being turned towards Mecca on your right temple. The account of the eastern route from Medina to Mecca by so experienced a traveller as Captain Burton is an important contribution to our geographical knowledge of Arabia. It leads over the lower terrace of Najd, the country which Muslim writers consider as the home of the genuine Arabs and the scene of Arabic chivalry. As by this mistake the results of my friend's pilgrimage, which, though pious as he unquestionably is, he did not undertake from purely religious motives, have been in a great measure marred, I called in 1871 his attention to it. At the same time I submitted to him a sketch of a map in which his own and Burckhardt's routes are protracted, and a few notes culled from Arabic geographers, with the intention of showing how much light his investigations throw on early geography if illustrated by a corrected map, and how they fail to fulfil the object if the mistake is not cleared up. The enterprising traveller approved of both the notes and the map, and expressed it as his opinion that it might be useful to append them to the new edition. I therefore thought proper to recast them, and to present them herewith to the reader. At Sufayna, Burton found the Baghdad caravan, the regular Baghdad-Mecca road, of which we have two itineraries, the one reproduced by Hamdani, and the other by Ibn Khordadbeh Qudama, and others, leads to the left of Sufaina and runs parallel with the eastern Medina-Mecca road to within one stage of Mecca. We find only one passage in Arabic geographers from which we learn that the Baghdadlis, as long as 1,000 years ago, used under certain circumstances to take the way of Sufaina. Yaqut, volume 3, page 403 says, Sufaina, a place in the Aliya, highland, within the territory of the Sulaimites, lies on the road of Zubaydah. The pilgrims make a roundabout and take this road if they suffer from want of water. The pass of Sufaina, by which they have to descend, is very difficult. The ridges over which the road leads are called as-Sitar, and are described by Yaqut, volume 3, page 38, as a range of red hills flanking Sufaina, with defiles which serve as passes. Burton, volume 2, page 128, describes them as low hills of red sandstone and bright porphyry. Zubaydah, whose name the partly improved, partly newly opened Hajj road from Baghdad to Mecca bore, was the wife of Caliph Harun, and it appears from Burton, pages 134 and 136, that the improvements made by this spirited woman, as the wells near Qadir and the Birkat tank, are now ascribed to her weak, fantastical, and contemptible husband. Burton's description of the plain, covered with huge boulders and detached rocks, page 131, puts us in mind of the Felsenmeer of the Odenwald. Yaqut, volume 3, page 370, describes the two most gigantic of these rock pillars, which are too far to the left of Burton's road than that he could have seen them. Below Sufaina, in a desert plain, there rise two pillars so high that nobody, unless he be a bird, can mount them. The one is called Amud, column, of Al-Ban, and the place Al-Ban, and the other Amud of As-Saf. They are both on the right-hand side of the regular road from Baghdad to Mecca, 1 mile from Ufay'iyah, a station on the regular road which answers to Sufaina. Such desolate, fantastic scenery is not rare in Arabia, nor close to the western coast of the Red Sea. The Fiumara, from which Burton, page 138, emerges at 6 a.m. September 9th, was crossed by Burckhardt at Kholois, and is a more important feature of the country than the two travellers were aware of. There are only 5 or 6 wadis which break through the chain of mountains that runs parallel with the Red Sea, and at these, proceeding from south to north, Wadi Nakhla, Wadi Laymun in the first, and this Fiumara the second. Early geographers call it Wadi Emej, or after a place of some importance situated in its lower course, Wadi Saya. Hamdani, page 294, says, Emej and Ghuran are the two wadis which commence in the Harra, volcanic region of the Beni Sulaim, and reach the sea. The descriptions of this wadi, compiled by Yaqut, volume 3, pages 26 and 839, are more ample. According to one, it contains 70 springs. According to another, it is a wadi which you overlook if you stand on the Shirat, the mountain now called Jabal Sobh. In its upper course it runs between the two Hamia, which is the name of two black volcanic regions. It contains several villages of note, and there lead roads to it from various parts of the country. In its uppermost part lies the village of Faria, with date groves, cultivated fields, and gardens, producing plantains, pomegranates, and grapes, and in its lower course, close to Saya, the rich and populous village of Mahaya. The whole wadi is one of the A'rad, oasis-like district of Madinah, and is administered by a lieutenant of the governor of that city. Yaqut makes the remark to this description, I do not know whether this valley is still in the same condition, or whether it has altered. Though we know much less of it than Yaqut, we may safely assert that the cultivation has vanished and the condition has altered. At Zariba, Toribe, Burton and his party put on the ihram, pilgrim garb. If the Baghdadlis follow the regular road, they perform this ceremony at Dzat Irq, which lies somewhat lower down than Toribe, to the southeast of it, and therefore the rainwater which falls in Toribe flows in the shape of a torrent to Dzat Irq, and is thence carried off by the northern Nakhla. Above the station of Dzat Irq there rises ridges called Irq. Up these ridges the regular Baghdad road ascends to the high plateau, and they are therefore considered by early geographers as the western limit of Najd. Omera, Apud Yakut, Volume 4, page 746, says, all the country in which the water flows in an easterly, northeasterly direction, beginning from Dzat Irq as far as Babylonia, is called Najd, and the country which slopes westwards from Dzat Irq to Tehama, the coast, is called Hijaz. The remarks of Arabic geographers on the western watershed and those of Burton Volume 2, pages 142 and 154, illustrate and complete each other most satisfactorily. It appears from Yakut that Fiumara, in which Burton's party was attacked by robbers, takes its rise at Ghomayr, close to Dzat Irq, that there were numerous date groves in it, and that it falls at Bustan ibn Amir into the Nakhla, wherefore it is called the northern Nakhla. The southern Nakhla, also called simply Nakhla, a term which is sometimes reserved for the trunk formed by the junction of the southern and northern Nakhla from Bustan ibn Amir downwards, is on account of its history one of the most interesting spots in all Arabia. I therefore make no apology for entering on its geography. In our days it is called Wadi Laymun, and Burckhardt, Volume 1, page 158, says of it, Zayme is a half-ruined castle at the eastern extremity of Wadi Laymun, with copious springs of running water. Wadi Laymun is a fertile valley which extends for several hours towards west in the direction of Wadi Fatma, anciently called Batn Mar or Mar Zahran, which is in fact a continuation of Wadi Nakhla. It has many date plantations, and formerly the ground was cultivated, but this, I believe, has ceased since the Wahhabi invasion. Its fruit gardens, too, have been ruined. This, he means the village Laymun, compare Burton, Volume 2, page 147, is the last stage on the eastern Syrian Hajj route. To the southeast or east-southeast of Wadi Laymun is another fertile valley called Wadi Madik, where some Sharifs are settled, and where Sharif Ghalib possessed landed property. Note, Madik is Burton's El-Mazik, the spelling in Arabic being Madiq. Burckhardt's account leads us to think that the village now called Madiq, or Wadi Laymun, lies on the left bank of the Fiumara, and is identical with the Bustan ibn Amir, which is described by Yakut as situated in the fork between the northern and southern Nakhlas, and which in ancient times had, like the village of Wadi Laymun, the name of the valley of which it was the chief place, namely Batn Nakhla. Burton gives no information on the position of the village, but he says, on the right bank of the Fiumara stood the Meccan Sharif's state pavilion. Unless the pavilion is separated from the village by the Fiumara, there is a discrepancy between the two accounts, which leads me to suspect that the right is an oversight for the left. Anciently, Nakhla was pronounced Nakhlet, and if we suppress the guttural, as the Greeks and Romans sometimes did, Nalat. Strabo, page 782, in his narrative of the retreat of Aelius Gallus, mentions a place which he calls Malotha, and of which he says it stood on the bank of a river, a position which few towns in Arabia have. The context leaves no doubt that he means Batn Nakhla, and that Malotha is a mistake for Nalotha. In the commentary on the Qasida Rod, Wadi Nakhla, as far as the road to Mecca runs through it, is described as follows. From the ridges with those whose declivity the western watershed begins, you descend into Wadi Bawbat. It is flanked on the left side by the Serat mountains, on which Taif stands, and contains Qarnul Manazil, once the capital of the Minayans, the great trading nation of antiquity. 3 or 4 miles below Qarn is Masjid Ibrahim, and here the valley assumes the name of Wadi Nakhla. At no great distance from the masjid there rise on the left-hand side of the wadi 2 high peaks called Jebel Yasum and Jebel Kafu. Both were the refuge of numerous monkeys who used to invade the neighbouring vineyards. As you go down Wadi Nakhla, the first place of importance you meet is Az-Zayma. Close to it was a garden which, during the reign of Muqtadir, belonged to the Hashemite prince Abdullah, and was in a most flourishing condition. It produced an abundance of henna, plantains, and vegetables of every description, and yielded a revenue of 5,000 dinar mithqals, about £2,860 annually. A canal from Wadi, the river Nakhla, feeds a mountain which jets forth in the midst of the garden, and lower down a tank. In the garden stood a fort, which in a dilapidated condition is extant to this day, and spoken of by Burckhardt. It was built of huge stones, guarded for the defence of the property of the Banu Sa'd, and tenanted by the servants and followers of the proprietor. Below Az-Zayma is Sabuha, a post station where a relay of horses was kept for the transport of government dispatches. To give an idea of the distances, I may mention that the post stages were 12 Arabic miles asunder, which on this road are rather larger than an English geographical mile. The first station from Mecca was Moshesh, the second Sabuha, and the third was at the foot of the hill Yasum. The author of the commentary from which I derive this information leaves Wadi Nakhla soon after Sabuha, and turns his steps towards the holy city. He mentions the steep rocky pass, up which Burton toiled with difficulty, and calls it Oraik. Though he enters into many details, he takes no notice of the hill-girt plain called Sola. This name occurs, however, in an Arabic verse, Apud Yaqut, volume 2, page 968. In summer our pasture grounds are in the country of Nakhla, within the districts of Az-Zayma and Sola. In Wadi Fatima, Burckhardt found a perennial rivulet coming from the eastward about 3 feet broad and 2 feet deep. It is certain that Wadi Fatima, formerly called Wadi Maur, is a continuation of Wadi Nakhla, and Yaqut considers in one passage Nakhla as a subdivision of Mar, and in another Mar as a part of Wadi Nakhla. But we do not know whether the rivulet, which at Az-Zayma seems to be of considerable size, disappears under the sand in order to come forth again in Wadi Maur, or whether it forms an uninterrupted stream. In ancient times the regular Baghdad-Mecca road did not run down from Zat Irq by the northern Nakhla which Burton followed, but it crossed this wadi near its northern end and struck over to the southern Nakhla as far as Qarnul Marazil, which for a long time was the second station from Mecca instead of Zat Irq. End of section 51. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in London, England. Section 52 of Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. audiobook.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Section 52 of Personal Narrative of a Pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca by Richard Francis Burton. Appendix 8. The Mecca Pilgrimage. Having resolved to perform the Mecca pilgrimage, I spent a few months at Cairo, and on the 22nd of May embarked in a small steamer at Suez with the mahmil, or litter, and its military escort, conveying the kiswa, or covering for the Kaaba. On the 25th, the man at the wheel informed us that we were about to pass the village of Rabigh on the Arabian coast, and that the time had consequently arrived for changing our usual habiliments for the ihram, or pilgrim costume, of 2 towels, and for taking the various interdictory vows involved in its assumption, such as not to tie knots in any portion of our dress, not to oil the body, and not to cut our nails or hair, nor to improve the tints of the latter with the coppery red of henna. Transgression of these and other ceremonial enactments is expiated either by animal sacrifice or gifts of fruit or cereals to the poor. After a complete ablution, and assuming the ihram, we performed 2 prayer flexions, and recited the meritorious sentences, beginning with the words, Labbaik Allahumma labbaik. Here I am, O God, here I am. Here I am, O unassociated one, here I am. For unto thee belong praise, grace and empire, O unassociated one. The prayer was repeated so often, people not unfrequently rushing up to their friends and shrieking the sacred sentence into their ears, that at last it became a signal for merriment rather than an indication of piety. On the 26th we reached Jeddah, where the utter sterility of Arabia, with its dunes and rocky hills, becomes apparent. The town, however, viewed from the sea, is not unpicturesque. Many European vessels were at anchor off the coast, and as we entered the port, innumerable small fishing boats darting in all directions, their sails no longer white but emerald green from the intense lustre of the water, crowded around us on all sides, and reminded one, by their dazzling colours and rapidity of motion, of the shoals of porpoises so often seen on a voyage round the Cape. On disembarking we were accosted by several mutawwafs, or circuit men, so termed in Arabic, because, besides serving as religious guides in general, their special duty is to lead the pilgrim in his 7 obligatory circuits around the Kaaba. We encamped outside the town, and having visited the tomb of our mother Eve, mounted our camels for Mecca. After a journey of 20 hours across the desert, we passed the barriers which mark the outermost limits of the sacred city, and, ascending some giant steps, pitched our tents on a plain, or rather plateau, surrounded by barren rock, some of which, distant but a few yards, masked from view the birthplace of the Prophet. It was midnight. A few drops of rain were falling, and lightning played around us. Day after day we had watched its brightness from the sea, and many a faithful Haji had pointed out to his companions those fires which were heaven's witness to the sanctity of the spot. Alhamdulillah! Thanks be to God! We were now at length to gaze upon the Qibla, to which every Mussulman has turned in prayer since the days of Muhammad. Soon after dawn arose from our midst the shout of Labbaik, Labbaik, and passing between the rocks we found ourselves in the main street of Mecca, and approached the gateway of salvation, one of the 39 portals of the temple of Al-Haram. On crossing the threshold we entered a vast unroofed quadrangle, a mighty amplification of the Palais Royal, having on each of its 4 sides a broad colonnade, divided into 3 aisles by a multitude of slender columns, and rising to the height of about 30 feet. Surmounting each arch of the colonnade is a small dome. In all there are 120, and at different points arise 7 minarets, dating from various epochs, and of somewhat varying altitudes and architecture. The numerous pigeons which have their home within the temple have been believed never to alight upon any portion of its roof, thus miraculously testifying to the holiness of the building. This marvel having, however, of late years been suspended, many discern another omen of the approach of the long predicted period when unbelievers shall desecrate the hallowed soil. In the centre of the square area rises the far-famed Kaaba, the funereal shade of which contrasts vividly with the sunlit walls and precipices of the town. It is a cubical structure of massive stone, the upper 2/3 of which are mantled by a black cloth embroidered with silver, and the lower portion hung with white linen. At a distance of several yards it is surrounded by a balustrade provided with lamps, which are lighted in the evening, and the space thus enclosed is the circuit ground along which, day and night, crowds of pilgrims, performing the circular ceremony of tawaf, realize the idea of perpetual motion. We at once advanced to the black stone embedded in an angle of the Kaaba, kissed it, and exclaimed, Bismillah, Wallahu Akbar, in God's name, and God is greatest. Then we commenced the usual 7 rounds, 3 at a walking pace and 4 at a brisk trot. Next followed 2 prayer flexions at the tomb of Abraham, after which we drank of the water of Zamzam, said to be the same which quenched the thirst of Hagar's exhausted son. Besides the Kaaba, 8 minor structures adorn the quadrangle: the well of Zamzam, the library, the clock room, the triangular staircase, and 4 ornamental resting places for the orthodox sects of Hanafi, Shafi'i, Maliki, and Hanbali. We terminated our morning duties by walking and running 7 times along the streets of Safa and Marwa, so named from the flight of 7 steps at each of its extremities. After a few days spent in visiting various places of interest, such as the slave market and forts, and the houses of the Prophet and the Caliphs Ali and Abu Bakr, we started on our 6 hours' journey to the mountain of Arafat, an hour's sojourn at which, even in a state of insensibility, confers the rank of Haji. It is a mountain spur of about 150 feet in height, presenting an artificial appearance from the wall encircling it and the terrace on its slope, from which the Imam delivers a sermon before the departure of his congregation from Mecca. His auditors were, indeed, numerous, their tents being scattered over 2 or 3 miles of the country. A great number of their inmates were fellow subjects of ours from India. I surprised some of my Mecca friends by informing them that Queen Victoria numbers nearly 20 millions of Mohammedans among her subjects. On the 5th of June at sunset, commencing our return, we slept at the village of Muzdalifah, and there gathered and washed 7 pebbles of the size of peas, to be flung at 3 piles of whitewashed masonry known as the Shaitans, Satans of Munir. We acquitted ourselves satisfactorily of this duty on the festival of the 6th of June, the 10th day of the Arabian month Zul Hijjah. Each of us then sacrificed a sheep, had his hair and nails cut, exchanged the ihram for his best apparel, and embracing his friends, paid them the compliments of the season. The 2 following days, the great, the middle, and the little Satan were again pelted, and bequeathing to the unfortunate inhabitants of Munna the unburied and odorous remains of nearly 100,000 animals, we returned 8,000 strong to Mecca. A week later, having helped to insult the tumulus of stones which marks, according to popular belief, the burial place of Abu Lahab, the unbeliever, who, we learn from the Qur'an, has descended into hell with his wife, gatherer of sticks, I was not sorry to relinquish a shade temperature of 120 degrees, and wend my way to Jeddah en route for England, after delegating to my brethren the recital of a prayer in my behalf at the tomb of the Prophet at Medina. In penning these lines I am anxious to encourage other Englishmen, especially those from India, to perform the pilgrimage, without being deterred by exaggerated reports concerning the perils of the enterprise. It must, however, be understood that it is absolutely indispensable to be a Mussulman, at least externally, and to have an Arabic name. Neither the Quran nor the Sultan enjoins the killing of intrusive Jews or Christians. Nevertheless, 2 years ago, an incognito Jew who refused to repeat the creed was crucified by the Mecca populace. And in the event of a pilgrim again declaring himself to be an unbeliever, the authorities would be almost powerless to protect his life. An Englishman who is sufficiently conversant with the prayers, formulas, and customs of the Mussulmans, and possesses a sufficient guarantee of orthodoxy, need, however, apprehend no danger if he applies through the British consulate at Cairo for an introduction to the Amir-ul-Hajj, the Prince of the Caravan. Finally, I am most anxious to recommend as Mutawwaf at Mecca Sheikh Muhammad Omar Fener Jizada. He is extremely courteous and obliging, and has promised me to show to other Englishmen the same politeness which I experienced from him myself. 1862 AD, 1278 AH. Al-Hajj Abdul Wahid. End of section 52. Appendix 8. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in Forgeside, Blaenavon, Wales. End of personal narrative of a pilgrimage to Al-Madinah and Mecca by Richard Francis Burton.